Hello, I hope everyone's having a good day. Welcome on in. I'm going to be doing some more scale stuff today. Excuse me. Shoot, well, a good second start. Good heckin' start. Honestly, I think we're going to do pretty well today, though. Let me find my face. There it is. Hello. Yesterday, we did a lot of work on the scales. We got all of them to, like, this stage. So they still need outlining and they still need to be ironed in half before I can start working them on my own time. But that shouldn't take too long. There's only like 25. It'll be fine. And I then want to work on the ones that I got pinned over there, which I'll have to unpin, but I want to get them attached to their, what do you call it, bias tape? Yeah. Noodle timing, good morning, Ad! I mean, there's still an hour on the poll. It does look like it is going towards a phaser of I'm okay with eating lunch. I just wanted to check because I know a lot of people really hate... And again, why are you here if you hate noises? I'm constantly coughing. But really hate like the eating noise. If I might mute myself anyway, but yeah, I wanted to check. Oh dear. Hi school, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I have managed to position my mic right in front of chat. 2 seconds. Sorry, this might be a little loud, but I can't see you. My mic, I have to do like this to read the whole sentence. Oh dear. Welcome to my morning because I'm giving a training. Oh heck yeah. Hello. Fine, we can meet you. Well, that's also my thought is like if you really hate it, you could just watch something else. My phone is still on the desk. Excuse me, how unprofessional of me. Let me move that over there behind the mic so that if it goes off, you can all hear it. Oh dear. Yeah, today, more scales. I wanted to start a bit earlier because I want to go a little bit longer and have like a nice chill session. We've been stopping around 4 hours a lot recently, and normally it's because I get hungry. Oh, there is something I want to show you all though. So yesterday I didn't do any extra work on the scales, but I did do some work on my cosplay book. So this is something I often do before bigger competitions, just in case, because it helps prompt me to talk about things about the costume, and also if I miss anything, it should be in the book. Which is really useful because I often, if I'm having a migraine on the day, I'm not the most articulate person. It is like talking to someone who is mildly drunk. So having it all in a book just means if I'm struggling a little bit with articulation, or I can just rely on the book, which is good. Big good. Right, where's the book gone? There it is. right out, really far away. So, I have been working on this in the background, but I did quite a bit of work with organising things to print off. But I got some drawings done, heck yeah. Hello, I'm only popping for a short time. I'm eating lunch. Oh, nice, Cons. Well, I hope your lunch goes well, heck yeah. Also, Zero, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. Noodles when? Probably at lunchtime. So hopefully in like 3 hours, 4 hours, probably. And hi, Mop. Hi, Fries. I'm just going to be showing you a little bit of what I've been working on in the background. Oh yeah, some of the pictures are going to be in the back still. That's okay. I'll just take this one out for now because I think most of the pictures you're okay with not seeing. Those are my pricing stuff. But oil. So I did yesterday. I wanted to have a more simplified version of the costume. So I got this one done because otherwise when you look at the reference image, it's very difficult to break it down into parts. Like we spent like several streams breaking these down into parts. So I drew one with my idea of where the parts would sit. That's sort of there, that'll be one reference. I don't think I filled in the inspo and reference page yet because I need to print stuff off for that. I've started laying out the steps of how I made the costume. Because a lot of these have a lot of steps and there was a lot of thought that went into them, I basically just went blah onto the paper. All the gaps that you can kind of see, I have got things I need to print out. They're all of the pictures that you'll see on Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that will be filling those steps. And same here. For the overskirt, shoes, petticoat, trousers. I've been going through and getting everything with like some sort of reference drawing. If I can't get the reference drawing from the costume because not much of it shows, I put it here. I think this one is going to have a very small reference picture just to show that you can't see much of it. I think... Is it the same? Sorry, I don't have nails and trying to move stuff. I think it was the same for the petticoat up there. Because again, you can't see the petticoats. Or was that there? It might have been there actually. Because you can't see the petticoats, I just wanted to show that I had made it up myself. Oh dear. I tried to phone my mum and she didn't answer. What could she possibly do that's more important than me? Lovely mum. Honestly. Also, Yogurt, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Maybe Mama Fry was eating noodles and didn't want to... Yeah, she didn't want to eat in your ear. She was like, I can't do that. Ah, dear. My mum, who takes time to speak to her favourite son, I should add. Absolutely preposterous Zero. Mama Fries would ask and eat. Oh, God. I often end up with phone calls with my family right around my dinner time, and I'm always there like, can I risk a slurp, or will they realise that I'm eating? I don't want to hang up, but I also don't want to, like, slurp in their ears either. I want to slurp in anyone's ear. But yeah, that's kind of where we're up to right now. I think I'll be potting in some stuff about the embroidery next. But yeah, we're getting there. Every now and again, if I do any extra work on this, I will show you, because it does take quite a heckin' while. But it's worth it. It's worth it to have all your planning in one place. So yeah, I didn't do any sewing work yesterday, but I did do some craftish stuff after stream. Craftish. I watched a lot of documentaries about fish yesterday. I enjoyed it. It was good. I needed something in the background, and I was waiting for Shifty to go live. So I was just listening to documentaries about fish. Oh, 10 out of 10. I love it. I always find, because they often show like really beautiful pictures of the under the sea life, it's very heckin' inspiring. What if your family is secretly... No, what would happen is, if they knew I was eating, they'd be like, oh, you're eating? I'll call back. And then they'd just leave. And I'd be like, it's like the overly considerate kind of family. So if they know that I'm eating, they'll leave. And it's like, no, I was trying. We're having a nice conversation. Don't go. I'm sorry I slurped. Pretend you didn't hear it. Oh dear. Oh, did I give her the hydrate? Oh, dearie me. Yeah. So I have to be careful. If I'm eating at the same time, I have to be careful that I don't alert them that I might be eating. You've eaten ice cream while on a family Zoom call? We've eaten cake together on family Zoom calls. We've had like afternoon tea on a Zoom call. It's because we used to do a Zoom every time it was like somebody's birthday, it was near a birthday or something like that. So we'd all get on a Zoom call, we'd all have our individual cakes and our cups of tea, and we'd all have tea and cake together. Honestly though, it was kind of lovely. I didn't hate it. I thought it was quite nice. It was just like a schedule of like, oh, it's 4 PM, time to get on the Zoom call with the family and have a slice of cake. It was nice, I like that. I eat dinner with my family with a phone call because we're in different countries. Well, yeah, it's the same for me. I mean, not that far away, but like, technically they are a different country, and especially doing all the stuff over the last 2 years, there was a lot of like banned travel between the countries. Like, if you lived in one, you couldn't go to the other and vice versa. So like, we eat cake on phone. But I like doing it on the Zoom because you could like, so they'd be like, what cake do you have, Jelly? And I'd be like, I have this one, what cake do you have? And we'd all go around and find out what cake everybody had. And everyone would have different cake, but we'd all have like our favorites. Oh, or like whatever we were fancying that day. It was really nice. I liked it a lot. Oh dear, I mean, the thing is now that we have travel being opened up between us more, it's not so bad. If they want to come over or if I want to go over. I mean, the main issue I have is that I still, it's all the COVID stuff, because if I take the ones in Wales, I always come back negative, but if I take the ones in England, I seem to always come back positive. Heck. Oh, I didn't need to do that because the bobbin was already out. That's okay. I was just being extra super careful. That's what it was. In my family, we eat cake for breakfast. We used to, so there was always the same routine. We had, I guess a lot of families have this, like their birthday routine. We would all gather together first thing in the morning with whoever's birthday it was and wish them a happy birthday and give them their presents from us in the household. And then we'd probably have like a nice breakfast, but not cake, just like a nice breakfast, right? And then we'd wait for the rest of the family to visit. And you know, then we'd open presents from them and have a nice chat, and then we'd have a nice lunch, probably whatever the birthday person's lunch wanted, and then in the evening go out for dinner. It was basically the same every birthday, and have cake at like the afternoon, because if we were going out for dinner, we'd normally have a much later dinner than we normally would have, so it worked out really well because the cake would tide you over to dinner. Oh yeah. This is Final Fantasy XIV. It's not, I don't think, I believe that's one of the OSTs from 9. So it is, yeah, Bittersweet. Oh no, is it the Prelude? Prelude. Yeah. There's a lot of Final Fantasy music though, which in Final Fantasy XIV, which is a reference to earlier Final Fantasies. So that's probably why it's so, it is very similar to the Prelude music in Final Fantasy XIV. Likelihood is it's a reference to 9. There's also the same thing with like a lot of the songs, which, I mean, that's part of the reason I loved Final Fantasy XIV so much, to be honest, because while it was definitely its own game, there were so many references for long-time fans of the series that it warmed your heart as you played it, you know? Oh, it was so nice. 1 hour by plane, 9 hours in a car, 5 hours in a car, and 4 hours on a ferry. A ferry? Oh my god, I've not been on a ferry in so long. Heck, I kind of like to go on a ferry again. Oh dear, it's using 14 as well. It's the menu. Yeah, I was gonna say it's like the really early one. I remember it when you're trying to log in and it's constantly telling you that the servers are full and you can't get in, so you're just like you're leaving the queue and then you're spamming re-enter until it lets you in. And then I listen to that music at the same time. Family so spread out, so it takes several hours to get to them, so we just call. Yeah, I mean, all of the family that live abroad, like over the other side of the world, we just have calls with later on in the day normally. Normally, honestly, it is around the time we have afternoon tea and cake, and we'll get a call from that family and be like, thank you. It's always a thing. You'd think you'd get used to it, but I still get so confused on time zones. And it's like, we had this our whole life, and I'm still just like, I don't know. I don't know. Is it really early for them? Is it really late for them? I don't know. I need to check it online every time. It's hard. Time zones are difficult. Right, I need to do some work, maybe. You guys okay with me just starting? Because I need to get all of these with a top stitch, and then we need to iron all of them in half, and then once we've done that, I'm going to sew the stuff that's currently pinned to my dress So that's like, I'm not going to sew it to the dress. I'm going to hold off on that. But I am going to sew it to the bias tape that it's attached to right now. Yes. Take the ferry because it's 3 hours in the car first, and the ferry acts like a nice break from driving. Yeah, and there's something about being on the sea that's just kind of, it's kind of fun. I like it a lot. I mean, obviously the weather will make an impact on that. If it's bad weather, it's probably not going to be so fun. But I loved standing and just having the wind be like, ah. I mean, most of the ferry trips I took were relatively short, but oh, it's good. You just stand outside like, what? And the wind gets you. I had a lot of fun memories. I'm bored currently, so I keep having to figure out whether I'm 5 hours or 6 hours ahead. Yeah, I get so confused as well, because like, I'm sure if you live in America, maybe this is easier for you, because you have different time zones dependent on where you are in the country. Hard. I get so confused. Also, Rambo, welcome on in. Edgeblow, welcome on in. Long time? Heck yeah. Have we made a lot of progress since you last saw us? I hope so. I hope that the progress is good. People that don't pop in as often, I think it's easier for you to see what we've done. Because when you're here every day, it can look like stuff's progressing really slowly. But if you take like a month or so off, it'll look like we've done amazing progress, actually. Well, that's still very thick. Go up one more. There you go. See, this is my like prelude music. This is the prelude music I think of. Start of the game, sitting on the menu screen, waiting for the ch. Jelly likes to top the world Titanic. Yeah. Oh, the ads. Welcome on in. Me and chat. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day, ads. Welcome. We're just going to continue some of the work we started yesterday. Oh, actually, I know what it is. I need to change my needle, don't I? Because this needle's a bit blunt. I'll finish this one, and then I'm going to change the needle out. Because, like, that loud noise, it is meant to be loud. But that's very loud. And I think it's because the needle's still getting stuck in the fabric a little bit. Pop that in there. Sorry about this. If I had remembered, I would have done it before stream, because... yeah, that's not sharp. I'll find somewhere to put that so that I can bin it safely. I actually should probably think about... oops. I should actually probably think about buying some more needles. I have 4 everything. Do you want to like maybe stay? Do you want to stay and not fly out? I'll do one of these. Oh yeah. No snack break? Oh, did I never add it back? My bad. I had to take it off because I was like feeling pretty sick after a migraine and I didn't want to like stuff my face. But I'm that's not me today. That's me another day. Let me put that back. Sorry about that. I am a unorganized streamer. Yeah. Oh dear. Only annoyance with time for us in the US, smaller countries, is starting daylight savings. Yeah, daylight savings. I mean, we're gonna have that next weekend, I think. Yeah. Channel points, isn't it? There you go. Sorry, I always get a bit confused about where I am in my own channel. That's my bad. You'd think you'd learn over time, but no, not really. Nah, you're not. I don't know. I think I am. I meant to do a few things before stream today, but then I kept watching fish documentaries, and now I'm not as organized for stream because I didn't want to go do the work. I wanted to watch the fish documentary. So yeah, it's kind of my bad. Have a snack? Yeah. 2 seconds. Otherwise, I'll be snacking on thread. I need to thread this up. That should feel comparatively a lot sharper. Yeah, I've only got 2 leather needles and 1 more standard needle after this. Yeah, that's sharp. Ow. So, yeah, I gotta be a bit careful. And get some more. Lisa, head to the store getting simplicity. Oh, you're getting a simplicity pattern. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Honestly, simplicity are my favorite patterns to follow. I've had a few Vogue patterns in the past, and I've not they're all right, but I just think Simplicity writes their stuff out good. Snack on the thread, yeah. They passed a bill to make the daylight savings time permanent? That'd be great. I hope we do that over here. I don't need any more daylight savings. There we go. That's a bit better. It's still going to be loud and it's still going to be chunky, but comparatively, it's better. And it's going through a lot smoother. I think my needle just needed to be changed. Fortunately, I noticed it this time before the needle actually like full-on snaps. There you go. Crazy what little needle change will do. That feels so much better. I should have done it yesterday because I was finding when I was sewing the parts together that it was getting really sticky every time I like turned a corner. Again, which is like a pretty telltale sign that your needle is getting blunt. Should have done it then. It would have made my life easy. Actually, should we trim the threads as we go? Sorry, everything's like really far behind me. Again, lack of organization. I had to watch fish documentary. I was just really enjoying looking at the squids, honestly. Like, they were so pretty. I was like watching a documentary about the deep sea, and they were going over like different species that reside there, and they were talking about the squids because there's like a pretty big range, like there's a pretty diverse range of squids that live in the deep sea, and oh, it was so cool. Very heckin' cool. I just loved it. I honestly would watch it all the time. You really don't want that. The sun won't be up until like 10 AM in the winter, especially at places more northern. UK is pretty northern on the worldly scale. But would I get to see the sun in the evening? I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm coming at this from the wrong perspective because like in the winter, I don't see the sun because of how like a 9 to 5 goes and it is only bright 9 to 5. It's just dark all day, every day. Like I go to work, you know, I do my shift, I leave, and when I go to work it's dark, and when I leave it is dark. Oh dear. Deep squeeze squids. Deep sea squids, yeah. So they were talking a bit about the colossal squid, which by the way was beautiful. Beautiful. They were talking about deep sea giganticism, or was it abyssal giganticism? So like, because it's colder and because there's less oxygen and animals need their metabolism to last a lot longer, they end up becoming really, really large comparatively to like the same species in shallower water. And so they were talking a bit about the colossal squid because it's a really, really big squid. And then we also looked at the vampire squid, very heckin' cute. Very heckin' cute. And then we looked at firefly squids. They were like bioluminescent, and they so they like created extra light, and they were really sparkly looking. They looked like a little disco ball, honestly. They might have been my favorite. I don't know. I liked the colossal squid, but I also really liked the bioluminescence of the firefly squid. That was very cute. Very cute. Ah, dear. To the max of 5 PM. So maybe like you see the end of the sun. You can glance at... Can you glance it for me and think it'll be good if you don't, that's fine. Tisa, if you ever have anything like this, you can just message me off stream. Because I can't really give you... well, this has happened a few times. I can't give you detailed information or stuff like that while I'm on stream without it becoming like a very personal stream. Just message me off stream. If you ever have a question, I'm more than happy to go over it with people. And a lot of people do. You wouldn't be the only one. The amount of times I've had people pop in and just be like, after stream, could you just have a little look at this? I'm working on a cosplay and I want to get a second opinion on some parts. And I'm more than happy, always more than happy to talk about it. But yeah, if you want that kind of stuff, you probably want to message me off stream most of the time. I'm having a quick look at it now. And I'd say it looks pretty good for a beginner. I mean, it's got elasticated waist and the top's very simple. I mean, depending on what arm and edge you go with, it will be slightly more complicated, but it looks very simple, honestly, for a first try. Yeah. I love nature documentaries of deep sea. All the animals are so cool. I agree. They're so hecking cool. I think it's weird because, like, as you go further down... Oh, also, Mama Jewel, thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. We're talking about fish. As you go deeper down, like, a lot of them do get darker, and so, like, you get a lot of, like, similar colorways of all of the fish and animals down there, but then you get the ones which are, like, glowing in the dark, and you get, such interesting patterns on them. I love them. I love them. It's very hecking cool. It's cool as well. I had another look at some of the sharks down there, because I'm a big fan of sharks, and I knew of a few of the species, like, I'll be honest, because I like sharks already. It was so cool to see how big some of them got. Like, was it the Greenland shark? Massive. A massive boy. So big. Oh, dear. But it's also cool because so many of them just live off carrion. Oh, that was another thing I was looking into. I hadn't heard of this before, but marine snow? Bioluminescence is my jam. It's so pretty. Oh, marine snow, which is kind of gross, honestly. It's kind of a gross idea, but it's when in the deep sea there's like a constant fall of excrement, shell parts, and like dead animal, and it looks like snow. So it's really kind of gross, but also it under camera it looks really cool. But like what it is actually kind of disgusting. But a lot of the creatures down there feed off that to an extent because it's like there's not as much food down there, so they'll just take what they get, and they get that. Going shark fishing? Oh, like that's quite a controversial topic here because like I'm pretty sure shark is illegal. As a heads up, but I'm sure that it's not illegal where you're doing it. Oh dear. I ordered some yarn that I've been waiting to be restocked, and I'm so excited. I'm using it for a crochet corset project. Oh my god. That sounds amazing. Heck yeah, crochet corset? Sick. Oh yeah, Greenland Sharks are so cool and weird. They were really weird, but really cute, honestly. Like, they got their big bodies so that they can survive in the deep water, and they just go around eating already dead things half the time. Like, bless you. It feels like a deep sea cleaner, right? It just goes around and cleans the bottom. Nothing got respect. Oh, bless you. Some are not keen on helping others, and a leader for Make. Oh no, make fire. Excuse me, I don't know how I got that. For us, we love to find others who are, community connection and collaboration. Well, that's the thing, because like, sewing is quite, well, I don't want to say sewing is complicated because I don't want to put people off giving it a go, but it can get quite in-depth. So it would be quite difficult to go through an entire project on stream without that being the stream. Not because I don't recommend people to give it a go, but because you can't really give good advice. And also, I feel like a lot of the stuff when making your first project, you won't struggle initially a lot of the time because it's like you're following instructions, you're going through bits and bobs. And if you're struggling with words and stuff like that, you can always Google them, right? But it's when you actually start making it that it can be a bit like, ooh, what about this bit? That's why a lot of deep sea animals are filter feeders, yeah! I knew they were, but I had no idea why. And then you learn about marine snow and it's like, oh shoot, that's why. It's because there's so much like carrion just in the water. And like, it's kind of gross, but also it makes perfect sense because it's not like, if the sea just keeps going down, then everything's just gonna keep falling, isn't it? I don't know, I thought it was really, really cool, and I loved it. I thought it was sick. Oh dear. We catch and release. Oh, okay. You're good. Yeah, it's alright. I know that in some places that kind of stuff is legal, and I'm like, ooh, danger territory. I will. Nah, that's fair. I hope you managed to find some sweet beads then. Oh, food, but I think, yeah, I'd never want to eat anything like that. I mean, also, to be fair, I think I mentioned this on stream before, but the first individual charity fundraising I did, without the help of family and stuff like that, was for sharks. I did my first charity fundraising for sharks when I was like, God, how old was I? 12? 13? I was like in the middle of school, right? And that was when I did the first one, and I did like a really long run to try and raise money for saving the sharks. I think that's probably where my interest in under the sea life come from, though. I mean, I've always kind of liked them, but then I was like, damn, heckin' sharks. Amazing, also a lot of work, but still not amazing. Yeah, it does sound amazing. Invite, make fire is where you can text when you're off stream or send you an invite. That's very kind of you. Is it a Twitch team? Because I'll be honest, and I don't mean this as any offense to you. It's not you personally. You sound lovely. I am kind of avoiding joining Twitch teams because I am a very, how to put it? I don't think I can contribute as much to a team as other people, and I don't want to be letting anyone down. So, also, why did I do that? I didn't need to thread it up that. I do this. So I've somewhat been purposefully avoiding it. But if that is the case, it is nothing to do with you. It's more to do with, like, me personally. Yeah, plus it'd be a good break from Tunisian crochet. I've been doing a lot of Tunisian lately, and it's need to get my regular crochets up to snuff. You're probably fine, to be fair, if you've just been doing a slightly different skill, that you'll come back to it just fine. Like, you're breezy through it. And that sounds so fun. Oh, when people come in and they're like, yeah, I'm knitting a suit of armor. Yeah, I'm crocheting my bodice. It's like, oh! They're always some of the most exciting things to see at cons. Barely learned to crochet a couple of years ago via a few streamers here on Twitch. I have memory issues, so still on basics. I love the look of Tunisian crochet, but I still haven't even done a granny square. Oh, I like making doilies if I'm crocheting. And it's an issue. I just fill my house with doilies because it's just so much fun, because you can kind of make it up as you go along, and I love that. So I just make hundreds of doilies. It's not a Twitch team. We are an community of artists and crafters. Okay, cool. Yeah, I always I've been invited to a couple of teams and I always feel really bad, but like I can't commit to it because I'm a flaky bean. Unfortunately, it is what it is. That's not the colour I want on top, though. That's my filling up colour. Cool. I honestly don't know a whole lot of granny squares just because I'm not super interested on them. It was the first thing I ever crocheted because it was like a practice thing, right? And then as soon as I started doilies, I was like, whoa, more doilies. Also, thank you for the horns, Zay. Heckin' horns. Zay is single-handedly fueling the horn emote market. Oh. I'd love to design some VTubers based on squids, but I don't know if I'm just like, I've been struck by, you know, inspiration because of watching these documentaries and it will fade, or if it is something that I'd actually like to do. But I feel like I'd love to make some squid-inspired VTubers because the designs are just so pretty. I want to make them cute anime girls. And boys, maybe. I'm not so good at drawing boys. Okay. Up and around again. The reason I swapped it around is just because I don't really mind what the bottom stitch is. You really won't see it, especially once it's been ironed. But the top stitch I kind of care about a little bit. Just a little bit I care about it, so I want to make it look nice. Oh yeah. There we are. Very nice. What was that, like 4 scales down, 21 to go? That's not bad. That's progress. Oh yeah. Might eventually make more granny scares at some point, but right now I'm really interested in possibly doing... Yes! The cute little like animals and people beans. They're so heckin' cute. I love them. I think I've seen some really cute jellyfish ones, probably. Anything with like I've seen some really cute octopuses as well, because the shape of it just, you know, like, it suits. Oh dear. Also, Talon, welcome on in. How you doing? I hope you're having a good day. We're here making, well, finishing some of the scales from yesterday. I probably won't get to embroidering all of these today. I'm not embroidering them, beading them. That's what I'm doing, beading them, because that would take forever. And it's easier for me to do that off stream, but I want to get a lot of the sewing on a machine kind of work done. Getting them top stitched, getting them ironed in half, and then ooh, sorry, there you go. I was meant to put the needle down and I didn't. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and getting the biosafe attached to the ones we've already measured that are attached to the dress right now. I hope you're doing well. Oops, smashed keys. You're all good. You know, when I go into chats, because I can't touch type and I can't read my keyboard, I often come in saying absolute gobbledygook. I think at this point, most people are just aware that I can't type, never will type, can't do it. Not a skill I possess. Oh dear. I'm thinking as well, you know, like the old-fashioned desks where they have like a pull-out drawer and you have like your keyboard under there? I think I'd like that. I think I'd like the old-fashioned desk. Nat, welcome on in. How goes it? How have you been? Nat is another streamer, but they do a mixture of gaming and cosplay. How goes it, Nat? Nat, as a cosplayer, Nat, would you be interested ever? Oh wait, would you be able to? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into this. Sorry, I'm like finishing half my sentences. I'm trying to get as many people as possible interested in entering TwitchCon. Because it's a really good cosplay contest. Like, if you get in, they pay for you to get here. They pay for you to go to the event, right? So it's really accessible for most people. What I don't remember is if they're letting people in from Oz. I have that and I hate it. I can't cross-stitch my necks under the desk. Oh, is it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, because it's gonna... Ooh. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't want it. Tell me more. So, if you do !comp in chat, it will take you to the competition page. Stars! Oh heck, welcome on in. We're just talking a little bit about TwitchCon. How goes it? There you go. Click that link and it sends you to the rules, Nat, so that you can have a look yourself. But I'm happy to talk about it too. I'm not sure, because I know that someone else had an issue with entering. Sherbert, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. And Stars, how was your stream? What were you getting up to? What were you doing? Oh dear, arts? Heck yeah, we love a bit of arts. I did a bit of arts last night, but not on stream, I was shy. Oh dear. So basically, if you are eligible to enter TwitchCon, there's a couple things you'd need to do. You'd need to stream 15 hours of your making process with the title, something along the lines of, it is like TwitchCon Amsterdam 2022 cosplay contest entry. I think it's that, but you know, again, check the rules, make sure that you get it right. And you have to have those streams tagged with cosplay. And then once you've done your 15 hours over several streams probably, highlight them so they remain on your channel, and then you're eligible to enter. Now, the only thing I can't remember is what countries it's open to. I might have a little look myself because I am... Okay. The rules can be found here. I need to find legibility. Okay. Located in Europe at the time of entry and who are at least 18. Right. Is it only open to people in Europe? It looks like it. Is it? Entrants must possess a valid passport and travel to Amsterdam and to the US to be eligible for this contest. Yes, 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 yes. See, I thought it was... I don't know. I think it might only be... What do you call it? I think it might only be people in Europe. If that's going to be the case, they should make another one, another TwitchCon, or so that anyone outside of Europe and America can enter that one, or just let other people enter it. I don't understand. Maybe there is a reason they can't open it, but like, I feel like there's a fair base of people who like to stream in Asia, in Australia as well. Oh, the keyboard tray would either hit me in the stomach or I'd have to knee them. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to me as it counts sitting and talking between. Oh, for sure. I used to have a keyboard tray many years ago and I hated the amount of times I need it. I thought it would be so useful, but I guess I wouldn't. Excuse me. Ah! Also Minimal, welcome on in. The stream was good. We were working on a more long-term Sea of Thieves themed art. Oh my god, how fitting, for we were just talking about the sea. We were talking about deep sea aquatic life. I don't know, I've been watching a lot of documentaries and I just love them. I love them, I think it's so cool. Oh, yeah, big fan. I don't know so much about Sea of Thieves, but I hear it's really fun to play with people. Like a really good co-op game. Oh yeah. Where is the equality? Right. I mean, I wonder if you can leave feedback if you enter, because my feedback would very easily just be let anyone enter it. Because my thought as well, you give out the same amount of money to anyone. If someone from America wanted to enter TwitchCon Amsterdam, I think they should be allowed to. Because at the end of the day, they'd only ever send you the same amount of money to get there. You're not gonna be like, oh, well, they live in America, so I'll send them more. You send the same amount of money to get there to anyone, and then it's on them to make their way over. If they've agreed to enter that one, it's because they can get there, right? If not, they can enter the American Con later in the year. But I don't see why worldwide people can't enter. I mean, you can always, if the competition's in English or something, you can always just preface that it will be an English competition, but anyone can enter, kind of thing. I mean, I've entered costume competitions with a document because I'm struggling to speak that day. I don't see why other people couldn't do that if English isn't a natural language, or not natural language, a first language, or one that they speak. I don't know. I have feelings about that, to be honest. I think I had feelings about this before, actually, when I looked into it initially. I've got to mention, all my yarn orders are coming in staggered over 3 weeks. I did not plan it at all, but it's hilarious. I have that issue with my threads all the time, where it's like, I bought just a little bit, but I definitely need way more. Oh, dear. That's why they're staggered. And then, yeah. Dear me. Listen, we've all done it, don't worry. Very interesting. Very interesting. I will still say, if you're in Europe or if you're in America, it is a good competition to enter because it's so accessible. You know, for it to be, because of course most people will have to travel to get there. They basically pay you if you got a sewing build, armor build, or SFX build, one of those three, and you get into the top 5, and so you go into the competition. They pay you $1,500, $1,500, I think, to get there. So, you know, pay for your travel, pay for your hotel, kind of thing. And if you have a larger than life build, it's $2,500. I guess it's the assumption that you would have more suitcases and you might have to pay a little bit extra, or it might be a little bit more difficult for you to travel. So if you live somewhere where you can enter, it's a really accessible competition. Like, I think it's a really good option, because if you're in a similar boat to me where it's like, of course, money is always an issue, right? You know, you can look over that, because if you get in, they'll pay for you to get there. That's also, though, why I think it should be open to more international audience, because how cool would it be to go to Amsterdam? Like, you know, get anyone over here. Like, in the same way, it'd be cool if the American was a bit more opened up, because I'm sure there's a lot of Europeans who would love the chance to go over to America. Yeah. Oh, well, that's my thought. have too much yarn or... Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can never have too much. Loving the hair though, thank you. It's quite blue at the moment, but my roots are already coming through, which is like, I only just did this. My hair will not stop growing, but I guess that's a good thing. It means it's healthy, so I'm not going to complain too much. But oh, it grows so fast. Oh dear. We are not craft hoarders, but creators of extensively private craft supply collections. Absolutely, absolutely. Student no actual income, so I know I'm not hoarding so much as selectively buying. This is the thing that's where I started too. When I started sewing, I was like 12. Like sewing a lot, I suppose. I did start sewing before that, but like when I started sewing on a machine, I was like pretty young, and I would go to car boot sales and pick stuff up and like go in a charity store. They have a pair of curtains, I'll take it. And I just very slowly started building it up. Good day, matey, Stoop. How about this podcast run around the joint, eh? Yeah, we could smuggle you in, maybe. We get, like, Nat, you live with me. We both live in Wales, right, Nat? Like, I can hear you downstairs. You live in Wales. I don't know how you're gonna get a British passport. No way, I could do my best. I woke up today and my hair decided to make me look like an anime character. Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Cool look. Oh dear. Oh dear, true, yeah. So it's fine, Nat can enter because Nat lives in the UK. Oh dear. No, I genuinely hope they change that. I know this is probably the first time this is the first time they've done a cosplay competition in Europe. So it probably is just that, like, it's the first year. Hopefully for next year and the year after, they open it up a little bit more. This might be more like a test year to see if there's interest. So if you're in Europe and you want to just enter, the more interest, probably the bigger they'll expand it the next year. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Oh dear. I think, though, to be fair, there's a couple things. Don't get me wrong, I think this is fantastic, the way they've done the competition with paying the people that win to get there and stuff like that. I think it's really, really good. And it honestly, initially, just makes it like that is just a fantastic competition for anyone, because most people will be able to use that money then to get to the event. Something that would normally be one of the most expensive parts. So I do really like it. There are a few things that maybe rub me a little bit the wrong way. Like the fact that only people from Europe can enter, and there was a couple other things. Oh yeah, the short period of time they gave for that announcement that it was happening. For me, someone who already crafts on Twitch, it's not an issue. But if you were a cosplayer who maybe considered crafting on Twitch but had never done it before, and then you had like 3 months to finish your costume entry, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And I know that that's always going to be the case for people who like have been crafting a lot longer on Twitch are going to have an advantage, but I think you could have given a little bit longer for like the rules to be out and the submission dates and stuff like that. Maybe again this might just be down to it being the first year, and I can kind of overlook a lot of it because it is the first time that they've done it, but I think a lot of people have been put off by the short submission time. Or the short notice time, I suppose, because a lot of people probably would have liked to have entered TwitchCon regardless, but then they've realised, oh, it's coming up, Jesus Christ, I gotta go. Whereas the people in America, because their convention is in October, and those dates and submission dates were announced the same day as the Amsterdam one, which submissions date is like 3 or 4 months earlier. I think they have a good amount of time to work on their costume, whereas we maybe were a bit rushed. Well, if they have a TwitchCon that runs over like 3 years and I'll be there, heck yeah! I'll be lucky if I finish anything by then. I don't know, when you were working on it, I feel like you were zooming. But maybe that's just because I don't know a lot about armor stuff. Like, it looked to me like you were zooming through. But then it does take a lot of time to work on these costumes. Like, we just have to get Nat to become a full-time streamer. And then bully them into doing their costume for once a week or something. Nat's a very talented cosplay crafter. It's always nice to see their work. this song. It's so good. The card song is so good. Go. It's really the burnout, honestly, was a bad time for me, yeah. That's the thing, I think there's like an idea that all cosplayers have been like crafting their hearts out over the last couple years, and there's been no convention, so they're all gonna come back with these massive pieces. But for most of the cosplayers I know, it was a really hard 2 years without any drive or motivation, because you just didn't know when the next convention was gonna happen, and so what's the point in making something for it? And I think it was really, really hard for a lot of people. There are some people that I know still haven't got back to cosplay, even though there are conventions coming up, because it's just been such a hard couple years. I mean, for me, my motivation was always, you know, I get up, I stream, I do the sewing, and over time, you know, I didn't struggle with it quite so much. But like, not everyone's built like that. Oh, I receive my crochet, but I really don't have the time or setup for it. Yeah, for the setup was what kind of stopped me for a while, and then I think I started streaming the first week of lockdown or the second week of lockdown over here, because I was like, listen, I'm gonna be stuck in the house anyway, and I can't do anything, let's just go. Let's just go do it. And it was a big push to start streaming, to be honest. Not that it wasn't something I'd considered before. I'd got myself a webcam. That was the only thing that I purchased, actually. I think it was just the webcam. And then I had my webcam on my laptop that I used. So I had my laptop there, and then I had my new webcam was up there, right? I had a setup like this, so I was just talking into my microphone like that. And not these headphones, these are much nicer headphones. The headphones I had before were 15 quid. The ones you get in call centers. And yeah, I strummed like that. It was good. I actually really enjoyed it though. I didn't really notice any issues with my stream until I started updating it, and then I was like, oh, you know, maybe I could fix this, and this. I thought it was good. Oh dear, I'm trying to work on my medieval lit podcast, so one thing at a time, understandable. A lot of you are very heckin' busy beans. Yeah, 100%, and conventions just haven't been the same. I haven't been to one yet because it's 10% of what it used to be, and I hope it comes back to normal this year. Yeah, I think it depends, like, what your not main motivation is, because of course everyone's just having a good time doing cosplay for the most part. But like, if you are someone who is very motivated by cons, by going to see other cosplayers and stuff like that, which a lot of cosplayers are, it's a big community thing. Yeah, then this last couple years have been really, really hard. Because I think the only reason I got through so okay was because I was already trapped in the house before the lockdown started because of my health. So I'd been in the house for at least half a year at that point and barely left. So it wasn't quite so much of a shock to the system for me as it was to some other people. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, when I first started becoming more like housebound, I was not in a good place, not at all. It's just I had that experience like a year before everyone else had it. There we go. Nice. Oh dear. Oh, yo. That's the same with craft fairs. There haven't been any the last couple years, and the organisation groups doing them are just not active as the pre-pandemic ones. Yeah, I think a lot of people's passions have been... It sucks, because I think the way that it was kind of perceived going into it was like, well, now we have a lot more time to explore our passions and stuff like that, so you're going to be able to get so much done. But I think for most people, that's not actually been the case, and what's happened is, it like, just the general vibe of the last couple of years, all of the fear, all of the sad, it's just got to people. And, you know, what could have been an opportunity, I suppose, to do more crafts was definitely not that. I think it killed the passion in a lot of people that they might have had for organising these events, for doing their own crafts and stuff like that. Because if you're not going to see anyone, if you're not going to be able to show anyone, then what's the point? And yeah, I think it was very hard, very heckin' hard. But the thing is, there are still a lot of people that really do care about crafts. And I honestly, there are a lot of people that took up a craft for the first time during everything that happened the last couple of years. The amount of new sewers, new crocheters and knitters that I've met. There is an active fan base for all things craft for sure. And a lot of them are very new because they had a bit of extra time from working from home and stuff like that. I mean, it's definitely affected everyone quite differently. I think the people that would cosplay for conventions that I know will maybe hit the hardest. But then a lot of new people have found that it's been a really good opportunity to actually try something for the first time. That's difficult. I think it will come back. There'll be like a new generation of cosplayers and crafters of all ages who have probably started in the last couple of years. And like, there'll have to be something there for them, you know? You gotta make something there for them as well. So, I think overall, hopefully, eventually once we get back to normal a little bit more, things will start going in the right direction. I know over here there was a lot of excitement about MCM coming back in full force. I expect that will be probably one of the first proper cons that happens this year. I think LSC happened, but it wasn't very well advertised, which was a shame. But MCM has been kind of going hard, and because in the UK we're basically lifting all restrictions at the moment, it probably will come back full force. I can't imagine them putting them back again at this point, to be quite honest. So I think we'll have our first proper con in May. Yeah. In over 2 years. But I know a lot of people that are very excited about it, and it's been like, again, like maybe they hadn't been cosplaying for the last couple of years because it's been really hard, but now they've like started to pick it up again because we kind of all know this is going to be a good one. And I've had like a lot of more normal stuff happening with it, like people doing big house shares for it and stuff like that. Stuff that definitely couldn't have happened during the pandemic, but now it's, or like the height of the pandemic, but now people are booking and doing that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think at least for us over here, we're very close. Truthfully, I think if I hadn't been streaming the whole time, I might have lost a lot of my motivation for it as well. I mean, even though I was a little bit more used to it, crafting in isolation is, there's only so much I can do. I need someone there to basically yell at me and tell me to go faster. Otherwise I struggle a bit. Go. Having a big project like this also helps as well. Me too, yeah. Like, it sounds really bad, but like, I just need someone to be like, you wanna pick that back up again? You know, you haven't made anything for like 10 minutes. You wanna keep going? Oh dear. Oh yeah. We're going the whole way up this side. Getting through these, to be fair. This part is a lot quicker than the other parts that we've done so far, like the cutting things out, turning it inside out, sewing the insides. This bit, it is just a simple top stitch, so although there are quite a lot of scales, it doesn't take too long, thankfully. It's a nice, I think this is the final sewing step. After this, it's the ironing and the beading. Again, probably not going to do most of the beading on stream, if any. There's other things that I'd like to focus on today, rather than beading. We do a lot of beading on stream, so it's not like we won't do that again, just not right now. Go. Well, we're getting there. My little box in the corner is getting very full. That's okay. By the time we're done this, I think I should have another 32 scales. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's how many I needed. 16 on both layers. Yeah. I heard beating, please don't abuse your machine. She's trying her best. I would never. No, beating. So like, once we've ironed the scales in half, right now they're just like a flat scale. When we iron them in half, we also bead up the center of the scale, so it gets like a solid line down it. And yeah, it's an important little step that makes them look a little bit more like the reference image. I need to print out the reference image actually. I think I've got it set up so that I can do it. I want to have it in the book. I only have one proper reference image, so I might maybe print out some of the pixel ones just to prove that, but oh dear. Matt, have you ever done a cosplay with like basically no reference images? I would both recommend it and not recommend it. It's really cool because you can like kind of make up your own stuff and fill in the gaps and stuff like that. But then also you're problem solving at every step. So it can get a bit tiring. Oh dear. But then also you get to make up your own stuff and you can justify it by only having one reference image. So that's nice. Like, well, there's only one reference image, so you know, I did my best with what I was given. Oh dear. I wouldn't dead. What? No? But you get to make up your own stuff all the time. As humans, we're hardwired for connections. The last couple of years have definitely been challenging as the isolation need for safety was difficult for many. Absolutely. It's, yeah, again, like I didn't really go through it at the front of the pandemic because I'd already been stuck in the house for so long. But when I first started getting stuck in the house, I was awful. It was awful. You know, probably one of the worst periods of my life was that first few months. And then I kind of got a bit more used to it. But, like, the start's really hard. Also, music. You're meant to be shuffling. That's the same one. Wait, no. Music, that's the same one. You don't do the same one. That's not what a shuffle is. No, I want shuffle on. There you go. That's better. Love the challenge though, I'm very excited to see it. Me too. Honestly, I know I always kind of say that, but I want to see it too. I want to wear it. I want to put it on. I want to walk around the house in it. I want to look like kind of an idiot and not be able to answer the door. But I want it. I want it on me. After all this heckin' time. Oh, I love watching cosplayers create. I don't have the skill set, but I truly enjoy it. I'll be honest. If you have any craft knowledge, you can probably cosplay. So obviously I'm sewing. That's how I put my cosplays together. But there is no necessity to have to go into a craft you don't want to. If you're not interested in sewing, you don't have to get into sewing. Like we're talking this chat about people crocheting their own sets of armors or knitting panels for their armor and stuff like that. And they are honestly some of the coolest costumes. But if you have any craft interest, you can probably get into it. I mean, most people glue their first costume together with a glue gun. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The longevity of the costume might suffer, but you'll look great. It's only if you have an interest, though. That's the thing. Like, if you don't have an interest in it, I wouldn't bother. There's so many crafts you could do that you might have an interest in. I love the problem solving, though. I love taking characters that don't exist and putting them in real life. Really heckin' fun. Oh yeah, I feel that. What do you mean you feel that? Nat, you are a cosplayer. Nat's being humble, but they're very good. They do more foam work though. So I'm more like only sewing, whereas they do like a mixture of sewing and armor. Hard stuff, honestly. I'm a multi-crafter. I do loom knitting, basic crochet, paper crafting, hair bow making, beading, and pyro. You'd be fine. Okay, so you already have wood burning tools, right? If you do pyrography. So, if you take your wood burning tool and pop it into some EVA foam, you can carve out patterns in the EVA foam because it will just melt the inside, seal it in automatically, and then you can just carve around EVA foam, make really, really pretty patterns. So if you were going to go into armor, you already have one of the most specialist tools in my mind. And you obviously have an eye for crafting because of everything else you're doing. Like my costume that I'm making right now is predominantly based with beading techniques in mind. So all of my pieces are put through the embroidery machine and then I bead them all up, or sequin, depending on what I'm doing. And I've done 42 pieces for the bodice. But everything on this costume is beaded and sequined. Like everything, the entire costume. Because that's the style I wanted to go down. I wanted to go into the beading and sequining style. Is it a traditional cosplay technique? No, absolutely not, but I think it looks fantastic. Oh dear. Love pyrography. I hadn't thought of that, yeah. So a lot of people who want to make, especially if you're like making really organic armor with a lot of detailing, you just hold it very lightly over the EVA foam. I would wear a mask if I were you, because it does often let out a few, not like dangerous gases, but very stinky gases. And yeah, you just draw around pretty shapes. I appreciate the praise, but no. I do sewing. That's my passion though. Like, I'll do a bit of foam if I have to, but I love sewing. Sewing my thing, my jam. Whereas you're like a proper multi-crafter now. You do everything. Pyrography? Yeah, I have wood burning tools somewhere. I think it's in this one here, because I thought if I ever did do armor pieces, I'd really want that effect on them. And it takes a bit to get the heat right, because obviously if you go too hot, you go straight through it. And if you go not hot enough, it doesn't properly seal it in. But once you've got it right, it's really good. It looks amazing. Oh yeah. That's the thing with cosplay. It's very much a collaboration of lots and lots and lots of crafts. So like, it doesn't really matter what you come into it with. The likelihood out is you'll come out with a lot of different skills, depending on what your interests are. I think pyrography is definitely one of them. I know some cosplay armor people that just do some fantastic stuff with their wood burning tools, with their armor. And like, not normally a skill you'd associate with cosplay, because it's definitely a translatable skill. But yeah, they end up getting very, very good at basically wood burning. In my case, I didn't think that I'd like beading and sequining that much because it takes so long, but it's ended up being something that I've really, really got into, and now it's like a hallmark of my costumes, right? That's what I do. I do everything with great difficulty. That's part of cosplay. Same, absolutely same. Ah, dear. I'm making Aloy next. I'm very excited about it. A lot of different techniques with the fabrics. Love to get your thoughts on it. Honestly, I think Aloy is such a fun costume. Like, the everything about it. You could very easily make it so textured with different things. I love it. That's such a cool one. Ah, dear. Moving down the moon, I think actually gone to priority by making memorial plaques for those who had miscarriages, as I didn't get a birth certificate. Yeah. Oh, bless you. Oh, that's lovely. Well, it's a lovely service to do for people, to be fair. Like, it's a very taboo subject for a lot of people. I think that's heckin' lovely. Yeah. I think I know a couple people that have had stuff like that done. I know someone had a wind chime engraved, so they always have it in their garden. And yeah, stuff like that. It's such a valuable service. Oh dear. That was quite lovely. That is indeed quite lovely. Oh dear. Yeah. I mean, I got into, not for any such a nice reason, I got into sewing. I wanted to make clothing for one of my toys. So I had a toy, it was like a sheep toy growing up, and it had a really weak neck joint. And so every now and again the head would fall off and I'd always get very, very upset. So my mama Jelly would knit this toy that I love so much, little jumpers that would help protect its neck so that it didn't get so much neck damage, right? Because I loved this toy. I loved it to pieces. It was my favorite. And it went everywhere with me. And but because of that, yeah, it started to get like a very weak neck. And yeah, Mum would make little jumpers for it. I had like several little jumpers for this toy. And then when I was like 6 or 7, I got a fat quarters pack of fabric and I got some like tape ribbons, like sticky tape ribbons. And I started making little dresses for this toy. Now, I didn't quite understand, I think, what my mum had done when she was making the neck stuff, because it obviously protected the neck. I was just making pretty dresses. And that's the first sewing I did, was I wanted to try and replicate what my mum did and make little outfits for this specific toy. I only ever made outfits for one toy and try and protect it. And I did that over and over again. I made all these little dresses and stuff like that, and I loved them. I was so proud of them. It was all hand stitching and stuff like that. And me and my sister would often play games together, and she would be playing the game and I'd be like sewing together a dress for my favorite toy. And then I made an embroidery for my grandparents. And I didn't follow any pattern, I just got some threads and some of the square paper, basically, I just embroidered into it. I attached it to a pillow and gave it to them. I think after that was when I really decided that this was going to go be a hobby for me, because I could make things for other people, and I could make things to protect the things that I liked. And I think after that, I went straight into making wedding dresses. Like, I didn't, not for like wedding purposes, more for like runway purposes. There was definitely a difficulty jump, and I'd make them often out of curtain fabric that I found at car boot sales. But, I had so much fun making these massive, basically princess dresses, but like more modern. And yeah, I just loved it. Like, it's been a long time people have been telling me, can't you just make something small? No, actually. Hex doing Jellyfish Shifty, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I loved the gun game yesterday. Very heckin' cool, because I love any game where you have to like weave through dodging bullets and stuff like that. I love that. That was heckin' cool. Made 37 today? Heck yes. That's so cool. I just got warm fuzz. Me too. Nah. I mean, the thing is, I don't want to be mean to my mum. She doesn't really sew, and she only knit when we were much younger. Although she's getting back into it now, which is nice to see. But she'd always make little things like that, if it helped. I remember the first time its head fell off, I literally cried for like an entire afternoon until my mum come back from work and sew it back on again. Oh my god, I'm like tearing up thinking about it. Oh my god, I was so upset. But I remember just crying, and there's like nothing my dad could do to like calm me down. Every time I looked at the toy, I'd immediately panic. I'd be like, oh my god, the toy is broken. What do I do? Because it was my favorite, and I still have her somewhere. But I think she's in a box with my. No, she is. She's in a box with my parents. She is very delicate. This toy, very delicate. Yeah, I mean, I had her since I was literally like born. So like. And because I took her everywhere with me, she did get quite delicate. But like, I can't get rid of that toy ever. Oh dear. No, not like that. At my parents. She's in a box at my parents. Oh dear. Thank you so much. No, it was nice. I'm telling her now. Don't tell her. Actually, can I? Okay. I don't think she's in chat, so we might be okay. That's not her, is it? No. I can't really read, unfortunately, when all the names are so small. I don't think she's in chat, so I think I'm a safe jelly. I'm just like, is my mother here? Oh dear. It's the same box that Bob. No, Bob's here. Bob's right over there still, not in a box. So there's not a comment chat? Yeah, so like she doesn't watch my whole streams because also like, you know, she works. So she doesn't watch my whole streams, but every now and again she nips in. And then when I talk to her on the phone, sometimes she'll be like, so I heard you said this. And it's like, oh, did I? Oh dear. Nah, she pops in every now and again. Oh dear. Let's see on this channel. I mean, I think it just makes my family really happy to see that I'm like busy and doing things, right? Because for a long time I was too sick to do anything at all, basically, and I just sat in my home and was sad. So they like to come on and see the things that I'm making and stuff like that. Because they don't even live in this country, so it's like they'd be very difficult for them to see it otherwise. Yeah. Bob's in the river. How could I forget? Bob's literally right there. Bob is right there. Never went in a river. Bob's been fine this whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. Bob is happy and, well, not healthy, but they're happy. Honestly. The thing is as well, I don't, maybe some people here know, I don't know what to do with old technology, because I actually have the laptop from like 7 years ago in my cupboard. So I don't know what to do with it. What do you do with these old laptops? That one doesn't turn on, and it's just in my cupboard in a bag. Cause I'm like, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know. It's just a really old laptop. So I just keep them. I have my phone from like 10 years ago in this house. Cause I don't know what to do with it. But I've just got it. Like an old flip phone. Yeah, I just have it in this house because I genuinely don't know what to do with it. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm sure I will mature and understand at some point. I've just never quite understood what I'm meant to do with it. I guess I could take it to the dump. I don't know. Jelly still has a BlackBerry phone, older than a BlackBerry. I have a Motorola Flip. A Motorola Flip. It's pink. I never had a BlackBerry. Because I had the Flip before that, and then I kept that the whole time, and then I got a new phone after the BlackBerry was kind of out of fashion. A lot of my friends had it, and I was very jealous. They had like the little pull-out keyboard and everything. I was like, whoa, that's such a fancy phone. And now I had a little Flip one that was amazing. Flip Motorola. Oh dear, black jelly phone. Ah. Oh. No, that's not that. I was like, whenever I hear like something beginning with B in front of Jelly, I always think of Bad Jelly the Witch. That was like a bedtime story, kind of. It's a really weird one, but I always think of that. It's a funny story, to be fair. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's very funny. The rebirths of the BlackBerry, they were trash? Oh, okay. Well, when I was little, I was very jealous because all of my friends had the same phone, basically, and I had, like, a Motorola Flip pink. It's like, oh my god, they've all got these cool phones, and I'm here, like, with my flippy Motorola. At least it was pink. So, it was that. Oh. One more to go! Yes, and then we can iron all of these. Well, actually, do I want to iron them or do I want to do the sewing for the mannequin and come back to ironing? Because once I iron them, they'll kind of be stuck on the desk with the iron. Maybe I'll unpin the stuff from my dress and come back to the ironing for a minute, I think. I think that's more efficient. I'm trying to think max efficiency on what I can do today. How can I be the most efficient with my time? I mean, the other thing I need to do is I still need to pattern the arm wings. Could maybe think about, oh, put that back down. Could maybe think about doing that, but that's going to take quite a lot of space. Because the arm wings are quite large on this costume. I should say, for anyone who's like first time here, who's not seen the costume we're making, ! cosplay in chat will take you to the cosplay wiki page. Basically, it takes you to the wiki page for Final Fantasy and Tactics Advanced Mateus. So it gives you a little bit of information about the character and also shows you a picture. Oh dear. Because otherwise it is quite an obscure character. And so I know and a lot of people will not know this character at all. That's okay though, because they're so pretty. Right, 2 seconds. I'm going to leave you with the calming music for a second, and I'm going to go grab the dress so we can start unpinning it. Oh yeah, there's the link. There's the cosplay. Currently it has one of the really big embroideries attached to it. Oh yeah, there we go. Ow! Oh, my knee. My knee. So I need to remove that. Oh god. The size of this thing. Oh, actually, do I need to remove the large embroidery? Maybe I don't. I don't know. I've got this massive embroidery in the middle. Yeah, anyone who likes beading and sequining. That's this massive heckin' embroidery. It's fully beaded and sequined. It's huge. It's upside down also. That took a very long time. But I like it a lot. Oh dear. Oh, also, I'll show this again in a minute, but I did a very simplified drawing of the costume. And I'm probably going to post this online at some point. I don't normally like posting art online because I'm not really an artist, like a traditional artist. But I think it gives a much better explanation of the parts we're making for the costume. And for anyone who looks at this costume for the first time, it can be really difficult to discern all the splits in it and stuff like that. I mean, I've been working on it for a while now, so I'm a bit more confident with it, but when I first looked at it, it was a pain. A real pain. Oh dear, I love the Beepog emote. A little Beepog, that's still one of my favorite emotes. All these years later, I still love it. There we go. I hope the Twitch does some more events at some point where, you know, you can get emotes in the same way that you used to be able to with like ones like that. From like, I guess, were they from hype trains? Or were they from... No, there were ones where gifting subs, bits and stuff would get you emotes. I liked that. I liked that a lot. Oh yeah. I'm just... There's... it's quite difficult because it's like massive. And I've got these attached to these massive like strands. There is one thing I would like to do, which is I do want to label these. I don't think there's anything different on them, but this is two. Actually, that's not very visible, is it? I'll do it in proper chalk. I'll do it in proper chalk just this time. Because yeah, I kind of need to know which one, like the layer order that these go in. And you shouldn't see up there anyway, but we'll put that there. Oh, actually, and then where's the start of this one? Down here somewhere? There they are. Just put a little 1 on it. I know. When I come back to it, the order they're meant to go in. Otherwise, I'm just going to get confused down the line. where they're all still attached. So I'm like, God, I have no idea where any of them are meant to go. Get 1. 2, and this one I think. Oil. Ooh. Some of these pins do not want to come out at all. Thing is, I needed to pin it initially because I needed to know how long they needed to be, and I was finding it very difficult to measure it because it would just keep moving. So I was like, I'll just pin them on, and then I know. Okay, is that the last one? Yes. There you go, that's half of it. And then we just need all of these off as well. And sorry, it looks like kind of a mess right now. It will be fixed soon. Is that all of that? There we go. Alright, move the dress. Very nice. Very nice. And now we just have this. Women stunning? Thank you! That took, like... God, I don't even know. I think it's 30 hours on stream, but I did a lot off stream as well. I want to say it was like a 50-hour embroidery. I'm so pleased with it though. It's like one of the big, like, focal pieces of the costume. So I wanted it to look really, really cool. And... again, it was one of those things where, like, I had a vision in my head, but I was finding it really difficult to describe it. And now that it's made, I can be like, there, that's what I wanted to do. That thing there, done it. I'm gonna do this one at a time. So, make sure the second one is just to my side for now, and we'll come back to that. Otherwise, yeah, it's a bit much on my desk at one go, honestly. Let's get all these attached then. And because this is a bit thicker, move that up. Okay. There's going to be some time, so I'm going to have to jump over the middle because of the beading, but I did try to start the beading from a bit lower so I wouldn't have to do that too often. You only do what you can, right? So having them all on a, what would you call this? A tape like this? It just means it's a lot easier to attach them back onto this dress again. Yeah, otherwise what happens is you're trying to place them all on individually and you're making a really difficult job for yourself. Whereas like this, I could just place it all on the dress in one go. It's just such a big benefit, honestly. Like, I'm gonna have to move some of these bits because I need them to kind of line up next to each other, but I don't want them to overlap too much, if I'm honest. Not so keen on the overlapping look. Oh dear. Is that Mastermind? Thank you for the popping in. How goes it? It looks very cool. Heck yeah. I'm very pleased with it. I'm very heckin' pleased with it. Although, I seem to have overlapped all these a little bit. I did just kind of want a basic idea, because I can come back and, what do you call it, finesse it later. The basic idea was what's important. Some of these are a little tight. Oh wait, that's going to be way too low. Get that back up there. The other thing is, by pinning them in, it means that they're like kind of at the same level at the bottom, so when you see the bottom of all the scales, they should kind of line up. I'm still very hit and miss about whether these are legitimate scales or whether these are just armor. I'll show you in the picture so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Because initially it's like, oh, well those are like scales, but then they've got those little points between them. Like it looks like there is something joining all these scales up, right? Which makes me think it's not scales and it might just be armor. I've been calling them scales this whole time, so I'm not gonna stop calling them scales. But yeah, I think maybe it's intended to be armor that imitates the scales that the character already has, if I had to guess. Because of course the character does have scales on the tail, I think on the wings too. So it's not like there aren't any scales, but I don't think the ones on the skirt are actually meant to be like her scales. So I need to pull this up a bit because it's dragging on my machine. I could stop here and repin this a bit, but I don't know, I'm doing quite well just pulling it through. I mean, if it's working for me, I don't really have any reason to fix it. Make sure those line up. Ah, yes, I think this is at the back. I do remember I went over a lump in the bias tape. So that would be the back piece, is it? And pull that back a little bit. And the plan is to have the embroidery that goes over the top of the scales, so that I can then do some extra embroidery over the scales so it looks like the hair's falling onto the scales a bit more. I think it'll just look a little bit more natural. That was something I decided a bit more recently after finishing the embroidery. I was like, I really wish there was more hair coming out of it that wasn't attached to this main embroidery. I think the best way of doing that is going to be doing it on the scales. Oh dear, that's what I mean by there's so much problem solving, because it's just like constant. But I don't mind it. It's nice problem solving. It's a fun process problem solving kind of stuff. And then just I might want to repin this. I might. What if we took this to here? We were like, that's good, but I'm going to repin this now because it's just since they're not lining up so well as I'd like. I could just keep suffering, or I could repin them. I think it'd be neater at the end if I repin it. Put that just up there. So I've got some more space. And then that one I'll have to do that too, but that's okay. Get that on there. And then, most importantly, line up the bottom so that the scales don't look longer than the other one. And then that one. Oh yeah. And then pin that one over there. Honestly, having all this bias tape already made as well, that's been nice. I wasn't really, when I was doing this before, like pinning it all, I wasn't really in the mood for making more bias tape. I was so glad to have some already made, honestly. Very nice treat. Put that to there. I will have to stitch up the scales as well, just to make sure they don't separate too much. Because I don't want this, as much as I've like made the skirt underneath the same colour, I don't really want the skirt underneath to be showing if possible. Unless you look up the scales, I suppose. But for the most part, I'd rather it be like very subtle. So I'm going to end up, once I've sewn them all on, going down these bits and just making sure they're stitched together. And that'll be before I even, I think, add the tape that matches between them. Because eventually, I could use the end of the tape as an example, but I'll have all of these with like an extra bit of tape that goes down the center, like across all of them. But I want those bits to be sewn together first, I think. Make my life easy. Oh yeah. What? What? And then hopefully I have enough bias tape to still cover all of these. If I don't, the likelihood is I actually don't need one of the scales, but I might try and fit it in anyway. Go. Oh, is that one a bit long actually? That might be a little long. There you go. That's better. You don't want it being too long. It will look a bit odd. There we go. And there we are. This is one of the ones where I'm going to have to jump over the beads in the middle. It's okay, because they're not all done at exactly the same level. So most of them it's fine, and then there's one or two where it's like not quite right. But that's okay. That's okay. So I have to fit 4 in this? We'll see. We'll see. Go. And up to there. Oh, it's not a very good pin. No, that's okay. I'll consider getting rid of that one. These are new pins. I'm still finding ones here and there that are just not so good. I mean, I can sharpen pins kind of with some of the pin cushions I use, but if they have no sharpness in the first place, it's a little difficult. There we go. Get that pin out of there. And then, can I fit 2 on this? I think I can. Just. It's gonna be a very small. You won't see it though, I suppose. I'm probably overthinking it because you really won't see it. Yeah, so it can just about fit. That there. Oh, where are my pins? Did I use all of them? My bad. Okay. Very small. Very small fold over at the end, but that's alright. Again, not really an issue. Oh yeah. Better that I go back and make sure everything is fitting correctly. I don't know if I'll bother doing that on the next one. I probably should, to be honest. But I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I might feel lazy. Who knows? Okay. Especially since we have to hand stitch all of these as well. Just move that over that. There you go. Bring the pin cushion a bit closer. And go. That's so much better, honestly. Okay, yeah. No regrets. We made the right call. This is... it's much easier now they actually line up. But, although that one, probably want to line up like there. Go. There's still a lot of stop and start, but this is a bit of a weirder part to sew. Oops, sorry, machine. You didn't deserve that. That's my bad. Oh yeah. And over there. That bit going over the gap. And go. Jump over the beads. And over the gap again. Sorry if I'm going a bit quiet here. I'm just I'm focusing really hard, honestly, to try and make sure that I don't make any mistakes, because most of my fabrics, they're very, very, well, they're cheap, but that's because of that, they're delicate, so I really don't want to have to unpick any of them, because they don't like it very much. There are some fabrics that will get by and like you'll unpick them and they maybe complain a little bit, but like they'll do it. Not this stuff. This stuff will not let you forget that you unpicked it, even once. It's weird because it is like lining fabric, but yeah. Very, very picky lining fabric, I suppose. Okay. And up there. And then just make sure that's actually folded over the right way, which now it is. And that in there. And sew up that end bit. Just so it doesn't keep unfolding because it's small. There we go. Oh, a long chain of scales. One. Oh dear. Add rolls in the chat. I'm giving training is going great. Heck yeah. I'm glad it's hecking going well. I'm the one doing most of the talking, so it's exhausting regardless. Oh, progress. Yeah, we have now some chains of chains of scales. I'm gonna repin this one, I think, unless I did it well the first time. Hope. It looks pretty good, honestly, so let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. I know one of them I pinned and then put on, and the other one I pinned while it was on, which is probably why the other one hasn't worked so well. But let's hope. Hope? Yeah. Hope. Big hope. Now you have some tea as well. Yeah, then we'll have 2 chains of... This is just the first 2 layers. The ones we've made today will be the second 2 layers. Right. Is a lot. I think these are adding quite a bit of weight to the dress, to be honest, as well. Because they're all lined with curtain fabric to have their shape stay the same. It is a lot of curtain fabric to add to one dress. But that's good, and they all hold their shape really nicely because of it. So you know what? No, I don't have any complaints. They all look really hecking cool. Put that there. There you go. Oh, so much. It's like a bunting, but dragon. Bunting, but think dragon. Also, I saw something the other day on this costume. What did I see? Let me have a little look. I saw something. Yeah, okay. So I am trying so hard to work out what the theming on this outfit is, because I'm like, oh yeah, the tail, maybe mermaid, because if you look at other renditions of Mateus, they like look like a mermaid. But then the wings, so maybe dragon, and then you have all the ocean aspects, because of like all the water, but then you have snakes. Like there's a snake on there, and her hair also kind of looks like snakes. And I am so confused. What is your theming? What are you meant to be themed on? Like snakes and a mermaid and water. Oh my god, I'm lost. And it's all gold. I'm sure there's a reason, but I have yet to find it. I maybe have to look at historically if there are any historic Mateuses, actually. It could be a water dragon. Seahorses, obviously, duh. She's based on a seahorse. But then do you know what she's meant to be? She's meant to be the totem of humanity. So she's like the representative of humans. Representative of humans. Humans. Like, it... The theming's been getting me. I was like really trying to like pin it down the other day, and I was doing some writing about it, and I was like, wait, what is this theme? Do I have any pictures of the other version of Mateus? I think I do somewhere, if I add an image so you can see it. Okay, and then browse. It would be in Mateus's cosplay folder, which is getting annoyingly big. I guess it'd be in Inspo? Yeah, there it is. So this is another form of Mateus, right here. You see this? Like, Like, same spear, slightly different. A little different. I like the big, like, things coming out of her side. But that's definitely a mermaid. Like, there's no doubt that she is a mermaid in this one. Like, in our one, she has legs, but in this one, no legs. She's still got, like, the arm wings, which are kind of cool. I like that that's translated over, her, like, massive arm wings. And her wings on the back are very similar to the ones that she currently has on the one that I'm looking at. But the body... And, like, where's... I don't know. It confuses me so much. I'm getting rid of this because this is not my costume. But yeah. I'm trying to work this stuff out. I feel like it drains my brain. It drains my brain for real. Oh, you're going back into training? Good luck with the rest of your training. I hope it goes well. You're hacking teaching. Get that up there. Drag so much. Like, it's difficult because, of course, even in the Final Fantasy franchise, there are often several versions of one character. Like, I think Shiva is a really good example of that, where there are so many versions of that in Final Fantasy, and they all look a little different. But the theming's the same. Like, always ice, always, like, woman with ice. Like, you know, that doesn't change. My character full-on loses their legs. Or gains them, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the order that is. Chronologically, I'm not sure of the order. But yeah. I mean, I think she's supposed to be, like, in that one we just looked at, a goddess. Like, that is the goddess as a living shield, and Mateus is actually the armor behind her, I think. Which would mean, in this cosplay that I'm making, that my wings is Mateus, and the rest of me is a goddess as a living shield. I don't know. I don't know. I have to write to the people that designed it and would be like, so, this particular outfit, what's the theming? Because I'm a little confused. Is it mermaid water, but then you've used purple and gold? Is it, the goddess as a human shield theme? But then I've got a goddess on my dress, and I'm the goddess. So there's two goddesses. Which is it? Then again, this is not a new game, so I don't know if they'd even remember. I am planning though, when I finish the cosplay, I'll try and tag some of the creators. They can be like, yeah, there you go. Did I do a good job? You made this, and now I've made this. Which way am I spinning you? This way? There you go. I'm gonna spin that way, is it? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll get everything to go that way around. Okay. Oh, get that back under there as well. There you go. And get that just over the lump in the middle. I don't want to sew over any beads today. My poor machine would be very upset, I think, if I did that to it. So, let's not upset the sewing machine today. I'll probably need some more purple bias tape, to be honest, at this point as well, because I expect. Oh no, on the tail I'll probably put them on individually because I'll be hand sewing them on anyway. But maybe I won't need so much more. I still feel like I will need quite a bit more purple though. Maybe I'll have to order more purple fabric. I had 8 meters, but then with making all the scales, I think it's eating into that a lot. Might need a bit more. Oh, so Grave, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are making like strands, like bunting, but with my scales on it. And you know what? They're going pretty well. They look pretty good to me. Wait, it's this one. No, wait, flip the other way. There you go. There you go. That's better. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Sorry, my cleaner is just acting up, being like, hey, you want to do a clean right now? You'll have to shut the internet. And I'm like, no, actually, I don't want to clean my PC right now. I'll tell you if I want to clean it. Probably not when I'm live. Oh dear. Bless it. It's doing its best to make my PC healthy, but not right now. There we go. And across there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And oh, we stuck on top of the beads again. Push past it, push past it. I believe in you. You've got this. I don't know whether I should do a top stitch on the other side as well, just so that the bias tape doesn't fly up. I probably should, honestly. I'm lazy as a thing, so I'm like, I don't want to do it because it's gonna take, I'm gonna have to go around the whole thing again. But also, it'll be a little easier because I won't be sewing the scales specifically into place. What I could do is trim the scales on the inside, make sure they don't stand up too much, and then, oh, I could just fold the bias tape over them actually. I shouldn't have to pin it down because it shouldn't actually be folded over because of the ironing. It might be okay. It might be okay. Maybe we'll do that. Okay. Oh yeah. So I'd have to just go up the whole thing again. But I could fold the bias tape over it. Oh. Oh. That's not a bad idea, and some of them are a lot taller than others, to be fair. That one ended up quite tall. Let's reduce the size of this one. There we go. A bit more of a reasonable size. And maybe fold this up over the top. Keep them all in place nicely. And then actually, maybe I want to do this on this side, since this is kind of the side I'll be sewing down. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I'll do it this way around then. Oh dear. Oh, that. Say thank you for the horn! Just when I was drifting into thought. No thought drifting here. Absolutely not. Very bad. Right. I'll just fold this over all of the scales, and then hopefully we'll have a nice scale-infused tail. I could always do a zigzag as well. That might not be a bad idea, to be honest. Try and prevent it frying over time. You would see it, but also you won't see the bias tape. Like, honestly, you'll probably only see the bottom third of all of these scales. I've gone up the whole way because if you looked up them, I'd want them to still look good, but you won't see very much of it. Head off. Oh no, you're good. Thank you so much for popping by. It's always lovely to see you. Also, if you haven't checked it out, sorry. If you haven't checked out Nat does cosplay, Nat does gaming. I think a few of you already know Nat, but they're very hack and sweet bean. They have really nice vibes over there, so definitely check them out. Have a lovely rest of your day, Nat. We'll just be here making scale bunting. There's probably a market for that somewhere, right? Someone wants scale bunting. Well, I mean, obviously I want it, but I want it. Then again, I guess you could, yeah, if you had scale bunting as like a market item, a lot of people probably would use it for cosplay. Doing a nice scale trim or something like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, it's always nice to have you, Nat. Thank you so much for popping by. Now go be a busy bean. Oh dear. I should probably shout some people out actually, because I'm terrible with this. I'm sorry, I've been really, really bad at shouting out people in chat recently. Like, anyone can call me out on it. I'll take it. It's been, yeah. There's Nat. Did we have anyone else in here that was doing craft stream? I think I know Nat. I don't think I know if anyone else was. But yeah, they do gaming and they do cosplay. Heck yeah. Also, Techno, welcome on in. Are we scaling scales today? We are. We are scaling the scales. So today we have been. We did the top stitch and all the remaining scales, but they do still need to be ironed. Right now, the scales that we made before, I'm just getting them sewn into strips so that when I put them into the skirt, they all go in together. Yeah, yeah. Does Minecraft count? I Minecraft today. Heck yeah! I love a bit of Minecraft. What were you getting up to? Do you do mainly creative or do you do a lot more survival? I used to only do creative, but these days I like survival a little bit more because there's a bit of challenge to get the things you want to build with. Not that I've played it recently because I haven't managed, like, I'm having some problems with my account. But one day I'll get back to it. Oh dear. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh dear. Is that over? That's over, I think. Just about. There was only one that actually stuck up from the bias tape then, so we actually did pretty good, I think. I did one block sky block. Is that the one where you get like a tree and you have to like make everything out of that one tree and then you get a cobblestone generator eventually? But like, is it that one? And you can like make a bigger island over time? I've never played them myself, but I've seen other people play something like that. I never really did myself challenge maps. I kind of just, I found the game challenging enough. Oh wait, I was gonna do a zigzag. Yeah, I do want to do a zigzag. I have a memory. I remember what I'm doing. I want to do a really big zigzag. That's what I want. Go. Even though I know zigzag is not always the neatest looking, I think it would be really good here. Couple will stay in place properly. Go. That there. That over there. And fold it over properly. There you go. And then pull that through. Oh. The fact that they move so much does make it quite difficult, but we're handling it. We're handling it. Oh dear. No, one magical singular block you mine and then build that out. Oh, okay. I don't know that I've seen that one. That sounds cool. Yeah, I've seen like one. That's my needle broken, folks. We are down to one regular sewing machine needle. Oh, maybe I should use the leather needle. I don't know. Oh, rip. Rip our good needle, our new fresh needle, rip it. Big rest in peace. That's alright. I mean, I'll be honest, I needed some more anyway. So I'll probably have to do a bit of traveling and get some. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna use one of the leather ones now. It'll be sharp, but it will be a bit thicker. If my needles are snapping, I think it's just a safe bet, use a slightly thicker needle. The reason it snapped that time though was my own fault. I must have sewn over a bead. Because this material is not so thick. That's okay, that's okay. We all make mistakes. Oh dear, right, where did I leave off? I left off there? Okay. Oh, what's that? What is that? That's just a sharp thing. Okay, we'll get that out of there. We don't want... Funnily enough, I don't want to be sewing sharp metal bits into my costume. And that must have snapped off from the needle, to be honest, but... I wasn't expecting that. Sorry, I've kind of been all chat. I'm trying to sort myself out with this, the needle shenanigans, you know? Okay, I'm back. Oh crap, burp, have a good burp, I'm sorry. I also had to, like, have a burp, but while I was still here. So I just wanted to make sure my needle was working okay again. And that I could... I always get nervous because with needle snaps, and I'm always, like, quite careful with it, because on the first machine I had, now granted I did also go through my hand, but when the needle broke, it bent before it snapped and went into the sewing board underneath, which is metal and it should not have been able to sew through. But it didn't really sew through it. It kind of bent it with the needle, and so my teeth were permanently broken up at that point on the machine. So the feed was just always not quite right, and that would have been a very expensive fix, unfortunately. I bent some stuff and then I broke the feed. These days I'm always very, very careful. Let's not get trapped into having to do a really expensive fix on my machine, shall we? Oh dear. Oh, also I was gonna shout out techno, wasn't I? My bad, my bad. Can I do it like this? And then just go. No, no. There you go. Aha! I did it entirely without using my keyboard. Very skilled, very skilled. High skill level on the stream. I can do it, I can do it. Oh dear, I got distracted by sewing. This is why I need my mods. They don't really, moderate the stream that much because we have very sweet beans here, but they make sure people get shout outs. And because I'm terrible, I'm very forgetful. It's not that I don't want to shout people out, I just have no memory. It's like, oh, you're here, let's talk about sewing. Oh dear. There we go. And, ow. Get that over there. And get that over there. That over there. This is where the zigzag will really help because places the both materials are a little further apart. Should hit both of them still. Just how it goes, isn't it? It's alright. Some of the scales are a little longer than the other. Oh dear, I'll have to do this on the other one too. Because it is going to make it a lot more secure. I want to pass that up because I'm being lazy, like... We should secure these things since they're gonna, these are heavy. They're gonna take a lot of wear and tear. And it doesn't matter that you don't see it. It's still important. And then get that through the end. There we go. So that now is going to be really, really strong and very secure. Heck yeah. We'll still have to come back to that. There's still things I need to do with it. But that's a really good start. Let's put that there. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Should I do the other one? I mean, it's probably, if I'm not being lazy, I should probably do the other one. Let's do the other one. And then we'll do some ironing. Ironing. So, just move my sewing machine back again. And look at folding this over this. And also trimming my threads. Ooh, there we go. And take that part and fold it over. Zoe, thank you for the whole... I was caught unawares. Unawares in my sewing groove. And then get that one in there. And just go the whole way around again. And if any of the scales are a little too tall, we'll just trim them down. There. Oh. Honestly, this is all bending over very nicely, so I think it should be pretty good. Fire! Yesterday we were having a bit of a dance party in Shifty Bluke's stream, and then they played Night of Nights from Toho. Oh, there's a lot of fire, a lot of fire. That game, that soundtrack is. It is fire, but it's also on fire. It's very fast. I like it a lot, but oh my god. It's such an intense soundtrack. Like, it'd be a cool one to have on, like, the rotation of OSTs that you sew to, but also it'd be terrifying. If that came up and I was, like, mid-stitch, I'd be like, ooh, gotta sew really fast now. Oh dear. There we go. front. I think that's where I started, like stopped and started again to repin it. I had to do that with this one. It had to be repinned. And again, bias tape's quite small on this side, so I think the zigzag should hopefully help secure it to the scales a bit better, but also stop it from fraying over time. Is this one too large? Is it too big? It is a bit. Let's trim this one down. I mean, if this is the only one I need to trim on this side, it's like we've trimmed one on each. Not bad. Not bad. It means for the most part our scales were the right height. Or the same height, maybe, rather than the right height. Oh, also, I found the original pattern for the scales. It's on my other desk right now. I was looking for it yesterday after stream, so I was like, where did I put it? That's, I don't understand why it's on my other desk, but that's where it is. So if I want to use the original scale pattern, it's on the other side. I'll be honest, I think the scales we've just made are very, very similar to these ones. I don't think you'd know that we'd used two different patterns, but it's there. Okay. And on top. I wonder if we do the ironing, get all those ready for beading, and then maybe we come back to this and start sewing up the pieces. That will take a minute. I mean, fortunately it's not beading, so it doesn't take quite as long, but it will take a minute to attach all the scales to each other. It'll be very worth it, but a bit of a slower process, I'd say. I could also maybe, with the bias, oh, that's what I'll need the purple bias tape for. I'm gonna need it to make all the connections between the, like the fake connections between the scales. Yeah, I'll need it for that. Awesome, Marek, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Oh dear. We're just getting our scales set up to do a little zigzag across the back to help secure the bias tape on top of the scales behind them. And this will mean we'll have like two nice strips of like scale bunting for the scale. And then we need 4 strips in total, because I'm pretty sure there were 4. I should probably have made more sure of that before I did it. Nah, yeah, there's 4. So I only need the 4. That's okay. So I probably should have checked that and not just gone like, oh yeah, so I think it's 4. I'll just make 4. It's fine. And that's 24. There's a total of 64 scales, I think, that's going to be on the dress. 64. If my math is correct. Is it 16 times 4, right? 64. I think so. I think I'm close. Oh, actually, would it be 74? No, it's 64. 64. Oh yeah, there we go. Quick math. There we go. Get that nice and attached. All the scales. I don't mind too much if it gathers behind them as well. Again, you'll never see this. This is like, it's just like I don't even need to do it because it's been ironed already, but I feel like I should because there's going to be so much weight on this that I don't think the ironing will be enough. But yeah, I wouldn't normally even have to do this because we iron the bias tape to fold over. It just feels like a nice little extra thing to make sure it stays safe. I mean, the thing is, if I was only wanting to make this for like a few photos or something like that, this kind of step wouldn't necessarily be that important. But because I'm making it for convention use, it needs to be quite strong because they get thrown around at conventions, these costumes. And like, I'll be honest, I know there'll be damage to this after I wear it to MCM probably that I'll then have to fix ready for TwitchCon. Like, I can almost guarantee that I will take some level of damage because I always do. You know, it always happens. Like, something will just catch, a thread might not have been as tight as it should have been, and I'll find out after like 10 hours of wearing it. But yeah, it's about, I guess, trying your best to make it so that they don't break on wearing them for long periods of time, and not only wearing them for long periods of time, wearing them for long periods of time in the wind, wearing them for long periods of time around a lot of people, in crowds. Yeah, things catch. And because I have so many beads, I expect the fix that I will end up having to do on this is I'll have to re-bead 1 or 2 areas because the thread would have come loose and I'll have lost some of my beads. If I had to guess, that would be the fix. And I'll be honest, if that's the only fix I ever have to do on this costume is basically re-add some extra beads, that's not too bad. I literally could do that from my hotel room. So it's like, it's a pretty low effort fix. But if I had to anticipate where a break would be there on the beads. Because of course it's only thread holding them in and they stick out from the costume. Although we've done everything we can to prevent that from happening by, you know, leaving glue in there so that basically when we wash that glue out it should push, like basically keep those beads in there better. Yeah. So hopefully we've done everything we can. But I still expect that I'll lose some beads when I go to MCM and I'll have to put them back in for TwitchCon if I end up going. Or just I'll have to put them back in general because I don't want to have a broken costume. There we go. That's now 2 chains. Oh, they look so cool. I feel like you could probably sell this kind of thing on a roll because it is just like scales to go. Although people probably wouldn't want them in fabric. I want them in fabric, but I don't think everyone else would. Very heckin' cool and very secure. Right, should we do some ironing? Do a little bit of ironing. I can put this to the back and grab my ironing board. And then grab my iron oil. There we go. You here for ironing? Fair enough. Ironing's my favourite part of cosplay too. Oh yeah. Oh. There's no pin on there. There we go. Sorry, I've like put my plug socket really far away from me. Which makes it a little difficult to reach. Oh dear. I can have a bit of a relax while my iron heats up. Yeah. It's gonna take a while to bead all of those ready for being threaded onto like a bunting. Even though it's one line of beads, I still have to be quite careful of where I'm putting the needle in, so it does take quite a while. And I found when I was doing it before, every 2 scales I'd have to rethread the needle. So that took a minute. But it's a really good like evening activity when you're like watching a stream or something like that. Just do that line of beads. Looks good. Alright, let's start looking at folding these over. And getting these the shape we want. Like that maybe? Or like that. Yeah, that looks about like it's in half. These days I'm just pressing them in half rather than pinning them ahead of time. I'll pin it afterwards so that it remains like this. But yeah, it just felt like a little bit of a waste of time going through and pinning them all when I can just hold it in that same position, to be honest. There you go. Now we have a line. Hello, more scale work? Let's go. Heck yeah, it's all scales today. Today is complete scales day. Lots and lots and lots of scales. Oh, Shifty, do you want to see my art? I did art. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh, it's under there. While I was watching your stream yesterday, I was doing art. Where did I put it? There it is. That one. So I redrew the character, but like simplified, so that it's a little easier to like look at, and also it's on my proportions, not like a really tall lady's proportions. I got my short little legs in there. So I redrew it like really simplified without the weapon and just like the main body parts, so that it was a little easier to see what I was doing, because I was getting confused. I thought if I'm getting confused, people that are seeing the costume for the first time are going to be really confused. Oh dear. Thank you, thank you. I'm very heckin' proud. I don't do a lot of art. So I was like, I want to do just this. I also drew some legs, but those are like... You guys have seen me draw hips and legs before. I just drew a pair of legs. Originally, I did the whole bust to go with the legs, and then I was like, I'm just drawing bust for no reason at this point, because it's it's no part of the design that I'm trying to illustrate, it's just the bust. Leg. Yeah, I did my classic just incredibly thick thighs, because like, that's the only way I know how to draw women. I know how to draw women thick, and no other way. I could do mildly athletic. I was like, well, go hard on the thighs then. Oh, I love this one. This is my favorite song from all of Undertale, Deltarune, all of that. I like this song. It's the one that plays with the umbrella, and I love it. It makes me very happy. Oh. But I like the music box version because I like it like from that scene specifically. It's still the song that I like, but not the version that's my favorite. Anime, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. The scales we made yesterday, Anime, I'm just ironing them in half because we've done the top stitch and we've made 2 chains of scales that have already been beaded. We're not going to bead these ones today. Yeah. You've seen your Minecraft legs, yes. I was going to show you them. Let's see some of my Minecraft legs. Let's see some thick legs. There they are. Thick. It was just to illustrate the armor at the bottom because, of course, a lot of it isn't in the original image. Oh, to be honest, same. This is your favorite? Oh my god, I genuinely love this song so much. I love everything. I love where it plays in the game. I love this song. It makes me so happy. Like happy sad. It's like a happy sad song. I'd probably predominantly makes me happy, but don't get me wrong, the whole OST is fire, but like this song, so good. Thick legs indeed, yeah! I can only draw thick legs. So what I have to do is I have to make sure that I get really thick thighs so that I can draw like a self-portrait, because at the moment I think I'd struggle. Yeah, lick those legs. Absolutely. The only normal response to seeing legs is to immediately start licking. Right, guys? Am I right? Fellow humans? Saying to only drawing thick thighs. It's like the only way I know how. Yeah. It's you get used to drawing things in a particular way and then you're like, oh shoot. How do I do this like a different way? It's like I can only draw thick people. And I don't know how to draw men, really. I can only draw women. I can draw men if I've got a lot of time, but I can't do it quickly. Have I cut myself or have I burned myself? I thought I felt pain. Alright, well, I have to be a little careful now. I don't want to bleed on the costume. They have to meet a thickness threshold, though, for sure. I'm good. Just woke up on a sunny, nice day here. Nice! Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It's gonna be, I think, sunny here all week. Very unusual. But I think we're having a really nice week here. A lot of sun. A lot of sun. And it's not, like, unbearably hot either. It does get really hot in the sewing room. But outside, it's not unbearably hot. I was thinking I might not stream tomorrow if it's a nice day, because I might try and go on a bit of an adventure. If I feel well. If I don't feel well, then you'll probably see me. But if I feel well, I might go on an adventure. I only draw thick people. Yeah, yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah. Probably both. God damn it. Oh, dear. I swear, you guys think the worst of me. I'm a good being. Oh, but yeah, no, I think if it's nice tomorrow, I'll save the day and go on a little adventure outside somewhere. Maybe get some food. Who knows? Oh, heck, adventure. Yeah. Well, I need to get some more sewing machine needles anyway, because I keep snapping them. But then that might be quite an adventure, because that's not going to be in the same place that the rest of the adventure I probably want to go on is. So I might have to have quite an intense adventure. But that's okay. It's still kind of cold, but have fun. I'm a very warm person, though. I'm going to be one of those people that, like, goes out in shorts in December at some point, I think. But I don't need a coat when it's like this. I could just go out and I'm happy. But it's because I'm very hot all the time. I'm much more prone to overheating than I am to getting cold. Yeah. I wore my coat the other day and I regretted it. I felt like I was just sweating so much, and then I had to carry this coat around with me, and I was like, oh no. I can wear light coats in the summer if I want to cover my shoulders up a bit, but yeah. It gets so warm otherwise. Oh dear. This is like the perfect weather for me right now. This is proper jelly weather. Where it's like, it's sunny, but it's not hot. Hot at least. So I can wear normal clothing outside and not overheat. So that's why I was kind of thinking like it'd be a nice time to actually go out and go around a few places. I was thinking to travel maybe one place, then come back the long way home. Have like a proper adventure. It depends though. I have to check to see if the trains are okay. I know they've been a bit iffy. Ooh. There we go. Ow! Ooh! That was up my nail. Now that one I felt immediately. Oh, maybe just having an injure myself kind of day. It's alright. It's not bleeding, so it's okay. I can keep going. I think that's the one thing that I'm very used to, like getting myself with pins and catching myself with needles and stuff like that. But I still, the feeling of it going up your nail, I've done it so many times and I can't get used to that one. That really hurts. Oh dear. Sonic route. Oh, scenic route. Sonic route. I'm just going really, really fast. Scenic route. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. Like, otherwise, I only really go places with a goal in mind, but it'd be nice to just have, like, a little wander around, I think, if the weather's nice. And I don't think it's a school holiday, so it should be pretty quiet. Yeah. Why not? And there's a few things I need to pick up anyway. So it's not without complete no reason. Oh, yeah. Go. How much I try, I always get poked by my pins. Yeah, I get poked a lot, but my hands are quite thick at this point, so like I don't normally feel it too much, even if I do cut myself like earlier. Like I often won't notice until I see it. But the ones up the nails, like I always feel it. I hate that. For sure. It should be quiet for sure. Yeah, that's the hope. Because I'm a slow lady. I'm making my way around pretty slowly most of the time. So let's, it's nice when it's quiet. Oh dear. Yeah, I could hit some places. Get some more needles. Should be nice. And that way I don't have to worry anymore when I'm using the sewing machine, being like, I have one needle left. There's nothing like getting stuck with no needles and just having to be like, well, I have to end stream now because I've snapped all my needles. Couldn't be me. Ending stream because I've snapped everything. Oh dear. I need butter. Get butter. Get some heckin' butter. Enjoy it. You're gonna be outpaced by people with Zimmer frames. I mean, honestly, probably. I like to take it really leisurely. If I'm not going out with like things in mind, I like to just walk purposefully slowly, basically. Because normally I power walk everywhere. Like at work, I'm constantly power walking. Like I go really fast. So when I'm not doing that with like in mind, it's really nice just to take it slow. Just go like at a really slow pace. And yeah, I like that. That makes me happy. It makes me heckin' happy. Oh yeah. There's a few places I'd really like to go, but they're a bit far out of my way even on a more leisurely day. I might have to wait for those. Yeah, one day. Are power walkers the ones that wiggled their butts? If you're looking at like Olympic power walking, yes. They're like, and then they like wiggle their whole body's like aggressively. Yeah. I don't do that. I'm not an Olympic power walker. I just walk really fast if I'm at work. I just want to get stuff done. I don't like waiting around and dilly-dallying. Like I just want to do the stuff. And also, if you walk, it makes standing on your feet the whole day feel better. Keep that there. I use that line later to bead. Heck yeah. As they walk like that is because in the Olympics, when you're doing the power walking stuff, you're not allowed to have both legs off the ground at once. So that method keeps so that you always have one foot on the ground. Because if you have 2 feet both off the ground, it's like considered running, and then it's a different thing. So the reason they're all like they're wiggling their butts so much is because they're making sure that they don't take both feet off the ground at once. Fast walking is best walking. Heck yeah, except for Christopher walking. Yeah, no, they are the best. Oh dear. I like fast walking when I'm at work. But then when I'm not, it makes it like feel like it's different kind of walking if I'm not at work. That's good. I'm lazy, I'm gonna take my time and you can wait. Yeah, outside of work I'm more like that. I just want to take everything in and like look at everything and yeah, make sure I don't miss anything. I go slow. Sometimes crowds make me speed up a bit because like I don't want to get stuck in a crowd. But yeah, most of the time I'm quite happy just to take it leisurely. And then at work I'm like zoom, zoom. There. I think most of us, a lot of people honestly I work with power walk a lot. Because again, it just makes the day, like, it doesn't hurt your leg. It sounds silly, because, like, of course it's going to hurt your legs more at the end of the day if you're power walking, but, like, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, by the end of the day, I actually feel better than if I was just, like, standing around and not really moving. Because being on your feet all day is rough, so, like, yeah. Having that movement makes it feel a lot better. Rip butter. Oh, no, right butter time, not rip butter time. I was like, what happened? It's butter. Surely it can't go that wrong. Go. This one's quite an important step because it basically creates a really good line that I can follow for the beads, but it also gives that little indent, which is really nice. How many more we got to go? Oh, just a few. Not too bad. Not too bad. Oops, sorry. I keep elbowing you. I can't move you though, so you're gonna have to stay. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Poor machine. My embroidery machine's worked so hard. It still has more work to do, to be fair, but it's been working really hard. Oh yeah. I still have to digitize those beds. I keep saying on stream I have to digitize the stuff for the headpiece, and then just completely forgetting as soon as stream is over that that's something that I need to do. It's not that I'm not working on other things, but like I should really get that done soon. It's just been sat there and I'm like, oh shoot, yeah, I really need to do that. Also, Clan, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good time. Rip butter tie. It's like you leave the butter in the sun and it melts. Rip butter time. Ah, dear. Oh, actually, I can probably check to see how that poll ended now, right? I think that poll would have ended by now. That'd be on Twitter. So I had a poll on Twitter. Okay. So it's 20 votes, 80% okay with me eating noodles, 20% disgustan. Oh, how many people is that then? That's 4 people who are not so happy with it. I could just mute myself while I eat the noodles, but yeah, it just means I'll be able to stream for a bit longer, because otherwise I get really hungry and then I have to stop streaming because I'm hungry. So I thought it'd be nice if I wanted to do some longer streams, but then normally I'd have like drier foods, but at the moment I just have lots of noodles to eat. Leon, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. What poll? So I had a poll on Twitter running from last night to today about, you know, eating on stream, because I don't tend to eat anything more than a snack on stream most of the time. And I know some people are very, very against it, so I just wanted to get an idea for this community, how people would feel about it, because obviously it's a little different everywhere you go, but it would mean that I could stream longer if I ate. And I do a lot of like 4-hour to 5-hour streams, and then I can't really go much longer because I'm so hungry. And that tends to be, unless I've just finished the project, which does happen. Sometimes I finish whatever I'm working on and it's like, okay, yeah, you know what, that's the end of the stream then. But unless it's like that, it tends to be me being hungry as what ends the stream. So it'd be nice if I had something where I could go for longer, yeah. I'm planning on eating noodles today when I woke up. Heck yeah! I got some Korean noodles downstairs, like the packet noodles, and then I normally cook them with an egg. I have seafood in the freezer, so I could also cook it with that, but I'm thinking I just kind of want the egg today. The egg. Very nice. Should eat, yeah. I mean, after stream, I always go and eat, like, immediately. So it's not like I don't eat. It just means that stream gets ended a little earlier than maybe it could, because I'm hungry. And if I ate, then that wouldn't be an issue. I could just go on for longer. But again, if people were very against it, I wouldn't have done it. I would have just continued my, like, 4 to 5 hour streams and not done anything longer. But since it does seem like the majority of people are not against it, then I'll partake in food. That I can keep going. Days of people with high metabolisms. But metabolisms, there we go. I mean, yeah, for me, I'm definitely in a routine of eating later in the day anyway, because of like how my workplace is. So often I won't eat lunch until a bit later. So it's not been the end of the world. It just, you know, again, I want to stream a bit longer, so like it'd be nice if there was a way I could do it. I make my own with veggies and an egg. Heck yeah! Sometimes I put veggies in it, but often I'm not like, I'd rather put like seafood, honestly. I just want to put seafood in it. Like, I guess other than spring onions, if we have them, I'll put those in it. But, yeah, we don't have any of those right now. We've run out because of having some rice. We run out of our spring onions. That's okay. There we go, that's all them done. Honestly, I think it's fine to eat on stream because anyone who doesn't like it probably mute, leave for a bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's the hope. That if you really don't like it, that you can just pop out for a little while so that I can continue after eating. Because normally what would happen otherwise was I would basically, I'd do my stream, go and eat, and then I'd be like, well, now I want to keep sewing again. But, you know, I've already finished my stream, we've already raided into someone, so I'm not just gonna, like, go live again. But, like, I would be completely fine to go live again. Because, yeah, I just, you know, I just needed to eat something. Right, get all these in the box over here. Since we won't be dealing with these right now. I got, like, such a full box of scales over there for stuff that needs to happen. All my time for your second breakfast, heck yeah! Get that heckin' second breakfast. Oh dear. Right. I need to wait for my iron to cool down a bit. Then we're going to take those strips of scales that we made earlier, and I'm going to start sewing them together along like the join. I want to keep it really obvious that they've got those lines on it and they're separate because we've done that top stitch for a reason. It is to match the outfit, but I would like them to not be splaying apart too much as they go down. So I'm going to be sewing them all together. I'll just be doing a hand stitch down the whole thing, and then because there is 16 on each length, it would be, yeah, quite a bit. So it's like 15 lines of stitches. They're not super long, but because I have to be quite delicate with them, it might take a moment, but that's the next step really for us today, is to get those bits done. I could do beading, but I think I'd rather get the ones we've already kind of started finished. And then once they've all been sewn together, we can think about making little bias strips for it. I don't know if we'll get to that today, because I do think the hand stitching is going to take a while. But if we get to it, we get to it. The other thing is I might consider, before doing the little bias strips, putting the beads on the rest of them. Yeah. I need to be AFK screen or something, if need be, AFK screen. Ah, yeah, we have AFK screen, but I think I'll be fine. I mean, listen, I don't know what you look like when you eat noodles. I just stuff them in my face most of the time, and then I dunk them in the egg. Oh, it's good though. Honestly, those noodles, I think it was Feathered Phoenix that recommended them. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. I used to have only the really spicy, well, they're not really spicy ones, but like the spicier ones. So the Shin Spicy were the only ones I used to get because they were the only ones that were sold locally to me. And then Feathered Phoenix was like, oh no. If you go on Amazon, you can buy them in packs and it's cheaper and you can get all the different flavors. And since then, I've been getting more and more. There's a few more that I would like to try that aren't like such wet noodles, which I definitely give a go. But yeah, I've really liked it. It's been really nice. And they're so good. They're so tasty. Yeah. I'm so glad they got recommended. Because I would have just been like, well, now they've stopped selling the spicy one, so now I can't get any of these noodles anymore, ever. But no, I can. I get them all on Amazon. And they're not too badly priced. It depends on which ones you get, but you buy them in like packs of 5. They're pretty good. What are they called? Shin ramyun, but like it's there's a lot of different flavors. Oh, thank you, Twitter. I appreciate it. I'm just looking on Amazon. Oh, it's done by, what was it? Nongshim Ramyun. Yeah, I'll write that in chat so that you don't. There's like a lot of flavors. The red one is the one that I used to be able to buy locally to me, but I can't anymore. But if you type that into your Amazon search bar, it will show you like these ones where like you got the veggie one, you got the Shin ramyun, the like spicy one. You can get the black one, which I think is meant to be even. Oh no, that's a super spicy one. Yeah. But then you've also got like neoguri. You've got, where's the kimchi one? I like the kimchi one. Yeah, but that's in the cup. I get it not in the cup. Spaghetti. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that you could get. There's also like ones which, if you've never had them before, maybe have a look at one which is like a spicy assorted 12-pack or something, right? And then it gives you some options. Maybe not the spicy one. Maybe just the top-selling assortment box. Yeah. So you get 15 packs for $16.99 in the UK, and that way you get like a little bit of everything. So you get some of the vegetable one I can see in there. I don't know if that's the kimchi one, and that's like this regular, but then you also got samyang? Yeah. And a few others in there too. And I can see some neoguri back there too. And so that way you can try like a lot of them at once. And then find some ones that you like, and then you can order those in bulk. Mystery box, $33 for 15. Of course, you'd be looking, people will be looking at different. I was gonna say, mine is like 15 packs, £16. It might be more expensive depending on where you are in the world. Yeah, I should maybe have thought of that. But I might actually, I haven't had a couple of those. I might actually add that to my basket. Because there's a couple in there that I've not had. And yeah, that sounds pretty good. What other ones do they have? Oh, there's some really interesting ones. A case of 30? Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, there's some really cool ones, and I think if you want to try like getting a mixed bag is probably the best one to start with. See which ones you like, and then you can always come back to this page and be like, okay, so I really like the kimchi, I'm gonna get like a 5-pack of that one, and then I really liked the nirigiri, so I'm gonna get like a 5-pack of that one, and then you can come back and do that after you've tried them. Yeah. Oh dear. It's good because the ones with all like the individuals were out of stock here for a while. I'm glad to see them back because yeah, it's a nice way of trying them because we don't sell those in the supermarkets here really at all. You could probably get them if you go to a specific supermarket, like an Asian supermarket or something like that. But like here, we don't have anything like that nearby for me that I could just nip out the house and go to. So it's a bit more difficult. And yeah, it's a nice option. Yeah, I like doing that too, like casting a net. Yeah, like there's probably going to be one or two that you're not so keen on in there. The noodles are really good quality though, so regardless, you know, I think you'll probably end up liking that. They are, I think, all a bit spicy. At least for my taste buds, they were all a bit spicy. But then I started with the red one, which is easily the spiciest one I have in the house right now. The other ones were not quite so bad. But I like spicy food. It does make me like sniff, but I like it. Dear. I think I like the veggie ones a lot, honestly. They've still got, and the kimchi ones, because they're a bit milder and easier to introduce to other people, where you're like, give this one a go. It's spicy, but it's like not really, really spicy. Oh, but they are nice. I like them. I like them a lot. And the thing is as well, they're not super low in calories. So as far as making it a meal, like you have that, like poach an egg alongside it. Like you can do it in the same liquid even. Poach an egg along with it. and then maybe put some like veggies on top if you fancy it, and that's like a proper meal. Oh, I love the vegetable one. The vegetable one's so good. Oh. Yeah. I haven't had the potato ramen. That's one I haven't had. I keep seeing it, but I've not actually had it. I don't know if that's any good, to be fair. I get reasonable reviews. It's a bit more expensive than my veggie one, though. Potato ramen, chewy texture. Okay, so like the noodles are different. I'm very curious because I do love potato, and that's definitely not something that I've had. Maybe I'll order one of those if I like it. I can't handle spicy, I cough, but it's so good. You're probably gonna cough at a few of these. It's very much like a hit the back of your throat kind of spice, but it's really good. It's really tasty, and I would recommend it. I'm just waiting for my iron to cool down right now, and then I'll keep sewing, but... yeah, it's really good. Would recommend. Very tasty. I wish we did sell them at more places here, honestly, because I do think they'd be popular. Like, I know there's like obviously a lot of jokes about British people not using spice, and you're not wrong, but we do like spicy food, a lot of us. A lot of us really do quite enjoy spicy food. So I do think they'd go down very well. There's nothing quite like, you know, after you've been at the pub and you have something spicy with it kind of thing. With drinking especially. So I think they'd go down pretty well. Oh dear. Let's trim off some of those threads. And so what I need to do is basically go up these gaps and just sew them together. So I'll be doing it from the back for the most part. And then as we sew them together, we'll get like a little bit closer to what I actually want it to look like. Oh dear. Yeah, we have to just go up that. I'll probably do like a... I don't know, I could do a sock stitch, but I'm kind of feeling more just to like go over it like that. I think that'll look neatest. I could probably start. It'll be a bit difficult if the iron doesn't cool down soon, because I don't want to brush my arm against the iron. For reasonably obvious reasons, I'd say. It's not something I'm looking to do today. I've got a little bit of thread left on here, so I can probably start using that. Try and conserve my thread. Trim. Ah dear, strike while the iron is hot. No! Yeah, that works, but maybe not when it's a literal iron. It's dangerous. Don't strike that iron. Ah dear. Let's get that there. And then we just want to go the whole way up, just grabbing the very back of the fabric. I'm not looking to go through the whole thing. Just grabbing the back and slowly pinching it with my needle and through there. Yeah, and it will just encourage these two pieces to stay next to each other. Again, it's not something you'll see, but it will make it so much easier to end up attaching this to the dress than just trying to music. You know, I haven't actually gone anywhere and I'm still here, and I swear to God, please, there you go. My music's always like this. It's like, you know what? Are we really taking part in the stream? Are you still streaming? I don't know. I'll shut up and then see if you notice. I notice. Oh dear. I mean, it's literally about striking the iron while it's hot, as in blacksmithing. Oh! So like taking the opportune moment and just go for it? Yeah. Because it's... I didn't know it was related to blacksmithing, but now that you've said it, I can see that. Yeah. Supreme! Jelly, chat. I had to stop and say hello on my way to work. Oh, have a lovely day at work, Supreme. Thank you for popping by. Good luck. I hope it goes well. I like people with R's in their name, because then I can roll their name. Honestly, I don't get enough chances in day-to-day life to roll my R's. Thank you for having an R in your name. Oh dear. There we go. And yeah, I love rolling R's. Like, I don't have enough opportunities to do it, but I enjoy it. I love the sound of rolling an R. What is that? Aeves! Falls over and wants to go to sleep now. Oh! Ash, welcome on in. We're doing a bit of hand stitching, so I'm just making sure the scales don't wander too far apart. You see on the top that you can't see it at all, and they still look like they just look like they've been placed together. The reason is because there's two different pieces of fabric here, and if I only nick the back one, it holds them together without you even noticing it's holding them together. Yeah. Puts blanket on. Yeah, put blanket on, Ad. They need a blanket. I can roll arrows all day. Luckily, I'm a French teacher, so I actually do more roll than off. Nice. Heck yeah, I like that. I don't really, with the English language, get to use it very often. Ah, dear. That's clever. You can start by learning Dutch. We have a lot of words where you need to make that sound with the brr. I am actually, what was that language was I learning? Oh god, I should remember this. Well, I'm clearly not doing a very good job since I've full-on forgotten the language that I was learning. I'll get back to you on that. I'm doing some Duolingo for a language that I've completely forgotten. Please excuse me, I have a stupid brain. And that's let me roll my R's quite a lot. So that's been really nice. Because yeah, like base English, you don't really do that very much. Toast in a blanket. Is it Welsh? No, it's not Welsh. I'm learning a bit of Welsh outside of Duolingo because of Shiny, but I'm not doing that on Duolingo yet, but I might. I was thinking that I might swap over and start doing that on Duolingo too, because I wanted to get a bit further with this first language. But yeah, I was thinking to swap over when I'm a bit more confident with this one, and then do Welsh, just to learn a bit faster. Pre-Honda? Oh, sure. Duolingo. Duolingo, yeah, the owl that harasses you. Yeah. We could do it. Once I finish with the cosplay, we could always do a Duolingo stream. You know, I don't know if you guys would find it very interesting, but there's going to be like a full couple weeks where I can't use my sewing machines because they're going to be out to the cleaners. So, yeah, I could always do a Duolingo stream in that. You could judge me. Judge me on my Britishness and being unable to comprehend other languages. I am trying my best, to be quite honest. That is one thing that I want to be better at. We have so many people come in here who can speak so many languages, and it's really made me want to push myself a little bit more in my languages. Yeah. What about that? Palpatine, do it. Do it. There's no R rolling in English. I tried to teach my mum, she had a difficult time. Yeah, I know quite a lot of people that can't roll their R's at all. And it might just be that, like, you know, it's not part of the language, so that it's never something learned. But then when I come over Wales, a lot of people here can roll their R's. That's like a weird thing, right? Not to say that no one in England can roll their R's. Of course, a lot of people can, but I haven't really met anyone who speaks Welsh that can't roll their R's. I guess just because it's part of the language, but yeah. I know when I learned the phrase that will not be repeated because it's not it's not a very useful phrase in Welsh, but I would always roll my R's on the last word, and Shiny was like, yes, very nice. Very good accent. And I'd be like, yeah, thank you, Shiny. He had me repeat it like 10 times the first time though, because he was like, I don't know what accent you've got, but I don't think you've got my accent, which doesn't really make any sense. Sorry, Shiny, I've picked up more of a northern accent, my bad. But, you know, I enjoy it. I do really like learning other languages. It was always one of the most fun lessons for me in school as well. Because it was like the... Well, to be fair though, I was learning a language back then that I was very passionate about. Which definitely helps. But then because I didn't take it at a higher level, I only kind of learned pretty useless phrases for the most part, unfortunately. There you go. Let me show you this, and then we'll do the rest of them, just so you have an idea what we're doing. Ruffles have I got stuck. Ruffles have fridges. Why do they need to go to the cleaners? So, they gotta go because, first of all, it's 3 years is up for this one anyway. I try to send my machines every 3 years if possible. My sewing machine is already up to 3 years. However, I have been using a lot of lame, a lot of lame in this project. And lame lints in really small amounts and can filter down into your machine. It is like a plastic fabric as well, so if it's heating up, you're like heating up plastic inside of your machine. And even though it's only very small amounts, over time that might end up causing a lot of damage. So I would rather, when this project is finished, send them both off to be professionally cleaned, get all that stuff out of the electronics, because again, it can get anywhere in here. And then get them back. I don't expect either of them to need any sort of repairs. They're like not in a bad shape at all. but I want to get all that lint, especially from the lame, out of there because I don't want that causing any issues in the machine later on. Also, there it is on the top. It doesn't even look like they've been sewn together, but they will hold together fast. They won't move. And on the back, really nice, neat little row of stitches. So we're going to do that the whole way up. All of these will have that done to them. It's such a little thing, but it will make a big difference. I know 2 languages, and I find it difficult not to put my French accent into other language, which is funny because French is my second language. Well, no, I had the same thing. So when I was trying to learn some Welsh, I kept putting my Spanish accent, which is what I learned in school for 5 years, onto all the Welsh stuff I learned. Because, you know, I just associated, you know, learning another language with that kind of accent. And it makes no sense because when you're learning Welsh, it's very, very different to Spanish. Those accents do not merge. And a lot of it as well was like the pronunciation of vowels. I got really, really confused with a good long time because I'm so used to Y being like an E sound, and then you come over to Welsh and that's just not the case. It's an sound. And of course Wales also has the different alphabet too, which for someone new speaking it does get a little complicated, but you know, that's alright. It's a fun language to learn, would recommend. I think it's to keep them for longer and then they work better. Yeah, basically, all machines need regular cleaning. Junk builds up in the moving parts. Exactly. And if you... Is my music really loud really suddenly, or is it just me? I'm going to turn it down a little bit. I'm sorry. I love you, but a little quieter. If you're using a material that you know is going to be linting extra, you might take it in anyway. Like, which is what I'm going to be doing with my embroidery machine. It's been using so much lame, and I gave it a mild cleaning the other day when we had that knot stuck in it, and I can already see so much lame inside the machine, and a lot of it is in places that I can't reach without unscrewing my entire machine, which is not something that I'm confident doing. I can unscrew the top parts, but I'm not going into the deep mechanical bits. So what I'm going to do is, you know, send them both off, get them both properly cleaned out, get all that lame out of there, and then when I get them back, they'll be nice and healthy. Kind of like getting a haircut, you know? You don't want to leave it too long, otherwise you'll have a completely different hairstyle. You want to try and get one every now and again. When you have 2 languages and you say words that don't even exist because you're trying to translate the words and you have dyslexia. Oh dear. Oh, I always loved learning Spanish, but I don't know. I think I'd need to start it. Not start it again, because there's a lot that I still remember, but I'd need to go from like a pretty beginner level at this point. Yeah. That's not the language I'm learning at the moment. I'll look it up and see if I remember. Basically, I remember a lot of people in stream could speak this language, and so I was like, well, so many of the people that pop in know it, so I want to know it too. Obviously, we keep chat to English only because that is like all of my moderator team can speak English, so it makes it easiest to moderate the chat, and that's not going to change. But I just think it's so cool that so many people in chat speak this language that I wanted to learn it too. I wanna be in on the language club. I wanna speak it, even if I don't speak it on stream. I still wanna know, you know. You know, it might have been Dutch, honestly. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been Dutch that I'm learning. I don't know. Basically, I remember a lot of people said they spoke the same language, and I was like, that's cool. I wanna speak it too. So I'm learning, but it might be Dutch. Oh dear. Because I know that I had a pretty big Dutch-speaking audience. Could it just be Dutch? Could it just be Dutch? It might be. I have to double check. I sometimes forget words in Dutch, but I know the word in other languages. My parents despair of me. Well, that's how though you get like, I like that. When I hear people like intermixing 2 languages because they speak 2, I think that's really, really cool. Like, and you see it a lot more now because of things I think like K-pop and stuff like that. I just think it's lovely. I think it's really nice. I want to hear you speak 2 languages at once. That's sick. Yeah. I know sometimes in Welsh it sounds like you switch back to English mid-sentence, Because there's a lot of objects in Welsh and things in Welsh that just sound very, very similar to the English word for them. And so it sounds like you start in Welsh and finish in English, but you're actually staying in Welsh the whole time. Just a similar word. Because normally it's with more modern words. Yeah. Things that probably didn't exist at the beginning of the language. Go. Another line, done. It's cool, but it can get confusing when they don't understand the language and you try to explain something to them. I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. I'm very fortunate in the case of my family. We only speak English. We're all English speakers. Like, we have not deviated much from that, so there's very little confusion. Although actually, there is a bit of a trait in my family. A lot of the people have it where we full on will say the wrong word, but not realize we've said it. Like calling an umbrella an elephant, stuff like that. But like, we'll just keep going and not realize that we've said completely the incorrect word and what we just said made absolutely no sense to anyone listening. Although, most of the time, they get let known pretty quickly. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean you left your elephant at work? What elephant is this? We've never met them. And like, it'd be one thing if it happened every now and again, but I think with some conversations with my family members, it happens several times in one like phone call. I do it to an extent, but nowhere near as bad as some people in my family. But maybe with age it'll get worse, I don't know. My favorite word is pedwa. It sounds like magic, but it just means four. I have some phrases I really enjoy in Welsh, but I can't say any of them on stream really, because they are lewd. They're not lewd exactly though. Well, they weren't made with lewd intentions. I was learning a lot of phrases doing Boobtober, and so a lot of them are like themed. Oh dear. I still love, I think I taught chat this one, which is one of the ones where I can roll my R's as well, which I like. That was Dwi'n hoffi pob math o bronnau, and I love it. It makes me happy. It's still true. I literally just went around the house saying that for most of Boobtober last year. So Dark, thank you for the follow. By the way, I should say it literally just means I like all kinds of breasts. So it's like not Welsh you want to be using in public, but it was very handy during Boobtober. Just we back? Welcome on back. I hope you're having a good day. We are sewing together the scales behind at the back so that when we lay it on the dress it's much easier to... We'll basically make sure none of them fall out of line. Yeah, and it's much easier for us. It is zero whoop whoop! What's a zero whoop whoop add? What's happened that's a zero whoop whoop? My score on this cosplay, it's a zero whoop whoop! Oh dear. There probably wouldn't be a whoop whoop situation actually. I hope to score at least 1 point. The amount of points the UK will get in Eurovision this year, it's a zero! Whoop whoop! Oh dear. The cult shall consume. Yeah, I mean, welcome to our wholesome community. We are a wholesome community. Why are you giving that shifty eyes? We have been a wholesome community. So I'm just checking my iron. My iron is not ready yet. We've been a wholesome community since day one. What are you talking about? Only wholesome. Oh dear. Go. I think I might need to change the thread before I get to the end, but that's okay. We'll live, we'll live. Why are you laughing? We have been a wholesome community since day one. We do wholesome sewing streams. We get our sewing work done. You have a mature tag for your stream. No, we don't have a mature tag for our stream right now. It's gone. It's gone during the entirety of the month of March. The whole month of March, we're not mature. We're immature. Because to take part in events like Women's History Month, you can't have a mature rating, which makes sense. I have been really careful on the topics that I've been bringing into chat, because I've been like, I know that we might have younger people here this month, and so for that reason, pick mature. Sorry, you're right. We should write that down with your... I swear. My keyboard. Do any of you remember why I got that keyboard? So basically, we had someone in chat donate a large amount of money when they found out that I was making a PC. Basically, it was very heckin' kind of them, but I had already got all the pieces. Like I wasn't trying to be like, you know, I need more pieces, because I had already got all the pieces for the PC. Like I was ready, right? And then I think I mentioned like there's literally just one a couple things that I need to get. So instead of spending that money on like a really cheap keyboard, I decided to get a keyboard that was a little bit more expensive, because someone had literally donated for it. And I was like, no, no. So, yeah, I got that keyboard, and the person who donated approved of it. So I was like, there we go. Well, that'll be the keyboard for the stream then. Not realizing that it had no indication of which letters were meant to be under each key. Wholesome, yeah, wholesome. 100% wholesome. We've always been 100% wholesome. Very wholesome stream. I don't think you'll find anyone who said otherwise. Also, our whole stream is about trying to help people with cosplay and make cosplay and encourage cosplay and creativity. What's not wholesome about that? I just want to meet more cosplayers. Oh dear. What are you saying, Grobbit? Grobbit, you want to sell it to my face? Grobbit, I can zoom in. There you go. You want to say that to my face? I'll wait. Oh dear. I should probably not just leave it in this screen, because people are going to be like, what kind of sewing stream is this? Where it's just like a face the whole time? Let me take that off. Oh! Ooh. Ooh. Wait, can I... Yeah, sorry, what was that? Sorry, I don't think I heard anything. I don't, yeah. I did my cosplay while you were streaming yesterday, and I finished the first... You've made a tail? Oh my god, making tails, it is... I would always put it as like a higher skill, like a more advanced skill in costume. That takes a lot of heckin' effort. Well heckin' done. That's a hard one. Tails are not easy. Not at all. They look easy because they're just one long piece of fabric a lot of the time. Tails are difficult. Tails are really tricky. They weigh a lot, the attachments are difficult. Of course, getting the swing, if you're doing a wiggle tail the way that you want it, takes a lot of trial and error. And it's not like there are just patterns for these things. Yes, it's like 1.5 meters long. It's super soft. Heck yeah, I love me a super soft tail. I made a Nico tail for the Winter Wonderland version of Nico from League of Legends. And that tail's like a pillow. I love that tail. It is so nice. Oh, also, does anyone recognize this soundtrack? A bit of an older soundtrack, but it's beautiful. It's very music box themed, and as I said, I like the music boxes. Does anyone recognize? I wonder. Oh dear. The smut is mainly because of me, but that's beside— Yeah! Yeah, I'm getting blamed for other people's smut. I'm a sweet bean. And yes, it is hard, and it was my third try of making it. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people when making tails, it's like, it takes a lot of trial and error to get it the way that you want it. Good on you for sticking with it. Because I honestly, when I finished the base of this tail for this costume, I just wore it around the house for like a week. I was like, hell yeah, look at my massive tail, smacking into everything. There's no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt. Is that from this? Oh, see, maybe you know more than I do. That's from this. It feels like it could be a quote from this. Try not to give it away. Oh dear. Wiggly tails are the best. They are. They're so fun. I like making tails a lot more than I like making wings. Wings are such a pain in the ass. Like a lot of cosplayers make them and I'm just like, how? How have you just so effortlessly made such a nightmare creation? Oh, I hate, be honest, I know the wings for this costume are not too bad. Comparatively, I've made worse. But I still dread making the wings for this costume. Like all of them, honestly. I don't, wings are a pain. Real pain in the ass. Oh, it's the library from Dawn of War. Okay. My bad. Like, it sounds like it could be a quote from this, but I don't know. There are very few games where I could quote a lot of things. Probably Final Fantasy IX would be the only one. Really, and that's only because I played it so goddamn much. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah. Wings are a pain, but I made something easy that works, and I'm happy with it. Heck yeah, you should be. You should be happy with it. Again, really difficult stuff to be doing. If it's something you're happy with, it's perfect. Oh dear. I'm very happy with my tail, but it is not the first time I've made tails. It wasn't even the first iteration of that tail, technically. I actually had a different pattern for it, which I remade. Yeah. Oh, Shark! Welcome on in! I hope you're having a good day. You were talking about sharks earlier. You were talking about the Greenland shark. Oh dear. Go. Oh yeah. Alright, time to put the mask on. Heck yeah! I hope you're doing well too. Thank you, Shark. I actually got my shark top on today. It's got 3 sharks. I think it's a hammerhead, I'm assuming a great white, and a whale shark? Yeah. Oh, another shark. Yes! Yeah, it's from Redbubble. There's some really fantastic artists on Redbubble, and I found this one which was shark, and I was like, yeah, that's what I need in my life. I need silly derpy sharks on my t-shirts. And I'm very happy with it. Right now, to anyone joining, we've made like scales, we've put them all on the bias tape, and I'm now just sewing the scales together at the center from the back so that you can't see it at the front. Just so it's a lot easier to attach to our final dress. My dream is to cosplay more sharks! Heck yeah! Like the IKEA Heck yeah, a shark cosplayer? Fantastic. Fantastic. Nice taste. Very good. I'm wearing my pocket Zerling shirt. A pocket Zerling? Is that like there's someone in your pocket? I've seen a few shirts like that look very heckin' cool. I don't own any though, unfortunately. Oh. If you hit a shark on its face, they go away. But I don't want them to go away. I want them to stay. They're good beans. Oh, do you love sharks too? Heck yeah! Oh my god, we have so many shark lovers in chat. Please, welcome on in, all lovers of shark. I like sharks a lot. Oh dear. Oh, thank you. That was the first start to finish cosplay we ever made on stream. Like, keep the picture down there, because yeah, it was that was such a cool time. Like, making a cosplay start to finish on stream. I was very heckin' pleased. Boop the shark snoots. Jelly, they'll eat you. No! From Carl Animations Mashai. Oh, sick. Very nice, very nice. Planning on making a shark fursuit? Oh. Oh. It'd be a whole heckin' shark. Would you make it with fur? I guess it'd be nice and soft if you made it with fur. So you know you can get more reflective materials. But I guess then you'd be looking at a very realistic shark and not a very soft shark. Oh dear. Basically large, powerful sea doggos, right? They're just really curious and they find out what's going on with a little nip and be like, oh no, this isn't the seal I normally eat. Moving on. They're very sweet beings for the most. They don't like humans. They don't want to be near human. They want to be near fish. Oh dear. Creates, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about sharks. We've got a lot of shark lovers in chat, myself included. Are you the best on your shark fursuit? Heck yeah, but directly in front of them is their blind spot, so hitting them in the face sometimes. Aww. Aww. I mean, most sharks won't do very much. There's only like 3 sharks I think that have ever killed a person. Most sharks might give you a little bit of a nip, but like they won't do so much. We get basking sharks around the UK, and they are so hecking cool. If you've never seen a picture of a basking shark, I implore you, look one up. They are funny creatures. They've just got massive sieve for a mouth. Oh dear. Or like a colander, like an invert colander. So funny. He can form very strong attachment to humans, even becoming jealous and rubbish. Oh my god. That's so cute. They are like doggos then. Aww. So I made a left shark costume, but it turned out extra round rather than pointy. That's really cute though. A left shark costume. I love that. Cool. Invert colander. They are like invert colander. I love basking sharks. Sometimes in the UK they do like boat tours to go look at the basking sharks when they're like nearby, and you can go up to them in a boat and see them. I mean, basking sharks are like honestly have a lot more similarities with whales because they just filter everything. They're not dangerous at all. They're just massive, really really big shark they are, but like basically harmless to people unless you're krill. You'll probably be fine. Oh, I love them. They're such sweet beans. And they're so big. Man loose leg jelly, what a cute little lip. The thing with sharks though is most of the time they'll only even bite you if it's like you're in their area doing breeding seasons. Like there are areas that will be cordoned off. Like, don't go here. There are sharks. It is breeding season. Bad time. Don't be here. And most of the time people get bitten because they ignore that. So it's like, it's the same feeling I have when people get kicked by horses half the time. You've gone up behind a horse. You're gonna get kicked. And like, I'm sorry it happened to you, because obviously that can be really heckin' dangerous. But like, a healthy respect for wild animals. Oh dear. Like breaking and entering someone's home in the US, you're gonna get shot. Yeah, it's like it's just, if you are warned and there is a clear reason not to go, of course there are freak accidents and stuff like that where, you know, you're not expecting sharks or a shark's got lost and it's gonna hurt someone potentially. There are accidents, but like most of the time when sharks end up hurting someone, it is because the humans come into their area during like a bad season, and normally those areas are also cordoned off. Yeah. Oh, my lunch break? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I don't know. They're very cool animals. I don't necessarily see them as sea monsters. Especially because we know when they have breeding season. It's not like it's a mystery to us. We are fully aware when you shouldn't be anywhere near sharks. Oh dear. Like getting punched by a kangaroo because you went into their home. Yeah, it's like healthy respect for wild animals. Like, most of the time if you leave them be, they'll leave you be. Shark's not going to crawl onto land just to bite you. Oh dear. I can't swim, so I'd probably die. You'd eventually probably be eaten by sharks maybe, but not when you're alive. They'd come get the carrion from you, right? Basically. Horse stood on my foot this one time, and I was like, yeah, I did that to myself kind of since I was so close to them with my feet. Yeah, it's like, we grew up in an area where everyone rode horses. It was almost like part of the school curriculum to ride horse. But, so everyone kind of did it. And like, I've fallen off horse. I've had been dragged behind horse. And the reason I was wearing the wrong shoes, and that's why they didn't come off. The horse itself just had a moment, and they do. But, like, just... And that wasn't even, like, a wild animal. That was very much a tame horse. But, like, it's the risk, I suppose. And for a lot of people, that risk is very worth it. Personally, I wouldn't do horse riding outside of, like, the odd excursion because it hurts your butt if you're not used to it. And, like, that alone is enough to make me be like, yeah, I don't want to do it too often. My butt's just gonna hurt. But, yeah. Clearly not watch Sharknado. Shoot, actually, yeah, now that you've said that, yeah, true. That was... I thought that for 3 days. Oh, God, did you put googly eyes on it? I did not put googly eyes on it. Oh, dear. There we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, I mean... Hasn't there literally been documentaries about sharks from the perspective of people that have been bitten by sharks? And most of the time they're like, yeah, that was probably my own fault. Like, I was kind of in the wrong place. I think most of the people that really have a vendetta against sharks are people that have never seen a shark. Although that is just kind of, I guess, a generalized statement, but I think most people are just scared of them on principle. And people that have often had run-ins with sharks, it's not quite like that. Again, probably not everyone. There probably are people that have had run-ins with sharks and they feel very, definitely not fair that it's happened to them, you know? But, I think a lot of people, it's just like, yeah, I went into their territory doing a bad time, and I got bit. Like, I wouldn't walk through the heather without keeping a good eye out, okay? Because in the UK, we have adders. And they tend to be, from my experience, if they're not lost, they're in the heather. And, like, I probably wouldn't let my dog loose in the heather for the same reason. But if something did happen, it would happen with full knowledge that there were snakes probably there, you know? Oh, yeah. There you go. It's just dropping shark facts while standing resin, bless you. Thank you for the shark facts. Would look funny, they would have. It's the same as snakes, like most of them are not bad. Yeah, like, most snakes want to be nowhere near a human. Unless they're like a pet snake. Like, they want to be as far away from humans as possible. And some of them do have more intense threat responses than others. But most of it is not so that they can eat humans, it's so that they can get away from humans. And of course there are times with snakes, I suppose, because they're on land, where they are in very unfortunate places. But they're not there because they're looking to eat a human. They're just lost. Oh, sorry. Now otters, those guys are bastards. I've heard a lot about otters. They're very cute. The thing is that can you really blame an animal for doing what it... I don't know. Not really. Also, if an otter bites you, it's gonna hurt. Sharp teeth. Jesus. We've been trauma trained with Boris Johnson. It's like, the only thing I'm afraid of is the government. Everything else, we're fine. I'm not gonna get... No, you know, I'll end that there. Otherwise, that's gonna get really political really quickly. You and your shark facts. Yeah! Appreciate you and your shark facts. We always appreciate shark facts here. Most of the shark facts I have are a bit depressing, unfortunately. They're like things like every year 100 million sharks are killed. That there are places where shark finning is done and like no one can stop it because like it's also basically like a shark fin soup mafia. Yeah. I know the way they do shark finning is incredibly cruel because they'll literally cut the fin off the shark, throw it back in the water, and then and leave it to basically die at the bottom of the sea slowly, maybe being eaten alive. Yeah, it is a very cruel practice and not something that I agree with at all. It's like the reason I'd never eat shark is because a lot of sharks are endangered. A lot of sharks are very quickly becoming endangered. It's like, I don't want to contribute to that. As much as I like trying new things and eating a bit of everything, draw the line when it comes to creatures that are endangered. Or going endangered. Nature won't get bit as long as you don't go near them. Yeah, exactly. Then again, I'm way more afraid of the average human being. Understandable. You know how many pins and needles I've got in my house? Got so many! I could become like a horror thing very easily with all of my pins and needles. Even policies I adore to the person shouldn't. Yeah. But yeah. It's I mean, that's why I got into fundraising for sharks when I was little. Because thing is, eating meat is one thing, torturing animals is quite another. And like, I can't see shark finning as anything other than like torturing an animal. And also, the waste is pretty intense. Like, you hope that some fish will come eat it, but like, using just one part of an animal's body, and also the practice that they do for catching sharks, it tends to be long lining, which is illegal in a lot of places. Straight up illegal long lining, because it's just this massive, massive long line with hooks on it. But the method that they use, they catch loads of animals on that long line. It's not like it's specifically targeted towards sharks. So they catch turtles, dolphins, all this other big sea life. And if it's not the sharks, they throw it back. But most of the time it will die on the line. So as well as throwing back sharks that have had their fin cut off and just die at the bottom of the ocean, they also throw back lots of dead animals that they've caught along the way with long lining. It's so detrimental. Yeah, I really, really dislike it. Oh dear, you make a great killer, thanks. That's honestly all I ever want to hear. But I keep dropping at an alarming rate. Honestly, there are gonna always be people that value education more. I really don't like the IQ test because I don't think it's a good I have on that a high IQ, but only because I'm very good at fast problem solving. Anything else? No, I'm not a smart person. I don't have a lot of world knowledge. I only speak one language. Like, I would not consider myself to be up there in the intellect, but according to IQ test, I am. There's a big... I don't like it. I don't like it very much at all. I think it's the same as like school tests, where it picks a type of intellect. If you're good at that, then you'll do well. But there's a lot of people that I think are really smart creatively that will probably not do so well on a IQ test because they're so specialized. Yeah. When your father is a butcher and you have tons of knives, oh god. No, I'm not scary, it's all normal. Yeah, not all animals they catch are wasted. Yeah, I mean, there definitely are some that they'll keep, but like, I think a lot of the time it is just the amount of animals that will die on the line before they even get pulled onto the boat. And like, if it's not what you're catching, you're just killing for no reason. Yeah, it's a very cruel practice. Something that I highly disagree with. There's like not too many things I can get passionate about other than cosplay to that degree, but long lining is one of them. Long lining, shark fin stuff, I so heavily disagree with. And I think it's also the fact that it is making certain species of shark full on extinct as well. Like, I think there's like a horrible chart showing like 3 or 4 sharks going extinct a year. And like, sharks are not a beloved creature. If that was like pandas or something like that, you know that'd be all over the news. But people don't think of sharks in that way. And so it's like, a shark species goes extinct, no one talks about it. And when you're killing 100 million sharks a year, it's not surprising. Yeah. By okay, I meant people seem to be lacking common sense. Anything you think yeah, I suppose. Maybe. I think common sense always changes. Like, what was common sense 50 years ago is not common sense now, if that makes sense. I can agree to an extent, but I also think probably social media might just have made it more obvious that this is kind of what it's like. Yeah. Ah, dear God, heckin' pandas. Well, this is the thing. As soon as Sonic is cute and cuddly and stuff like that, and I have nothing against pandas, I should say. Like, I also don't want to see pandas go extinct. But, like, when Sonic is cute and cuddly, it gets a lot more media coverage as far as, like, hunting and, like, if species are going extinct and stuff like that. But when something is not cute, like, traditionally cute, I'd argue sharks are very cute. But when Sonic is not traditionally cute, it doesn't give that some kind of media coverage. And, yeah. Not my favorite. It's difficult because, like, there's just a whole stereotype around it as well. So it's not like it's one person making that the case. It's like a very, very old stereotype about sharks. Yeah. I'd argue if, like, there was species of spider going extinct, species of snake, things like that, all these creatures we kind of see in a horror scenario. I don't think we'd ever know. I don't think, unless you did individual research into it because it was something you cared about, I don't think we'd ever know. I think it would fly completely under the radar. And sharks probably has a little bit more coverage than some things, but that is just, they kill a lot of sharks. Shark Week is a heckin' joke now on Discovery Channel. I don't have a television, so I don't, well, we have a television, but we don't watch television on it. It's just for games. So I don't know what that's like anymore. But, yeah, I mean, it's difficult because of course you want to go over every facet of a creature when you're talking about them, and sometimes that might make them sound a bit more scary. I think with some creatures it's almost important to try and portray it in a natural and good light because they've got such a negative stereotype. And again, there have been some really good documentaries on sharks, like in the last 10 years, that I like a lot. Oh heck, Chris! Welcome on into the shark conversation. I hope you're having a good day. 2 seconds, let me grab my keyboard and do you a shout out. Oh, Lexi, welcome on in. I don't see your photo on Twitter. Oh, thank you, Lexi, I appreciate it. That's very, very heckin' kind of you. Right, we need to do a... Yep. There we go. What have you been up to? I hope you had a good heckin' stream. Last time I watched it was like a decade ago. It was sort of environmental conservation. I mean, if you look up shark movies on the Discovery Channel, will be the one that is positive on the topic. Okay. Hi, Chris. How was your stream? What did you get up to? You didn't see my keyboard. No one saw it. It's a secret keyboard and it doesn't exist. There's no keyboard there. Nanami, no keyboard. Secret. That's the... Nope, there's no keyboard, clan. No keyboard. You never saw it. It's a secret. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Just time for the raid. Heck yeah. British accent, I hear? Yeah. I've got a stereotypical British accent. I didn't get one of the cool ones. Also, Nanami, thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. The secret keep, yeah. Just working on our stitch along. Oh, a stitch along? Heck yeah, that's like such a, what do you call it? So close to like the in real life craft like meetups, and I love that. I think that's lovely. Oh, good heckin' stuff. Oh, I should say, if anyone's come in with the raid and needs to go look after themselves, get themselves like a snack or some rest, please do. I don't want to see anyone starving on my behalf. Yeah. You want to reconsider the mature tag? Why would I have to reconsider it? We don't have any... I've just been talking about sharks. Doing a Kirby design? Doing a Kirby design? Oh, that's so cute. I bet it looks lovely. Oh dear. She's British, bruv. Yeah, she is. She's got a very traditional British accent. Oh dear. Which Final Fantasy are we working on here? So, with the bottom of the screen, we got some information, just general stuff. We're doing Mateus from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. If you want to see the cosplay, !cosplay will take you to the wiki page for the character, so it gives you like a bit of background as well as the pictures. And if you're interested in the competition we're entering, or if you're a cosplayer yourself and you may be looking for a competition, we're entering TwitchCon Amsterdam to try and get into that one. If you do !comp, it will tell you all of like the rules and stuff like that, but only if you're interested. God, listen to Dr. Jelly. Jason! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I'm from the UK and find it hard to listen to British accents on Twitch. You're fine. Heck yeah! I love listening to British accents on Twitch. I just don't like my one. I think that's the thing, innit? It's like, you like everyone else's accents but your own. Our friend Tisa, oh, bless her! I know Tisa was doing some stuff. Oh, that's very heckin' kind. Thank you so much. She had some pattern work earlier. Oh dear. That's one fancy character. Yeah. It's really fancy. It's basically lots of embroidery. So rather than making traditional armor and traditional stuff like that, we're doing it all out of fabric embroidery and beading. So it takes a really long time, but that's all right. You know what? We get used to it. Herefordshire? No. I grew up in the south of England, south, very south. But then I've lived in Wales now for 8 years, I think. That's where my accent is. A mixture of South England and Wales. Yes. Probably. So fancy that you can add a pansy. Oh dear, I could add anything I wanted, I think, and it'd fit in. Oh dear. It's fine. It's hard to listen to the stream too. I'm too prudish. Yeah, Zero Grobbit comes in and it's just like the lewdness is off the scale, and I don't know where it comes from. We're a very sweet bean stream. At the moment, what I'm doing, I'll just tie my thread off and I'll show you. Oh, Hurt. Oh, is it Hertfordshire? Oh, not that one either. We're looking more Hampshire accent. Hampshire born, Hampshire bred. Thick in the arm and thick in the head. Hampshire. Oh, music, did you forget me? I'm still here. We haven't done anything. I'm still very much here. Thank you. I understand my mum's a seamstress herself, so I get it, yeah. Oh, right. So what we are doing, we're doing little stitches across the back to attach all of these scales together so that when we put them on the dress, they don't float apart from each other. Most of the stuff we're doing at the moment, like with stuff like this, is for structure's sake. And I'm going to end up having 4 rows of scales like this. They're going to look good, so it's all right. I'm going to get some sleep. Leon, get some good Z's. Thank you so much for popping by. Take care of yourself. I'm a child of God. Uh-huh. Should I show them the stuff you say in this chat? Huh? Oh dear. That's weird. So maybe it's just because you sound similar to my ones growing up. Lovely. Ah. Heck yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah. The skirty part. Yeah. The skirty part. We are actually going to attach this to like a base skirt we've already made. But I like layering up in cosplays. I like adding layers. I like making it thick and like detailed so that when you look at it from like a... Because that's the thing with cosplay. When you see the outfits in the game or in, you know, an anime or whatever, you see it from one angle a lot of the time, or like the same few angles. And a lot of the time it's a simplified looking fabric and stuff like that, just because of course of all the movement and stuff like that. I'd say exceptions to this are things like Final Fantasy XIV, Monster Hunter, where more recent games where they go a lot more into detail. But if you're doing anything a bit older, you don't necessarily have that other than concept art. And so it kind of gives you freedom to do what you want, but it also means you have to cover all your bases. Daddy Deepers, yes. 3D video games must be a lot easier, newer specifically. Yeah. So it depends on what you enjoy in cosplay. I like problem solving and I like giving things my own spin. And a lot of the time, older games are much better for that because the amount of detail is so minimal. It does give you a lot of freedom of like putting your own flair on things. Whereas with newer games, because it's very clear, set out what you want, there's a lot less problem solving, but also it's more difficult to put your own flair unless you go really out there. Like, subtle flair doesn't happen so much. Yeah. There's pros and cons to both 3D and 2D. There are pros and cons. Wait, I was going to say pros and cons to newer and older cosplay, so maybe we're talking about different things. But yeah, there's like the older cosplay is a lot more freedom. Older designs are a lot more freedom because they don't show as much detail. But then newer designs map everything out for you nicely, so it's very easy to follow what you need to do. just depends. Just depends. For someone who's a bit newer at cosplay, you might find a newer character's a little bit easier. But if you really want to experiment and go wild and do different techniques that you wouldn't normally tackle, an old cosplay might be perfect for you. I mean, I think if I tried to make even, like, honestly, like probably even a Monster Hunter cosplay or something like that, if I tried to go about doing those armor sets in the wrong material, so like if I tried to make like the bone armor out of fabric, because the amount of detail and like obviousness that it's meant to be bone, it might look a little odd. Whereas I go back to this armor set from Mateus like years and years and years ago, and the level of detail means I can kind of do whatever I want. The first cosplay I want to do is Alice in Wonderland Madness Returns. There have been times where I've wanted to do that costume too, or like one of the outfits she does, because the outfits in that are just beautiful, really, really pretty. And it's not like they would be uncomfortable to wear, because they're not so out there for the most part that it's like it's going to be difficult to wear around a convention. And I love the rocking horse head, or the horse. No, it's not the rocking horse. It's the knight head weapon as well. I think it's such a beautiful weapon. Yeah, big fan. The horse head weapon. Oh man, you know the game. As a cosplay, I scout. I wasn't able to play it when I originally bought it because I got it for PC and then my laptop couldn't keep up with it. So instead, I just researched every outfit and all of the weapons and stuff like that, and I really liked it. And then I watched somebody else play it because I couldn't play it myself. I think a prequel is coming out. Ooh, that'd be interesting. I wonder what they do, because it had quite a distinctive art style. But of course, it'd be a little bit more modern now than when that originally came out. I wonder. Rocking Horse. It is Rocking Horse. Okay. I think I should develop some film tonight. Poor Bob 1.0. Can I tell you a secret, chat? Bob 1.0 was actually Bob 2.0. Because I had a Bob before Bob. A Bob you never met. Bob 1.0 might have been Stream Bob 1.0. But it was actually Bob 2.0, and the Bob I'm using now is Bob 3.0. Oh, I'm an art book if I ever decide I can help with refs. The same people are working on it, so it'd probably be similar, right? That's good. I'm glad though, because it had such a distinctive art style. It would be a shame to lose that. Oh, heck yeah. I am shooketh. Zero doesn't Stree. You're so shooketh. We shouted out Zero. Oh dear. Oh, I'm happy to hear that it's got the same people working on it, because yeah, that was an older game, but there was definitely a focus on the outfit design and I really liked it. I think as well, having a game where your character actively changes outfits, now it's a bit more normal, but it wasn't normal. It wasn't. The character would normally stick in the same outfit the whole time, or maybe you'd say that you equip different armor but you could never physically see it. Yeah, it was a really cool one. It's a very good idea for a cosplay one though, because you get so many options. I like it. And again, it'd be very comfortable to wear around a convention. Like, you're not going to be probably overheating or freezing, and you have plenty of choices that, like, because there is like a whole wardrobe, you could just pick the one you like the most. It's a really good cosplay. I liked it. It's still on my list for a long time because I've always considered it, but then I've never had, like, there's always been something else that's come in front of it for me. But it's still on that list. It's still on that list of like, oh, I kind of want to cosplay this character, huh? Of course, that really was Bob 2.0. My whole life could be a lie. That is 2.0, and the one we're using now is 3.0, and in my cupboard, behind you guys, is the 1.0 you never met. I got like 7 years ago. Or maybe 8 years ago. It was a really long time ago that I got that one. No, actually, it would have been like 8 years ago because I got it before university. It probably would have actually been 9 years ago because I would have got it in college. I'm set because I had the knife already. Oh, nice. Oh, dear. So you do... Oh, the knife build. Sick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are some games. I think another one that I really like for the character design, that technically the first game came out ages ago, is the Borderlands series. The Borderlands series just inspires creativity. Like, the cell shading, the colors, everything. And of course there's many different sets you can make, some that are more focused on sewing, some that will be more focused on the armor. There's so much you can do with that franchise as far as cosplay goes. Like, that's a very inspiring one. Although for me, I'm over here like Final Fantasy everything. I like Final Fantasy. I'm gonna keep cosplaying Final Fantasy. Although I haven't made a Final Fantasy costume for a fair few years now. Like, it's been like 3 years or something, maybe 4. It's been a while since I made the last one. Okay. Slowly but surely. Where did my needle go? Oh, is that it on the floor? I just like full on dropped it. Yeah, there it is. I saw a slight shine. My hand was just like, we shall not hold this any longer. Goodbye. Oh yeah. Well, slowly we're getting through this, and it looks really nice and neat. I'm so happy with it. It's so neat and subtle. Heck yeah. Oh dear. It takes a while, but like, this is exactly why I wanted to eat on stream more, because like it just means that we're like what 3.5 hours through, like maybe at 4 or 5 hours I can eat, and then we can do a few more hours, because these processes take a while, and I would be doing it off stream if I wasn't doing it on stream. So yeah, no, yeah, I think that'd be good. Oh dear. Oh, good morning. Hope you're doing well. This, how goes it? I hope you are doing well. I think I forgot to give you a shout out yesterday, so let me do that today. You'll have to excuse me. I'm a very absent-minded person. I'll try and shout people out, and then I'll just forget. I just forget. I mean nothing by it. Just a terrible memory. Let me do that. If people are looking for another person who works on cosplays and does hack and crafts and patterns and stuff like that on their stream, and I think might be making a TwitchCon San Diego cosplay contest entry, although please do correct me if I'm wrong. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. We like heckin' tournament arc here. Who knows, if I can win Amsterdam, maybe I see you. Because I think the winner goes to San Diego in October as well. Yeah. Like my job is just getting the day started. Heck yeah, that's an early start. Oh dear. I mean, I got up at like 7:30 this morning and I was like, good job, Jelly. That's nice and early. Oh, come on. There we go. And then we go all the way up this one. Ah. It's like such a silly little process, but it looks so good. I love it. They don't look like they're attached to each other really because of the seam on the top. They just look like 2 separate pieces that happen to be hanging next to each other. It's like, yes! Because they wouldn't be attached to each other. These scales would, they'd all be separate really. If they were actually like armor scales, I don't imagine they would be all in one big line. So I don't want them to look like they are, but it's much easier for me if they are. If the cosplay gods are kind to me, I have my fingers crossed we get accepted to have a cosplay to submit. Honestly, I think that's the thing, like, for a lot of people I see that are entering TwitchCon, whether it be Amsterdam or San Diego, the main concern is, listen, I hope that I can get in, but also I hope that the cosplay is finished. And to be fair, I'm probably the same, and that I hope that it's finished. And then if it's finished, fantastic, I can enter and maybe hopefully get in. But oh my god. It doesn't feel like very long. I guess you got a little bit longer, but you're just starting a costume, right? Whereas I was quite lucky that I was already halfway through this costume when they announced the dates for TwitchCon. So it wasn't quite so bad for me. Oh dear. But no, I hope you get in. I can't imagine you wouldn't. You're doing the... Is it the moth? I can't remember her name, but like the moth lady? The lady with the big old butterflies on her arm. Is that the one? Oh. I don't know how hot it is in San Diego in October, but I wonder how hot those moths would be. They only said 5 entries per category. Yeah, I know. I'm aiming for sewing category myself. For reasonably obvious reasons. Everything I'm making is sewn, or embroidered, or beaded. I was considering, depending on the size of the wings, whether I'd swap categories to larger than life, because my tail already makes it a larger than life build, but also I'd rather enter into sewing if I'm honest. Oh dear. Yeah. Didn't they only used to accept 4 entries per category, and did it go up a little bit? I thought it used to be 4 entries per category, but now it's 5, which a good thing. A good thing. Like, why not have the event go on an extra like half an hour? Let's do that. More people. Yes. I think it used to only be 4 because I was watching the TwitchCon 2019 cosplay contest in San Diego. I'm pretty sure they only had 4 per category. And honestly, the larger than life build, they were struggling to get on the stage even then. You were just 4 people. I look forward to seeing the 5 people on the stage. Ah dear, hype, big hype. Oh dear, honestly, even if I don't get in, of course I'd be sad, but like, I still really want to watch. I hope they broadcast it on Twitch. I'm assuming they would, right? It's a Twitch event. I hope they broadcast the craft competition, the cosplay competition on Twitch. Because I'd so love to see all of the entries and stuff like that. Cheer people on. We can vote. We can all vote for our favourite. Oh dear. Hopefully because I don't expect I'll be going to San Diego, because only the winner goes to San Diego, and like, I just want to get in. But I'd like it if they broadcast the San Diego one as well, because I want to see it. I want to see it. Oh heck! Oh my god! Damn! Heck! Damn! How was your stream? I hope it was good, Sweet Bean. What were you getting up to today? It's weird. I swear I didn't see you live earlier. But you must have been, because here you are. How was your stream? I hope it was good. We've made like these long, how to put it, long strands now of scales. I'm just sewing them up the cracks so that they don't float apart when I'm trying to attach it to the dress. Yeah. That's where we're getting to at the moment. How was it? Was it good? Also, if you need to go get food, please do. Please don't starve. Please get heckin' food if you need it. I'll be getting food myself pretty soon as well, because it's 1 in the afternoon, so it's probably around the time that I'd be looking to get some lunch, and then we can have a little break and then come back and do more. You might have checked one of the 2 5-minute-ish times my net. Oh god, you having some of the internet issues? I'm sorry. I hope they recover. Oh dear. Deimos Raid! Heck yeah! Hi Bo, how goes it? I hope you're doing well. We are sewing some scales together today, making them look really nice and neat and all, so that when I attach them to the dress, they look nice. Very nice. Very neat. And also very easy for me. I think it was SP... Oh, that's sorry. The amount of times updates have prevented me from streaming at this point, like, our internet is pretty consistent. For me though, it's more like random driver updates that they don't tell me I need to do, but I definitely need to do. And, oh, pain in the ass it is. Pain in the ass. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing really good. We are making like a lovely little scale tape kind of thing. Like we made scale bunting and now we're sewing up all of the lines, but because, oh, let me tie this off so I don't just throw my needle somewhere. Because we're sewing it along the back and it's got like a bit of a protruding bit at the front, it kind of makes it look like they've not been sewn together very much. You see that? You see that? They fall together, but they kind of don't look like they've been sewn together. And that's what we're doing. We're working on that and keeping that going. And then once we've done this one, we have a whole nother one to do as well. Oh dear. Thank you for your help with the boss fights. Heck yeah! Was little Jelly helping? Sick. Putting that poison everywhere? Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you for taking me to the boss fights. Oh dear. Le mang la baguette. What? What? Oh no. Looks good, thank you! I'm really pleased with it. I mean, it because we're sewing them all by hand, it takes quite a while and it's a slow process, but I don't really mind that because it looks good. It looks good, it looks neat, and I can't really complain. That's all I want for my outfit. I want it to look good and neat. So yeah, I'm a happy bean. Very happy. Ah, dear. You mean coming in clutch? Heck yeah! Strong jelly. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you for taking me to the boss fights. I did see a funny meme the other day on Twitter of someone in like a little paddle boat going around in circles with the boss music playing and like a bar at the bottom. I liked that. I liked that a lot. One of the canal people. Oh dear. There we go. We're actually probably about halfway through this one, so we're doing pretty good, and we've top stitched and ironed all the scales we started yesterday too, so they're ready for beading. We're doing this first, you know. We're prioritizing, and I want to get this bit done. I think if it all just stays on the bio state without being sewn together, it might start to wreck itself over time. Once it's attached to the dress, it will be fine, but I'm not attaching it to the dress yet, so I don't want it to be wrecking itself in the background of my sewing room. Oh dear. I atoned for my sins today, so now while the white masked boy at the beginning is no longer trying to kill me. Ah! Wait, someone tries to kill you throughout the game for what? What did you do? I don't wait, what were your sins, Dem? Why is there someone at the beginning of the game who just wants to kill you? that seems unfair. Ah dear, I've given up trying to atone for my sins. Oh god. I don't think I remember doing any sins, so I think I should be okay. Have I done anything recently? Nah, I think I'm good. I beat him repetitively with a... Okay, well you did kind of deserve that then. You deserve to be hunted if you beat him up with a club. If someone did that to me, I'd be like, oi! Well, I'd probably get knocked out actually, but then when I woke up, I'd be like, oi! Not very nice. There we go. Oh yeah, come on. My poor little bent needle is trying its best, but this is a beading needle, but because I'm only trying to grab the very top piece of fabric, it's actually like a really good option for this. Like sometimes I love using the beading needle and sometimes it's awful, but in this particular case, it's actually really good. It's actually exactly what I needed. Okay. Do one more and then we'll tie this off. We are. Go. How do you do a tone? That's true actually. How did you atone? Bloodsack. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Sure, we'll go with that. A blood sacrifice? Wait, who got sacrificed though? Obviously it wasn't Jelly because Jelly was helping you, right? So you wouldn't sacrifice Jelly. Since Jelly was helping. Also, I don't know if jellyfish have blood. It'd be a bit of a rubbishy sacrifice if there was no blood. Oh dear. Slowly rolling it up because otherwise it's gonna go on the floor. That's not what I was replying to. Oh, I see. I see. Should I go get some noodles? No, I'll finish this and then I'll go get noodles. Yeah. I get noodles now. It's getting kind of late. No, I will hold off. I'll be a good bean. Ah. Yeah, okay, well that makes sense. It's just flipped over. Shouldn't have too much more of that. Because, once it's all stitched together, it'll just be rolling up. Yeah. Wait, they beat them up with a club. Can't you just sacrifice the blood from the beating? You just, like, you beat someone with a club. You... Oh no. Oh no. Danger. That's a very thin needle. Oh no. Oh. Few seconds. I just need to rummage around. Got you. Rummage around the carpet. Have it all stew. Oh, Chris, no, you're good. Thank you for popping by. Get some good food. I appreciate it. I went to a church where the priest is a giant tortoise with a pope hat and prayed at the fountain as you do. Oh. I had no idea. I'll make sure to do that next time. Also, Jack, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We're sewing together all of the scales so they look neat and tidy. I had bread so good as a good slush. Bread is delicious. I love bread. There we go. Oh dear. Let me write this up because I got it. Sorry, it's like difficult to talk when I've got a needle in my mouth. But if it drops to the floor again, I can't keep getting lucky with it and finding this needle. That's the second time I've dropped it on the floor this stream. Eventually I'm gonna drop it onto the floor and it's just gonna go. It's just disappeared. Also, Cons, you're back. Welcome back. It's very pretty and also very cold. Oh. Glad you're back. Safe. Oh dear. Turkish bread is top tier. Oh, just give me bread. I'll take any bread. I love bread. Gonna look. No, you're good, Bo. Thank you so much for popping by with the raid. Like, definitely look after yourself, number one. Oh dear. I'm thinking when we finish the cosplay, I might try and speedrun Tactics Advance. It just depends what platforms I can get it on, because I only have the PS4, Switch, and computer. So I'm gonna maybe see what I can get it on, and if I can, I might try and speedrun Tactics while wearing the Mateus costume. Just for fun, you know? Bring up food, I'm always hungry. Me too, me too. I don't put the tortoise in the fountain because tortoise equals oh yes, true. I can't put the tortoise in the fountain because tortoise is not a turtle. Some rest, give some heckin' rest. Once you go for bread from the bakery, it's difficult to eat processed bread. Yeah, bakery bread is just, it's something else. It's very good. But then you have to have a bakery near you really to get bakery bread. And we don't have a bakery near us, but we do get bread on delivery sometimes. Quite often when we have eating more bread-orientated meals, we get the bread box, which is like a subscription box to bread. It's really good. I like it a lot. They go around local bakeries in your area and they basically take any bread that's like going out of date. Mainly though, it's bread that it's just not quite perfect. So like it can't be packaged up because it's a weird shape or something like that. That's most of what you get. And then they give it to your house, like £6. You get lots of bread. You get a lot of bread, to be fair. Thank you. And yeah, take care. I have to ask, but are you? Yes, is the answer though. I will answer even though I don't think you're asking seriously. The R to scale, yes. Of course. Oh dear. I worked very hard scaling this costume, so everything is to scale. The only thing that isn't to scale is my legs, because my legs are not as long as the characters. But, you know, what can you do? My legs are my legs. Not much to be done there. I'm wearing heels, but I think that's as close as I can get. What are the ads for local single bakeries in my area? That'd be better paid for me, yeah. Local single bakeries in your area. I don't know, I'm quite a big fan of Breadbox. They give you pancakes sometimes. And crumpets. Pancakes, crumpets? Good. It's good stuff. Tactics Advance is only on... what is GBA? Oh, is that... The Game Boy Advanced. There you go. Got it. Game Boy Advance. I thought it took me a really long time to work it out, but I was like, Game Boy Advance. Can I only get you hooked up with Game Boy Advance? We have a Game Boy Advance in the house. I just don't know how to attach it to my stream. We have one here. I'd never considered that'd be something that I'd be able to attach to the stream. But it must be, I suppose. I'm sure I've seen other people play Game Boy games. Ooh, I appreciate it, by the way. I appreciate it. I do already have one. I'm just not sure. I guess I just use the capture card, right? Like the same as like the Switch. I just use a capture card and probably have to have it plugged in the whole time so it doesn't run out of battery. I find it amazing how artists like you cosplayers, for lack of a better term, can take an image and make a pattern just like that and get the stuff to look at in scale and inch and such. Life drawing helped. Perspective is really difficult. Life drawing helped. But yeah, it's one of my favorite things. I appreciate it. Pattern making I love so much. Like, of course we've done a lot of the pattern making for this already, but we still got all the wings to do. It's just so fun. Just so fun. Greg's Bakery Alliance, I knew it. I said Game Boy Advance, but secretly I was like, I'm sure this is something to do with Greg's. I bet they definitely didn't emulate them because Nintendo would get salty. Oh. Oh, yeah. I'll have to look up is there's a way that I can get to stream Game Boy Advance. Oh dear. But yeah, we have one. I wouldn't need to emulate it. Oh dear, yeah, it didn't cross my mind that they might have just been emulated. Oops, my bad, my bad. That's alright, that's alright. We'll work something out. Don't worry, don't worry. I just think it'd be like a really fun finale to the costume. And I love speedruns. I'll have to do some research though on the speedrun itself so that I don't think it's as long. Let me have a look on speedrun.com. Excuse me. How long is the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance Mateus speedruns? Surely they're not like as long as the ones I've been doing. Final Fat Tassie Tactics Advance. There we go. Oh yeah, there's much more. They're only like the longest ones are like 6 hours, nearly 7. But the shortest one is 3 hours 56, so just sub 4 hours. Okay, that's very manageable. Very manageable. Oh, Val. And there's also a fam frit, which is like 53 minutes. All missions is 13 hours. Okay, that's a bit more on par with what I'm used to. But yeah, that's not too bad. That's not terrible. Only legit way I know is the GameCube adapter to play. Oh. Okay. Okay. Shoot, why do they make it so difficult? Surely they knew people were gonna want to stream their games. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll have a little look into it, see what I can do. I've got plenty of time because it's not like we're finishing the costume this week or something. Like I've got time, but I'll have a little look into it, see what we can do because I think that would be such a fun finale stream for this one. And it's been a while since I did a Final Fantasy speedrun. And I never really thought, I thought I'd probably end up doing 10 before I did anything else, but that's alright. 2003, they should have planned for streamers. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, just have the foresight to know people are going to be streaming your games, and so you need to make a way that they can attach it to their computers. It's very important that they can live stream it. Was Twitch even a thing in that at that point? I don't know if it was. It wasn't called Twitch, was it? It was called something else, but I don't remember if Twitch was even around then. There we go. No. Twitch was not even around. Oh dear. Amazing, amazing. Oh yeah. Yeah, get that up there. Only a few more left on this first row. Honestly, we've made really good time today with the work that we've done. I know a lot of it is not the most interesting work, but it's really important. It's all been really important stuff, and we've made really good time today, honestly. At least it feels like it. Justin.tv, that's the one. Justin TV. I was thinking Jacob for some reason. Not Jacob, Justin. Oh dear, I don't think I ever went to Twitch when it was called Justin TV. A bit more recent. I think it would have been Twitch when I was looking, like in 2013 probably? Was one of the first times I would have come to Twitch. Maybe 2012? And I was only watching game streams at the time, but I'd come across and I'd watch some of my favorite YouTubers on Twitch. Yeah. YouTube started in 2005. I don't know where you plan to stream. Well, you still got to plan for it though. It's like planning for any eventuality. Who knows? Maybe technology will advance and people want to stream your game from like 30 years ago. Who knows? Like, Nintendo Switch is doing it because they've got all of the old games coming on there now. Actually, that's a good point. I wonder if Nintendo Switch might have it as one of their bundle games, because they've been putting a lot of older games from old consoles on like, and you could just download them for free basically. That's how I got Immortal, or the Immortal, because that was an old game. Not the handhelds. Why? Why? Nintendo, why? I'd pay. Oh, did I miss one? Oh shoot, I missed one. There's one in here I haven't done. I'd pay, like, to play some of these games. Like, and they're really old. They're not selling them any other way, really. I'd pay. Shoot. I guess I'll just have to write to Nintendo and be like, Nintendo, please? I really would like to play Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on my stream, but because you don't have it in a way that's very easy, could you maybe just put it on the Switch, and then I'll play it like that? Thank you. I'm sure they'll understand. Oh dear. I'll have to have a look on speedrun.com as well to see what consoles the people speedrunning it are using it on, whether they're using an emulator or whether they've gone like the long method around. I have to have a look, because sometimes that does make a difference with speedruns, is you have to do it on like a certain thing. Like for instance with my Final Fantasy one, where I entered into a HD console version, right? Just a little different than some other people's entries. Just because there can be advantages and disadvantages where they're changed from console to console. There we go. Oh! Let's not do that, Fred. Let's go through and all be friends and not. There we go. Oh dear. Seems it might be on Wii U? No, I don't have a Wii U. That one I never owned. But I'm sure they couldn't be too expensive to buy. A Wii U? A Wii U? There were games for the Wii U? Oh dear. Huh. Let me have a look. I'm curious too, honestly. I want to know too. Like, where the hell can you play this game? If I go FF. Oh, that's DD. FFPA. Yeah, there you go. FFPA. I'll do it. Yeah, Game Boy Advance and Wii U. Okay. I wonder if it'd be easier to stream from the Wii U then. Just own a copy of the game. They have no reason to be upset at you emulating. That's true. But I don't know. I don't want to upset anyone. Oh dear. Well, we'll have a look. I'll have a look into it. I've not emulated, really. Oh dear, summer. But I would definitely want to buy the game regardless. You know, whenever I cosplay something, or do, I always try and get a piece of memorabilia from the cosplay. So like, try to get like either if I was doing a Final Fantasy IX character, like buy a copy of Final Fantasy IX, or maybe like some of the figures they've released more recently. Stuff like that. Because I always like to have like a little bit of like something in my house that reminds me of the cosplay I made. Because often I don't keep the cosplay long term because they take up a lot of space. But like the game, that doesn't take up that much space. So I probably buy it regardless, just so that I had that as memorabilia. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's how I ended up with like 2 copies of Final Fantasy IX though, so I have to be a bit careful. I'm just like, I just want to keep buying them forever. I love them. Every time I see a Final Fantasy IX, I'm like, oh, buy! I remember the first Comic-Con I went to with friends rather than family. I went and I was looking so much to see if Final Fantasy IX was on sale, though, on the original discs. And we found one, like, perfect in the box. And it was like one of the only things I bought from that con, and I was so happy. The entire con, people were just like, you're so smiley, you're so happy. And I was like, I bought Final Fantasy IX again. Because our old version had scratches on some of the discs, which meant that disc 1 jumped and it didn't always show you the cutscenes. And disc 3 had a lot of issues, and disc 3 is not a good disc to have issues in Final Fantasy IX. Like, that is painful, very painful. But yeah, it was really nice. I was so happy. I was so happy. I definitely couldn't help setting up an emulator, as I definitely have never used one. Okay, cool. I appreciate it. Ah, dear. We'll see. Oh dear. Actually, I wonder if sometimes with the old games they have really cute manuals in them. I'd love to have that for this game. I want the cute manual. I'd love to get some proper Final Fantasy IX figures at some point as well. I have as a Dane, but I don't have anything else, and it's like not really from a set. Whereas I know they made, like, they're quite expensive, to be honest. They're like 100 quid each. They made some little sets for Final Fantasy IX more recently. They're really nice, but they're so expensive. But I'd love to get all 3 of them. Definitely don't DM me about it later. Got you. Got you. Very subtle. Very subtle. Oh dear. It might be quite a bit later because I'm probably going to be streaming for quite a while today, to be honest. When we finish this, we're going to go on a lunch break, and then I'm going to come back and just keep going. We got a lot of work to do, and I want to get a lot of it done since I feel pretty good today. I'll go for a long time. Yeah. Alright, let's get that one in here. Yeah, we only have this one, and this one, and then we've done the whole line. Gonna look so cool. And be kind of heavy, probably. That's alright. That's alright. I could weigh it, to be fair. But I don't think this on its own is so bad. I think it's when you add it to everything else, and also there's 4 layers of this. Oh dear. Oh. Come on, there we go. Let's squeeze our way through there. And then keep working the way up. Heck yeah. Honestly, I love this kind of stitching because it's really easy. I don't have to think too hard about it. You beat 2 bosses to beat. I feel accomplished? Heck yeah! Heck yeah! I think beating any boss is like a big accomplishment in a Soulstar game. Because they're so hard. Unless you've like over-leveled everything, they're very hard. Oh dear. Heckin' big congrats. Did you manage to get any cool weapons today? Oh no, not today. Today was not like a collecting items kind of day. Because there's some really cool weapons. Honestly, I love how Rani looks, and I want to make cosplay of her so badly. But also, no, not right now. Now is not the time. But she looks so cool, and I love the inside of her hat, and the extra arms are cute. Ah, she's such a cool character. It's very cute. Maybe one of them twice because we killed each other. I've seen that happen to a couple people where they've killed the boss as they die. Oh dear. It's very funny. I love that can happen. Oh dear. So silly, so silly. I'd love to make it. I think hopefully when I go to MCM, there'll be some other Dark Souls cosplayers there, so I could maybe see a Rani cosplay. I know it's pretty recent after the release, but like, I'm hopeful that when I go to MCM, there'll be like maybe one Rani cosplay. And I could be, yes, can I get a picture of that? It's really cool. That's the thing, if I'm not gonna cosplay, I want to see somebody else do it, so that I can still see the cosplay of the character. Who knows? Maybe that's one I'll do one day. It probably will just get added to the list until it's a good time, though. Your poll going if you want to see more art. Oh, Oh, if you remember the stream, is that on your Discord? Bam, bam, bam. Would you be interested in future? Oh, can you vote for all of them? Oh yes, yes, and then yes, but also any of them. Oh dear, I love a good art stream. You kidding me? You kidding me? That's my jam. I might not be able to make all of them because I'm streaming a little bit earlier than I used to at the moment because it's getting really hot. and if it gets really hot in here in the afternoon, earlier in the morning. Also, thank you for the horn. But yeah. Oh, maybe that's why I didn't see you actually, because we probably started streaming around the same time. Oh no, you might have gone like an hour before me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I didn't see you there. Yeah, it probably just was one of those times your stream was out then. Because I'd normally look for you first thing in the morning. Like, I wonder if them's streaming. Yeah. Oh dear. I should still be able to make the first hour of it though. I get to see all the setup, but I don't get to see the final picture. Sad. Oh dear. Is that at 2 AM my time? I think 7 your time? Yeah, that's like when I woke up today. I woke up at like 7 or half 7. Between 7 and half 7. Technically I woke up at 7, but you know. I didn't get out of bed straight away. I stayed there for a minute, thinking. Oh. Honestly, I love my like 10 minutes in the morning of just lying in bed before getting up. Very nice. Yeah, I want to start shifting to a little bit earlier maybe. It probably won't happen every stream and there'll still be streams where we straight up start in the afternoon. But if I am streaming in the morning, maybe start a bit earlier just so that I don't get hit so much with the like afternoon heat. Because God, it's getting hot in here. 6 actually. You don't, no, we haven't done the time change yet. The time change is this weekend coming up. Yeah, yeah. That's earlier than you normally start my time. Normally, when I see you, it's like, I see you go live at like 8:30 in the morning. Did you start early today? There we go. Oh yeah. Nice. Go all the way up there, and then we just have the one more to go. It's going to be a really nice band of scales. We did last weekend on the 13th. How are you finding it? How are you finding the new half of the year? We go this weekend. It always goes when I'm at work as well, so I'm always a bit like, whoa, everything's different. We have to change all the clocks here. Most of my stuff does it automatically digitally, like my phone and my computer, but my watches and the manual clocks do not. I still get very confused and panicky when I look at my watch and I'm like, oh my god, what time is it, until I fix it. That being said, this time I'm actually quite on top of it. I knew it was coming well in advance. A lot of the time I only find out as it happens, basically, and I get very confused. I think as you would, if everything just suddenly jumped an hour. Yay. Oh we are. Very me. To be fair, if we go... Is it going back or going forward an hour? I kind of hope it's going back so that, Wait, or do I hope that it goes forward? Whichever makes the sun come up later in the day. That'd be good. Going room hot. We'd like the sun to come up later. Oh dear. I can't work that out in my head right now, which way around I actually want it to go. Deary me. I need to get food. Oh yeah, please do. Get some heckin' snacks. Look after yourself, especially after stream. Yeah. Thank you so much for raiding though, and thank you for popping by. It's always heckin' lovely to see you. Get some heckin' forward. It's forward this time, so... That means... I think that means... There's the
The sun goes backwards then. So it comes up earlier? Maybe. I don't know. You can tell all this kind of stuff confuses me a lot. Even after going through it for 26 years, I still have no idea what the clock changing does. Oh dear. That through there. And then little top one. And we can tie that off. Yep. Ow. I slammed my thumb twice in a row. My poor thumb, it's like getting beaten by my needle. Sorry about that, thumb. I'll be more careful in the future. It's a very sharp needle is a thing, so it does just go straight in if it touches you. It's a beading needle. But, oh, I don't want to do that. That's what I want. I want it to stay on that side and not poke through. Alright, last one. Heck yeah. And then we have a really nice band of what do you call them? Scales. Yes. Nice band of scales. Go. Go the whole way up. Wait, what? Honestly, it didn't take too long. Hand stitching always takes a little bit longer, but in cases like this, it just makes it look so much neater. I'm quite happy to spend the time. Honestly though, for hand stitching, I don't think it took too long. Spring forward and fall backwards. Spring forward and fall backwards. That's good! I like that. You spring forward and you fall backwards. I've not heard that before. That's a good way of remembering it. Spring forward, fall backwards. I guess it makes sense that we wouldn't have heard it over here though, because we call fall autumn. It doesn't make nearly as much sense in that saying. Spring forward, autumn backwards. Oh dear. Yeah, that's probably why I haven't heard it. If we called it fall, it would work. Oh yeah, I can still call it fall so that I remember. Go. And... I don't ever tell you what the soundtrack actually was. If anyone is interested, this is the OST from Ib. A very old, well not very old, but an older like pixel horror style adventure. Kind of similar to like the RPG Maker style games. Yeah, it's like one of those, but like a little bit more horror themed. But the soundtrack was so good, so good. Like very music boxy, very like chilling but calm. I don't know, it was cool. Spring up and autumn on bottom. Autumn on bottom? What a spring up and autumn on bottom? Oh dear. Yeah, that's the one. Oh my god. Yo!
Story
About a little guy that lives in a blue world. And this doesn't sound very good with the music box. Just blue like him. Inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. Cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. I'm blue, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. I'm blue, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die, dabba-dee dabba-die. There we go. Look at that. There's a whole lot of scales all sewed together. And these will go around. Which is this one? Is this the bottom or the... I think this is the second one. I could be wrong. It says on it somewhere. Or is this the first one? This is number one. This is number one. Heck yeah. Afternoon. Snoozes with lovely background music. What are you talking about? You almost sound like the singer there. Oh my god, do I? I sound like the singer? Wow. Amazing. Oh dear. Thank you for blue. Dabba-dee dabba-die. Oh dear, right. Trying to fold this so that it's... There we go. We got it. That's some heckin' scales. I'm gonna put this to one side and I'm gonna get some noodles.
I will be right back. Is that okay with everyone? We all good with having a bit of a lunch break? It takes me like 10 minutes to make them probably, and then I'll bring them back up. So I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna check that you have plenty of music, actually. You don't have that much left. So let's change the soundtrack. That's okay. There you go. Now you have some new music. I'll be back in just a minute. There you go. we go. Downstairs, there is a little bread-colored cat just pressed up against the window, and it's so cute. Also, I made an egg to go with this. Also, there's a pin in my chair. Actually, I can feel that. You know, I must have been sat on that for a while, but that's okay. Yeah, I made an egg with it, and I left a lot of the noodle sauce, because the noodle sauce is lovely. I'm gonna mute myself when I eat the noodles. But yeah, it's pretty good. I like this, because the noodles and the egg cook at about the same length of time, so you can just put them in together, and then you get like a really nice poached egg along with it. I'm a big fan. Yeah, look at that. See that? A little bit? Heck yeah. Nice yolk. Okay. Let me mute myself while I slurp. Yeah, we're having a food break. I need some snack. And also, what was I gonna say? If someone took a clip of it and played it in backwards, it'd look like I'd be producing noodles with my mouth. Also, they are so hot. So hot. It's because they're like right in boiling water. Food break. Yes, you are eating. I am. Welcome to a noodle stream. I'm gonna mute myself for slapping, but it's so hot. It's so goddamn hot. Thank you for the confetti. I do eat. I swear I do. Like, it's just normally I do it off stream. Also, I don't know if you can see this, but that's a good yolk right there. Oh, there you go. Look at that yolk go. It's just so nice in the sauce, especially at the end. I do like having some of the noodles in the yolk, but I think I just like it because it makes the sauce taste so good. There you go. A bit of yolk. Yes, yolk run into the soup. But like the soup with the egg yolk in it, oh, it's so rich and so nice. I have not tried the ramen hack with the mayo and the garlic. What is the hack with the mayo and the garlic? I don't even heard of that. I thought I knew ramen hacks, but no. I've not tried that. I love mayonnaise and garlic. What is the hack? I must know. Honestly, I love having a poached egg in it. But I have seen some people mix it in, like mix the egg as it's cooking into the rest of the noodles. I've never done that. I don't know how if I'd like that, because I honestly like having something solid in with my noodles. And I think that would take away the solid thing that I like, which is the egg. And the protein, you know, the protein that comes with the egg. The protein I definitely need from sitting down all day sewing. Yeah. There you go. Sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute myself. I saw the vid from Emmy Made where she added the freshly cooked instant ramen into a bowl with egg, mayo, and garlic and made it more luxurious. You know, I can kind of imagine that being good though. I don't know. It sounds a bit odd, but like, so honestly, so did poaching an egg with my noodles. Honestly, I think we're past slurp territory as well. I'm gonna drink all the sauce. Because the sauce is good and it's got an egg yolk mixed into it. So it's extra good. I'm just trying to get rid of the big chunks. I tried it, but I think my mayo is too vinegary. That's true. Depending on where you get mayo in the world, it tastes really different, doesn't it? I've heard about that. Alright. Drink time. A poached egg in noodles, it's a perf, but it is. It's so good. And it makes the egg taste cool too. And then you get the yolk go into the, like, I don't know if you can tell that it looks different, but it's like, it used to be a see-through broth, and now because of the egg yolk being there, it's not see-through anymore. It's really cool, I like it. There's a small splish. Can't be having splishes, that's no good. I could always eat my noodles too, heck yeah, anime! A noodle party. Oh no. Let me just choke on my broth. That's no good. It's so good. It's spicy. But it's so nice. I like it so much. I can't drink the broth from the Shin Ramyun, which is just like the spicy one. That's too much. But I can do it from the vegetable one and the kimchi one. So nice. It's gonna be yummy because I got the thick rice noodles. Ooh, fancy. I kind of want to try the potato noodles. I keep seeing them on Amazon, and it's just like, it says they're chewy, and I like a chewy noodle. I love chewing my noodles. So I can't see that I dislike it. Why is my mic so far down? Oh dear, I was like, what is that out the corner of my eye? My microphone. Things I don't want to dip in my soup. Oh dear, sorry. I keep having to like lean away and wipe my nose because it's spicy. And I have the typical reaction of like nose runs because it's spicy. so good though. It's still very hot. I mean, this was boiling just like a few minutes ago. Spicy noodles, yeah. Honestly, this is the vegetable one, which is not like I wouldn't say the noodles get too spicy, but the soup still feels it feels very like a peppery spice. Like it hits the back of your throat and you're like, oh, that's warm. But it's so nice, and there's nothing like slurping hot noodles to like warm your body up. I can see all the bits I didn't get out before now, so I have to eat those too. I did my best to fish them all out. There we go. Delicious. Let me just put this to one side. I don't want it on my desk anymore. I also made myself another cup of tea. So we have a fresh cup of tea now, thankfully. Ah, dear. Ah, good sniff. Ah, it's so tasty. So tasty. Do I have noodles all around my mouth? Normally I do. But I was trying to be careful. Not too bad. Not too bad. They're like a little red, but I think it's okay. I think that's just from the spiciness. I don't think that's the sauce, thankfully, this time. Right, and there's no sauce on my desk. Yep, feels good. Okay. Ooh. Let me pin this somewhere. Oh, it's like a throg in my throat there. Sorry about that. Honestly, that didn't take so long as I was worried that it would take. I thought I'd be eating a lot longer. That was only like 15 minutes, I'd say. Well, I don't feel so bad about it if it only takes 15 minutes, to be honest. Like, 15-minute lunch break so that I can continue streaming for like a few more hours? I think that's a pretty good trade. Ugh. I would have looked at that cat for longer downstairs, though, to be fair. If I had finished my stream, I would have maybe just stayed and watched the cat. It's so cute. Okay, it's a very jumpy cat. We get it near our house quite often because our house gets a lot of sun. But this, oh, it's so sweet. It is like the color of bread. It's like slightly darker, like beige in some places, but mainly like this really white, like beige. And it looks like the inside of bread. And so I've been calling it the bread cat because it looks like bread. And if it sees you, it will run away. But if you have the blinds most of the way down, it'll come sit on the ledge outside because it can't see in. So it doesn't know that we can see it because we could just see its little like body pressed up against the window. It's really cute. It's really, really cute. And it likes to sunbathe there. So that's the bread cat. I don't know who the bread cat belongs to. It's often just out wandering around, but it's got a collar, so I'm sure it belongs to someone. But yeah, it's very heckin' sweet. Just very jumpy. A very jumpy cat. It doesn't like people to know that it's there. So we only get it to come on our windowsill when the blinds are the majority of the way down. And then it will come sit by our house. It's so cute. I love it. Good bread cat. Good bread cat. Oh dear. It's a cat loaf. A loaf cat. It is. It's a little loaf cat. Next time I see it down there, because it probably won't be there for more than another hour or so because the sun will move. I'll take a picture of it so I can show you. I can show you the loaf cat. You won't see loaf cat's face because if we can see loaf cat's face, loaf cat can see us, and then it will leave. But the next time I see it, I'll try and take a picture. That ramen was so good. I just love the yolk mixed into the broth so much. It makes it so nice and rich and delicious. Oh, big fan, big fan. It was spicy, but it was good. I don't think I could ever eat the spicy one on camera though. I mean, I eat it off camera all the time, so it's not that I can't eat it, it's just that I will be a mess. Every time I eat a spicy run, like, my nose is running, and, like, my eyes are red, and I'm like, ugh. But it's so good, and I really enjoy it. But I don't think I could eat it on camera. I think people would come in and think that I was doing some sort of food challenge, when in reality it is just my lunch. And I'm not very, like, I don't, how to put it, some people eat spicy foods, and you can't even tell they've eaten anything spicy because they don't show it on their face. I show it on my face. It's like, I might love it, but also, you'll know that I find it spicy because I will just turn red. I guess that's one of the negatives of being a very, very pale lady. I can't hide this kind of stuff on my face. Ah, dear. It's nice, now I can talk about food and I don't have to worry about getting hungry. Although I probably will still get hungry at like 4. Like the afternoon tea time, I'll be like, ooh, I could just go for a little bit of cake. Have a little slice of cake. Go. Yeah, let's try and keep into this routine then, where we have like a little meal mid-stream. I'm sorry again for anyone that was very against it and didn't like it. I just think, unless I want to do a shorter stream or I've got something going on, it would be really useful to be able to eat in the middle of my stream. I don't mind it showing my face, but my nose would try. Yeah, like my nose just was like, ugh. But yeah, I can't get enough. Even if the thing is, my nose also runs if the food is hot, which I know who in my family I get that from. I know who it is, but because they have exactly the same reaction as I do. But like when we eat hot food, our nose runs. Even if we're not cold, we might be a perfect temperature, but hot food will make a nose run. And then spicy food also makes my nose run. So hot, spicy food is just like, yeah. That's, my nose will run. That's it. I did take some towels to one side though, because I knew my nose was gonna run. So I was like, I'll just wipe them over there quickly. Oh dear. Nah, it's okay if you eat on stream. Yeah, I think going forward, so that I can do some longer streams, because I really want to be streaming at least 6 hours a day, to be quite honest. And I know there'll be days where I'm not well enough to do that, and I know there'll be days where I have other things going on. But if I can get like a base 6 hours, I'd be really proud of myself. I just want to increase the average hours I stream every year. So first year I had like a smack on 4 hours. This was my average stream time. Last year it was 4.5 hours. So I would like to get up above 5 hours this year for my average stream time. Hot food also makes your nose run! Oh, heck yeah, welcome to the Nose Run Club. It's a pain because everyone's like, you can't even handle black pepper, and it's like, no, it's hot. It's just hot, and anything hot makes my nose run. And it's okay, it doesn't last too long afterwards, it's just while I'm eating it. And I was warm before eating it, so it definitely wasn't because it was like warming me up. I just can't help it. I can eat spaghetti bolognese and my nose will run because it's hot. I will say I think soups and stews and things like that with a liquid base tend to get me a little bit more. And yes, spicy foods will get me, whether they're hot or cold. I'll always make my nose run. Ah, dear. Yeah, that particular one I had though, that was the veggie ramyun, and it's only really spicy in the broth. The rest of it you won't probably find too spicy. The broth is a bit spicy, but like you don't have to drink the broth. I just recommend it if you put an egg yolk in it, because that egg yolky broth, that's good. Oh dear. And to be fair, if you have other vegetables and stuff you can put in it, that's always good too. We're like at the end of our food week right now, so we don't have as much options in the house. Although if I'm going out tomorrow, maybe I could go pick some up. But yeah, like spring onions. I like bamboo, honestly. Like tin bamboo you can get. Bamboo shoots? Yeah, I think that's what it is. The tin bamboo shoots. Those are really good. If you boil them a bit in the, you can either have them cold on top or you could put them in the ramen as it's cooking. Although not for too long. I don't like them cooked for too long. Those good. I like that. I have been considering putting some seafood in it, but I haven't got around to it yet. Because I have it in the freezer. But, yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I need to be hungry that day, I think. Yeah. Oh! Thank you for the horn! It's still here, Zay, don't worry. Just, sewing together these sort of bits. It's a long job, but I'm enjoying it. It's very relaxing, and now that I'm eaten, I feel rejuvenated. New energy comes back. Ah. See, I want to go through the whole of this again and get it set up the same as the first one. Then I suppose, if we still have a lot of extra time, which I get the feeling we might, I think we might have some spare time today. I might start beading some of the scales we finished today. Because I'll need to get at least 9 of them beaded to make the next row. And so if I can get 9 of them beaded, I don't think I'll get that done today because that does take quite a while, unfortunately. It's a simple but slow process. But if I could get 9 of them beaded, that means we can look at them making the next run. Yeah. And then we'd only have one more like thing like this to go. Honestly, I know, I don't actually know. No, I don't know how it feels for you. For me, it feels like this has happened quite quickly. Like this part in particular feels like it's gone by really fast, especially considering the amount of space that it takes up. Maybe it doesn't feel so quick for you, but for me it feels quick. It feels like we zoomed through this part. Maybe also because I'm coming from all the embroidery and like the beading on the armor, which is a very slow process. I actually have 2 pieces I do need to bead over there. I could also do that if I didn't feel like doing the scales. My nose is still running, I'm sorry. It will stop. It's just... it just takes a while. Oh, yeah. I could just go blow my nose, actually. Maybe I'll do that. I'll just blow my nose. I'm gonna mute, though. I don't want you to hear me blow my nose. No. That's better. I just needed to blow the spice out my nose. Much, much better. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on, go through there. This must be piece number 2 then. Go on top of the other one. I'm still kind of umming and ahhing about how much of the scale I want poking out from the layer underneath. I'm thinking about 1/3, but then it does take it quite high up the skirt. And I don't know if you guys remember, we actually have 2 more layers we need to add to the skirt. They're really not too complicated, but we have to embroider the edge of it. So I guess that's where it becomes a little bit more complex. But yeah, we still have that to do, which is gonna be a bit of something, that's for sure. That will be not the most difficult stream in the world, but it'd probably be quite a long stream. Yeah, because I'd like to get those all embroidered up at once. There's also a couple of extra pieces I need embroidered for the skirt, which kind of fall more into the armor category of like what we've already been doing, because there's a couple of like, I don't know what you'd call them, but they look like, at least in the drawing I've done, they look like 2 things you can hold on to. Bit of a weird thing to have on your skirt, but that's fine. I mean, we made weirder stuff for this costume already. Come on. Not on this side? Try on this side then. There we go, that's better. I was just trying to sneak it in so I could trim it. Wasn't having any of it. There you go. Excuse me. Do I need more thread? I can probably use what I've got on here and then get some more halfway up. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Come on, there you go. Got it. Wampa! Hi, loving the scales. Thank you, Wampa. We are slowly but surely making our way through. It's a total of 64 scales? Yeah, 64 scales. I should just write it down somewhere so I don't have to do the math every time. 64 scales, which we're doing into 4 rows of 16. And they'll end up looking something like this. And then we're just sewing them down the back here so they don't splay apart too much. Sending you a virtual hug if it's consensual. Ah, thank you for the virtual hug. Virtual hugs I like better than real hugs, honestly. So I'm quite okay with that. Yeah, it's coming along really well. We've finished the 25 scales we started yesterday, so I might... And I'd have to have a sip of tea. My throat's deciding to, like, wee away with me. Ah, dear. Kiva, welcome on in. Found the street. Ah, hello, welcome. I hope you enjoy it. We are making a massive cosplay. If you're new here and you haven't seen the cosplay, by the way, or you haven't seen the character that this is based on, ! Cosplay. We'll take you to the character wiki and it will show you the image that we're taking all the references from. These will be the scales that go around, like there's 4 layers of scales at the bottom of the dress. And yeah, they'll be one of the 4 layers. Oh dear. Sloey! Oh heck, how goes it, Sweet Bean? What have you been up to? You're busy at the moment. I hope you're doing well. I know you've got like a lot of stuff to make for the Comic-Cons. I hope it's going well. Anyone who doesn't know Sloey is another crafter on Twitch who is currently making a lot of their forest family for, I think, the next event. Yeah, got a lot. Also, Kiba, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. So pretty, right? Right. I love it. It's so gold and purple, and there's so many layers. I love it. I work on being. Oh, bless you. Yeah, if anyone's looking for another crafter, in 2 seconds I will give them a shout out. But you can go and check them out before I shout them out if you want. Oh dear. There we go. There we go. Get that there. Oh yeah. Ah, they've also got a very cute emotes. Look at the heckin' turtle. Oh. There we go. We got ya. We got ya. Ah, dear. Wait, you were last playing The Sims? Oh. Oh. Heckin' cool. It's been a while since I played The Sims. A very long while, actually. I always really liked The Sims 2, and then I ended up getting The Sims 4. And I was just a bit overwhelmed, I think. There's a lot more you can do in The Sims 4 than you could in The Sims 2. Oh dear. That's okay though. It's probably a really good game. I play The Sims for one time. I usually do plushie stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say, normally you're a maker and crafter. You make a lot of plushies. It's nice to break things up sometimes though, and do something a little different. She says she's been making the same cosplay since, well, consistently since November, but actually since September or August. It's nice to break it up and do something different. Oh dear. I want to make a cosplay at some point. Ooh, heck! What do you think you'd like to make? What kind of characters are taking your fancy? Oh dear, cosplay. Nah, you're good. Don't worry. Unless it's completely out there, I can normally work it out. You're good. There's something very satisfying about being able to make your own cosplay, because it's something you know you can get used to if you go to conventions, and oh yeah, it's really nice when people ask you like, oh, where did you get your cosplay? You can be like, made it. I mean, it's just like a smug feeling, but I like it a lot. Oh dear, and also being able to make cosplay that perfectly fits your own measurements. That's nice. It is nice, because when you buy them, it's a bit of a pain. They all fit very differently, and so it's very difficult to tell if you're spending money on something you won't ever be able to wear. Oh. Yeah, I love it. Obviously, though, I am going to be biased, because I love making cosplays. That's my jam. It sounds bad, possibly a Dreen SMP character for starter. Like, I don't think that's a bad idea, though. Because, yeah, like you said, if it's someone that you like,
absolutely fair enough. But if also it's a more simple start, because with those kind of characters, often you can buy parts and maybe make a little bit of it, rather than having to make the whole costume from scratch, which could be quite overwhelming. I don't think it's a bad first cosplay by any stretch. I think it's a well thought out one, where you're not going to be overwhelming yourself, and there will be bits you can buy if you want to, or you could choose to make them. It's like up to you more, rather than with like, for instance, this cosplay where like there is physically nothing I could buy for it. I'd have to make it if I wanted it. Not to say either cosplay is bad, but it does make it a bit easier if you have the option to buy parts, especially with like cons sneaking up and stuff like that. My first cosplay was just one mask and people already want to take pictures of me, and I was like, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the first cosplay I did a mixture of buying things and altering things and making things from scratch. So I did a mixture of everything, and I didn't think anyone would recognize me. I did a really obscure, well, not really obscure, but kind of obscure, and every time someone recognized me, I was like, yay, you knew. Oh dear. It made me so happy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think you've made a very smart first one. Like, I love cosplay, and I love this costume in particular a whole lot, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend this one to newcomers. The one that I'm making would be a pain in the ass to make if you were just starting, because that's another thing that happens with cosplay. If it becomes a hobby that you decide to keep going with, you'll start to build up a repertoire of equipment and stuff at home already. If I was to make this costume from scratch, I'd never made another costume. I'd have to buy a sewing machine, an embroidery machine, and just those on their own are going to be well over $1,000, as well as all of the extra bits and bobs that I've been using that I just have hoarded around the house at this point. But with the way that I've made it this time, this costume has only cost me like 200 quid. I think it'll end up costing me about 230 once I'm finished. And yeah, which sounds like a lot, but it's not that bad when you consider it's like 20 quid a month, maybe a little less, maybe like 16, 18 quid a month. So it's not so bad when you look at it like that. Oh yeah. There you go. But I could only do that because I already own all the equipment I needed to make it. I mean, I did make it in a method that went around the stuff that I already owned, but like, it's definitely something to consider. Yeah. My second ever cosplay is much bigger, and I've been working on it since March 2019. I think I'll finish it this year. Ooh, do you think you'll finish it soon? Or like, we're looking more like the end of the year kind of thing? I'm just wondering, because like, are you making it for any particular conventions? Or like, is there anywhere you'd want to wear this to? Any competitions you'd want to enter? Or just like fun, of course? I guess so. The thing is, you can't really rush these big costumes. Like, I guess technically I could if I didn't bead or sequin anything, but that's such a big part of this costume, like it wouldn't feel properly done if I didn't do that. Technically I could rush it, but yeah, it wouldn't feel right, not with the methods I've been using. If I suddenly like made an arm piece and there was no beading, no sequining, stuff like that, I'd feel weird about it, because that's not what this costume's meant to look like. It's meant to shine in the sunlight. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. I should probably start folding it over so that it's not just sitting in the middle of nowhere. It's just gonna start falling off the desk otherwise, and then I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it all. It's no good. Oh dear. Right, you get that under there. It's difficult because I'm obviously very biased when it comes to cosplay, because it's also my hobby. It's something that I love a lot. But I genuinely do stand by that it's such a fun thing to do. It's so fun, and honestly, there's so many different things you can do with it. Maybe like you don't like making cosplays, but there's cosplay photography. And then there's the making the cosplays bit if you enjoy more of the problem solving and crafting process. You could just buy costumes or commission artists and do just the taking photos and the poses and stuff like that. There's people on Twitch that do cosplay makeup, so it's like body paint, like they're making a whole costume out of it. It's really, really heckin' cool. I like it so much, and it's still a pretty diverse hobby. Like, you learn a lot of skills by going with cosplay, whether or not it's like sewing or foam work, or like earlier we were talking about like learning about wood burning, because you might not be using it on wood, but you could very well use it on foam and stuff like that. There's so much you can learn. It's really good, and you don't have to go into the same specialty as the person next to you does, and I love that. This stream is pretty chill. Thank you. That's what we try to do here, like chill crafting vibes. 80% for this weekend, since Heroes Dutch Comic Con will be then, and 100% done before the 26th of April, because there will be a Fantasia fair. Ooh, wait, if you're making the costume anime, would you ever consider entering something like TwitchCon Amsterdam? So TwitchCon Amsterdam's cosplay contest. There are 5 slots available for every type of build, whether it be a sewing build, armor build, SFX build, or larger than life. And if you get one of the places in the cosplay competition, they'll pay you to get to the con. So they give the sewing, SFX, and armor builds that get in, they give $1,500. And the larger than life build gets given $2,500, which makes sense because they're going to have a lot more luggage and it's going to be a lot more expensive, especially if they have to fly. Yeah, they literally pay your way here if you get in. Of course, there are only 5 slots available for each category, but it's a pretty cool and accessible con for cosplayers. As far as the competition do, I don't think I'll go for contests because I don't really want to do contests, and I also don't know if I'll be. Oh yeah, that's fair. Things like college have got to come first. Understandable. I always try and recommend it to cosplayers, but it has to be that you have an interest in competing. If you don't have an interest in competing, it's not going to be a very fun experience for you. But if any other cosplayers in chat heard that and thought it was interesting, if you do !comp, it will basically take you to the Amsterdam competition page, where you can look through the rules, see if it's something that would be interesting to you. Just to be there could be fun. Heck yeah! I've never been to Amsterdam, and I'd really, really like to go. They've got so much architecture there I'd love to see in person. Like a lot of stuff that I studied but I could never go see, and I'd love to see it. But I'd also really like to experience TwitchCon. I mean, I've been streaming on Twitch for like 2 years now, and it'd be lovely to go meet some other creators and have like a fun time. Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love that. I don't know if there's still tickets though. Oh, that's true. That's the thing about winning your way in, is that they provide you with that kind of stuff. I think they provide you with 2 tickets. Oh dear. I have a year before college, so I'm going to try and do some cons in that time to be more part of the communities. Aww. One thing, if you do cons and you're looking for like group photos and stuff like that, you can always have a look to see if the con is running any fan meets. So they're basically meets that are organized by fans and photographers and stuff like that. And what will normally happen is they'll be not so specific. Like for instance, if you were doing a Dream SMP one, there'd probably be a Dream SMP meet. And you'll meet lots and lots and lots of other people that are also cosplaying the same thing as you. And it's a really good way of meeting people in the same fandoms as you. But also, you get some really cool group shots. So like, I often went to the Square Enix fan meet, which was always hosted by the same person and did a very good job of it, to be fair. And loads of photographers could come over because they'd see a massive group of cosplayers and they're like, right, we're going to take some photos of this. And so maybe you'd get some photos of people from this Final Fantasy game you're from, and then you get one really, really big shot at the end. And out of all of the photos I sometimes get at cons, those massive shots with like 100 cosplayers in them, all cosplaying Square Enix, those are always my favorite. Always, always. Yeah, if you're looking for photos and meeting other people that have the same sort of interest as you, I'd so recommend the fan meets. They're great for photo opportunities because, of course, you're all cosplaying stuff from the same thing, right? So you just naturally look good together in photos. Yeah, it's really cool. When we did our Final Fantasy IX cosplay, that's where we met a Garnet. I also met an Aiko, and we were Zorn and Thorn. And yeah, like same sort of thing happens to other meets as well. I know the League of Legends meets, the Blizzard meets, things like that. They're always very full. Normally, though, actually, no, there's normally an Overwatch and like a World of Warcraft and stuff like that separate. They're normally intense meets. You're looking at hundreds of people, maybe up to the thousands.
Sailor Moon meat's normally quite cute if there's one of those. It's not like a cool little Sailor Moon meat. Some of them will be really specific and some of them won't. Like Square Enix was always the name of the meat that I went to. But, so you had like Lara Croft in there with like a load of Final Fantasy characters. But, and also you'd get like Kingdom Hearts and stuff like that sometimes. Yeah. But you'd all be there together and it looked so good. Oh, those were really fun. I miss those. They were great. I mean, of course, it does take somebody to organize it, but normally with popular things, somebody will. Like, it's only if what you're cosplaying is a little bit more obscure that you might have to make the meat yourself. Yeah, it's good. I feel as a cosplay would be cool too, because Etsy has a lot of hardcore head stuff, and they'd be fun because I want to be able to hand sew things. Ooh! Well, yeah, pick something which you think you'll enjoy to make, because if you're making your cosplay, the making process is like a big part of it. Like, and that should go, I think, right, for like your first cosplay, but then every cosplay after that too. Like, make one you'll enjoy to make, because they do spend a lot of time. You do spend a lot of time on these things. And doing a process, like if I was to suddenly do an armor build with loads of Warbler and loads of foam, I wouldn't enjoy it the same way that I enjoy what I'm doing right now. But some people would look at what I'm doing right now and be like, absolutely not. I am not doing that. That's time consuming and boring. I'd rather do like a Warbler build. And yeah, find the niche you enjoy. Don't know, yeah, it's fine. You got plenty of time. Have a good think about it. I mean, if you do end up getting into cosplay, you might end up in the same boat as me, where I have like a folder of things that I want to cosplay, and every time I'm like looking for a new cosplay, I'll just look through that folder and see like what's in there, what's going on in there, is there anything that I can realistically do right now? That's how I got to doing this costume, because it was in that folder. I definitely wasn't there straight away though. It took me a while to get that level of confidence where I'd start to build up cosplays I wanted to do. That's probably because I was also a very nervous person. Like, when I started cosplaying, I was not so confident. And whereas now, it's like, I'll cosplay anything I want to do. Like, I want to cosplay that, I'll cosplay it. I don't feel that same, like, nervousness approaching costumes that I used to. Which, some people will probably never have that. They'll always be quite confident. But for me, it took a few years. Yeah. Black butler meats? Oh yeah, I assume there's always like a fair few, because I do see like Grells going around, and every now and again I'll see like Sebastians and stuff like that, and CLs. I actually knew a cosplayer that did a really good CL. Oh dear. That'd be a good meat. That'd be like the most fancy meat ever though. Everyone would look so fancy. It'd be like, oh, I love that though. It'd be such a fancy meat. You did a Grell, heck yeah. I think Grell is probably one of the most striking visual characters from Black Butler. Oh, oh dear. Yeah, that'd be a good meat. I've also done Choir Boy Grell. Oh dear. Heck yeah. I mean, once you got the wig though, it's like you might as well. You got a wig for this. Let's go fancy with it. Have some fancy times with that wig. I would really like to redo my Zorn and Thorn costumes at some point. I have in my head that I want to do the most extravagant Bellsprout costume you ever saw. And that's probably like, that is the one cosplay I've always wanted to do. Like since like really early on, I always wanted to do a Bellsprout cosplay. And it took me a long time to gain the confidence to think that I even could do like the Bellsprout justice that I wanted it to be. And now that I have the confidence where I could do it, it's more like, well, I don't have a reason to make it right now. Nor the time, because at the moment we're doing, you know, it wouldn't do well in a competition setting, and I'm trying to make a competition build right now. But, yeah. One day, I'd love to do like a really intense Bellsprout. It's great summer cosplay. Yeah, you know what? Probably is. I don't think I have any cosplays that are suitable for the summer. I just overheat. Oh dear. Smart. You're being a smart bean and planning. There we go. That'll do. I got us through a little bit. Yeah. The reason I do that every time at the end, where I just do like a really long stitch underneath the top surface, is because if you trim it on the other side, it makes it look like the trim has just disappeared. It's kind of the same thing you do with like stuffy animals. Oh yeah. There we go. This is unfolded again, but that's okay. Just so large. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. We'll get there, we'll get there. We'll just keep chipping away at it. Oh, nice. This is the kind of work I can imagine, like, we don't have a conservatory, but if we did, like, sitting in the conservatory and just, like, being under the sun and, like, doing some little hand stitching. That'd be lovely. I would need to get a conservatory, which would be quite the investment, but... Ah, dear. I just think it'd be nice. I couldn't stream that because the lighting would be all over the place, but I think just for, like, you know, having a nice chill afternoon. Yeah. That'd be lovely. Through there. Whoop, whoop, there you go. Very tight, but it's alright. I'm gonna have a sip of my tea. Really though, we worked on the cosplay, thank you. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about every step of this costume, is a lot of it takes a really long time, but it'll be so worth it when it all comes together and I see it on there. That's why I'm so, like, wanting to finish the dress, because even though the dress is only one part of the costume, it's where most of my hard work has gone. At least for, like, last couple months. So I want to see it go together and see it all in one place. It's going to be a very overwhelming dress for some people, I think, because there is so much detail on every single piece of armor and there are so many separate pieces of armor moving around. But this is a boss monster, so I don't want to be underwhelming. You know, I wanna have a commanding presence in this costume. Ah, I could put the helmet on if anyone hasn't seen that before. I honestly love the helmet. I've been wearing it all the time because it's so fun. Alien, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I agree. You look like you're putting a lot of work into it. Yeah, it's a very big costume, but because I'm entering into a competition, and quite a big competition at that, I wanted like a pretty high level of quality throughout and also a high level of like complication, basically to make it a lot more complicated than maybe it needs to be. Sorry, I'm just like scooting over to take the helmet off because I got it on the mannequin head that's like pinned to the top of my mannequin, but I will need to put a wig cap on. Where's my wig cap? Where is it? Is it in there underneath everything else? Potentially. Yeah, there you are. How'd you get in there? My patterns. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I have to wig cap it, otherwise I could get my hair caught in the zip, which is not very safe. Oh dear. I see, okay. The split pin is not split. There you go. Make sure that is split. Oh. Oh, there we go. With the helmet down, but then there you go. Now the helmet's up. Now I can actually see. There's like two magnets in it, so you kind of switch between them. I haven't got the big balls on the side of the head yet, though. But I got this one, so it's like, with my headphones on it, looks great. But like, yeah. And then I can just pull it down like that, and it goes to the second magnet, and that's actually how it's meant to look for the costume. I'm meant to be like blind most of the day, but it's not very, what do you call it, helpful. Not be able to see it all, so yeah, we just shift it around, and yeah. Oh dear. I love it so much. I mean, all the trims and everything are like completely custom. We made all of this. And all of the stuff down here as well, all of the extra bits, they're all made. So it took a really long time comparatively to, I suppose, if I wasn't doing any of this. But I love it, and it makes me look like the Pope. What's not to like? Hello, welcome on in, I am the Pope. It won't look so much like the Pope once we have the, what do you call it? The extra hair pieces. There's like 2 really big discs that go on the side of the head. It'll look less like the Pope then. But for now, it just looks like the Pope. I like it though. It's a part of the costume I can very easily show to stream. Like, unlike the assless chaps, which are not very easy to show to stream and take quite a lot of effort. This is nice. I could just whip, put it on, and there it is. Great. Honestly, I love this costume so much. You'd think after spending so long on one costume that you'd start to grow resentment for it, and I think that definitely can happen. I love this costume so much. It makes me so happy every time I look at it, every time I put any of it on. It's just like a total happiness boost. I can wear the tail around the house and I can smack everything with it. Excuse me, I can put the helmet on and I look like the Pope. Yeah, it is great. Like, what's not to love? I'm a Pope with a tail. Purple Pope. Oh dear. It just, it brings me a lot of happiness. And honestly, the armor probably will too once I can put the dress on. I'll probably feel the same way about it. I just have to get to that point still. Also, I love the neck. The neck's so cool. It's like, because you can see like it comes to a diamond under here, but then it goes around my chin and goes onto my face. I love that. I love that. Any skin that I don't want to show, doesn't show. Cool. I think it also elongates my neck, which, you know, I'll take that. I'll take neck elongation. Probably just because it moves my hair out the way, but I still will call it the neck elongation, and I still like it very much. Yeah, get that bit in there. Oh, come on, come on. Get through there. There we go. Very nice, very nice. And then get that up there. I can't hear my music as well with it on, that's the only sad thing. Everything on the outside world feels a little bit dulled while wearing this. Like, it all sounds a little bit more quiet than it usually does. I probably won't have it on for very long, because I like to be able to hear things. But hey, it displays like a really small amount of the costume. As soon as people pop in, hi, this is the costume we're making, kinda. It's just the headpiece. It's got these like, I've got them covered by the headphones right now, but it's got, I can hear them really loudly inside like the thing. There's like these little like blue tassels that come down here, and they like smack the mask, and it just sounds like marbles. It sounds like marbles inside of my mask. Oh, it's so cool. I love it. I think it's great. It's just... You can't hear it probably, but I can. I can just hear like marbles going. Right, let's take this off now so that I don't know, accidentally shake it to death, and then I've lost my... Where does it go from? To the bottom or the top? That's the bottom. Oh, also the fact that it's all one piece. It's so good. I love it so much. I know it's my own work, so I'm kind of like tooting my own horn a bit, but like, I love this. It makes me feel so satisfied to look at it. I should actually probably keep the bald cap with it so that I don't misplace it. I'm probably gonna have to retie my hair up. Oh, you know what? It's still up. That's okay. I don't need tidy hair for stream anyway. Okay, keep that with that. Oh. No, it's fine, it's fine. How can I fold this? I think probably this way is best. Yeah, sure. We'll fold it like that. I'm gonna have to work that out if I want to pack it. There we go, and fold that over. Oh, if we can actually, fold that over. There. I kind of want to fold it along the lines that are in it so that I don't accidentally create any creases, because it'll be very difficult to iron at this point. Because I can steam it but not iron it because of all the beads and stuff like that. There we go. Take that in there and start going down here. Yeah. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Maybe about halfway? No, we need a few more before we hit halfway. I think 8 is halfway, and this is like not quite there. Not quite there, I don't think. Then next, I don't know whether or not I want to bead the scales that we finished the base of today, or if I want to bead those 2 armor pieces. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Lady Blue, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's like a turquoisey color. When I initially dye it, it's like the color of your username, and then it fades to this color. But honestly, I much prefer dyes that go from one color to another, and like all of the Manic Panics in blue, green, and purple, once they lose their original color, will fade to another color. It's great. I like it. It means I don't have to dye it so often, which my hair also appreciates. Although to be fair, the dye is pretty moisturizing. It's the bleach it doesn't like. It doesn't like the bleaching. Yay. Oh, did we change to Stardew Valley? I didn't even realize. I guess we are Stardew Valley now. Ah, dear. When we die, usernames appear with our preferred colors, then dissolves. Oh my god. How deep? How heckin' deep? They Oh, it's like a creepypasta style stuff, right? Is this Stardew Valley music? It is, yeah. This is a Stardew, I think, right? This must be Stardew Valley. Yeah, this is the Stardew Valley music. Oh, I don't remember us changing to Stardew Valley, but I guess we have. I just have like a lot of the OSTs that I like that are a bit more chill on today. I didn't want the really highly energetic ones. I thought today was more of a chill day, so... You know, if we were making a new pattern, starting a new thing, I'd put the energetic OSTs on. Or we could just listen to the Doom soundtrack again, I don't know. But, not for a day like today. Not for a day like today. We need Stardew Valley on days like today. There we go. I love it. Me too. The Stardew Valley soundtrack. There's the Final Fantasy IX chill OST. There's... Oh, the Planet Coaster. Planet Coaster has a lovely OST, as does Polybridge, both of them. And then we have the Slime Rancher OST, because that's pretty chill too. I'm trying to think if there's any others on this list. Oh, the Ib soundtrack, which is because it's like lots of music box style melodies, and I find that relaxing, even though I'm sure some people are not so keen on the music box. Oh dear. Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley, it's a game where you get given a farm and then you like put animals on it and you have to like dig it up, but there's also like mining and combat and stuff like that, and you can do fishing, but it's really hard. And you can make friends with the villagers and they can even marry you. Ori and the Blind Forest. Ori and the Blind Forest does have a lovely OST, but a lot of the OST you don't realize when you're playing the game, but it's quite stressful music. I love the OST and I think it's really clever, but I wouldn't listen to most of it during stream. I find it to be, a lot of it's quite stressful. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Owlboy, I heard Owlboy had a really nice OST. I've not heard that one yet. Harvest Moon? Yeah, basically. Basically that's what Stardew Valley is. I love Slime Rancher OST, honestly my favourite, especially the Ancient Ruins one. I think, right, yeah, there's a really cool one in the Ancient Ruins. I'll be honest, I love the whole Stardew Valley. Not Stardew Valley, Slime Rancher soundtrack. It's lovely. My favourite will probably continue to be the Final Fantasy IX one, but I'm very biased. Wait, you make a religion? You can make a religion? Can you? I don't think you can make a religion. I think you can have, you make friends with the villagers. Oh, villager, did you? The villager, not religion. You can make friends with the villagers. And, yeah. Is that what you said? No, I think it might have been villager. But then I can kind of, when I say villager, I can hear religion just a little bit in there. Yeah, I can understand why that would be heard. Oh dear. Go. It's very cool. There is like a little, how do it, in Stardew Valley you have to kind of pick sides a little bit. So there's like two sides you could pick. One of them is like the clearly not right one, and one of them is the correct one. The game, that is one thing about this game. It does heavily imply who you should join, and you shouldn't join the big corporation. You should join the little like house that needs repairs. Oh dear, I kind of love that. It's very funny. Listen to S Club 7. Oh yeah, S Club 7. Heck yeah. I can't think of any S Club songs off the top of my head though. Oh, is it like S Club? That S Club 7? I think so. Oh dear. There you go, there's one. It's been a long time since I listened to S Club 7, to be honest. But I used to love them. They were like one of the first bands I really enjoyed. I was like, yes, S Club. Although I still think Chuwumba Wumba was the first one. I used to love that song. That you get knocked down, the tub thumping, yeah. Tub thumping, that's it. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. That is my favourite. That is my favourite for the longest time. I loved that. Kids nowadays are missing out, they are. They don't have Chuwumba Wumba and they don't have S Clubs. I used to like it as well because with that one I used to be like, I get knocked down, and then I like fall down on the bed, and they'd be like, but I get up again, and then I'd fall back and then stand back up again. So I would just constantly be like face planting the bed, and like, I get knocked down, bam, but I get up again, back up again. I love that one. I get knocked up. No, I get knocked down. But I get up again, and then like. And then you have the rest of it, which is like, pissing the night away, pissing the night away. I drink some, oh, what is it? I drink some whiskey drink, I drink some vodka drink, I drink some lager drink, I drink some cider drink. Yeah, lots of drinking. I sing some songs that remind you of the good times, sing some songs that remind you of the better times.